Things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see a dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. All I want is
Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tune. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it We're trying to catch a feeling underneath the stars and neon lights. Something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. My fire won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. 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 Got the summer feeling, come on. Give me the summer feel. Got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling. Line up, get on the track, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's no one lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, let you pull me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go medicine training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, then I will lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, let you pull me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Pulling me in. Games begin, games
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? To take my time, I haven't decided. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in the sea of my doubts, in the sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in the sea of my doubts, in the sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in the sea of my doubts, in the sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. You found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
The future belongs to those who make it happen. That's why we built Make, a visual-first AI and automation platform for change makers. It's never been quicker to start building, visually and without code, to automate everyday tasks and free your time and energy for bigger, better things. As your ambitions grow, you can accelerate progress with AI agents to create customized and agentic workflows, ones that handle complex, business-critical tasks while keeping you in control. And for leaders scaling business, you can see your entire AI and automation landscape in real time to orchestrate change and show progress in motion. Make automation and AI put to work for business, for teams, for you. Make it happen at make.com.
It's inevitable.
We crown the first FIDE Freestyle Chess World Champion.
Who will rise above the very best and make history? The stage is set. Get ready.
Hello everyone and welcome to the very first FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship here at the beautiful Waisenhaus Resort in Germany. We're back where it all started. I'm your host James Dash, joined as always by David Howell and Tanya Sachdev, but you'll notice we've brought in reinforcements. Judith Polgar on the couch with us as well. It's a pleasure to be here with you all back at Waisenhaus.
It's so good to be back. 2026, it's a new year. We're going to start with a bang. It's a world championship. I mean, some of the usual suspects, but there's sure to be some surprises ahead.
Yeah, not just the fact that it's a world championship, but you've noticed again that Judith has joined us. Peter Lecko will be joining us as well in the studio later on to add his brilliant commentary to the cast. But that's one of the big changes that comes in with this new year and this new partnership with FIDE, is that we're going from 2 streams down to 1, Tanya. So now we're one giant cast of characters.
I love it. It's one big party, and we get Judith and Peter to join us here as well. And as you said, you know, this is where it all started in 2025. It feels like a full circle. Waisenhaus 25, it was innovation. It was brand new, the first ever Grand Slam. And this time, Judith, it's the World Championship.
Oh, absolutely. World Championship is a different story, right? A lot at stake. Everybody has to be sharpened today. Today is the first day. And we'll see for who it's going to be a continuation.
Might be the last for some, at least for the World Championship title.
I mean, so let's talk a little bit more about that, because I do think, you know, World Championship immediately elevates the stakes to a degree.
For sure. Like 1 year ago, Grand Slam, it was the beginning of the season. The players were staying up late. They were playing games. They were having a good time, very relaxed. I already sense that everyone's a bit more serious this time. Everyone really wants that crown. And I think all of the 8 competitors we'll talk about a bit later, I think they all have a great chance.
They definitely do, because it is a familiar cast of characters, and we will get into a number of them. But back over to you, Judith, on the fact that this is a World Championship, and maybe a bit off of what David just said. Do you yourself get the sense that the atmosphere has shifted with the players and the knowledge that this is now a World Championship and a world title at stake?
You feel it in the rooms where you meet the players. And as you see, I also have my velvet jacket.
Where's our velvet jacket?
Are you about to hop into the playing hall? Is this a last minute?
No, but I'm also in the mood already.
I like it, in a fighting mood, to say the least. Well, later on, we will have a press conference that we are dubbing the Weisenhaus a warm-up, so stay tuned for that, where you'll get more information about the partnership between FIDE and Freestyle, and maybe what is to come later on in the year. But we're going to continue talking about what you can expect here at this event. So let's start with the event schedule. It is a condensed schedule here this time around. It's a 3-day event in which we're kicking things off with our round robin today, the group stage here, February 13th. From there, the semifinals tomorrow, and we conclude things on February 15th. So with a condensed schedule, I think to a degree, immediately, David, one of the things I'm thinking of is how much more there is a demand, you know, for performance and perfection out the gate, as well as in the group stage, because you have less room to give, let's say, in terms of qualification and poising yourself for a final table.
Exactly. It's just a sprint now, straight from the off. And we will be losing 4 players, at least in the race for becoming world champion, by the end of today already. Stakes couldn't be higher. Often group stages, it's just a chance to warm up, play yourself into form. You might lose a couple of games, it's fine. But not this time.
Yeah, quick note here on the format. Day 1 is the group stage. We've got 8 players entering into a round robin. So that means 7 rounds of play, with every single player playing against the other in the field. It's a 10-5 format, something very familiar to a number of these players in freestyle chess, but only the top 4 are going to advance into the upper bracket. And that's the big change here from previous events, where more of our field have an opportunity in the knockout stage to still play for the top position. The bottom 4 are still going to play for rankings, so their tournament doesn't end even if they finish in the bottom 4, but it does mean they can't fight for the top spot. The group winner will choose their semifinal opponent. That stays the same. And then, of course, you can see day 2, day 3 will be the knockouts. We'll walk you through a bit more of that when we get to those days, but it will be a 25-10 time format when we get to that. Of course, tiebreakers, Armageddons, all things that can come into play, but let's talk about what's at stake. Of course, the title of 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Champion, but as well, a whole bunch of prize money. Top prize is going to be $100,000 coming out of this 3-day event, with second place coming home with $60K. If you manage to make the podium in third, it'll be $40,000, and even if you finish in 8th, last place, still $10,000 to your name after 3 days of play. So again, a lot at stake here, but it is a sprint, and I think it puts even more of a focus, Judith, on the round robin than previous events, where you could have a slow start and still climb your way back up through the bracket stage. That's not a possibility this time around. You have to be firing on all cylinders from day 1.
Absolutely, and this is why it looks well like innocent. Everybody arrived to the place. There's a beautiful spa, fantastic food. Everybody's acting okay. I'm chilling. I have a great time. At the same time, everybody wants to kill and be in the top 4 today. So we are going to see a lot of blood on the board, I think, and a lot of tension.
I think we absolutely will. Tanya, what do you expect to shift between maybe a group stage here as compared to a group stage in 2025, considering the fact that half of our players will be eliminated from first place contention at the end of the day?
The pressure is super high, right? Stakes are super high. I mean, the whole thing is so incredibly compressed to 3 days. Every single day is a judgment day. You don't do well today, you're out of the fight for the crown for the World Championship title. And I will say there are only 2 players players in the whole field who have a world championship crown to their name. Nordebek Abdusatov and, of course, Magnus Carlsen. Every one of the other 6 players still to have a world championship title with them. So a lot to fight for. And I think tonight's dinner will tell us so much about what happened, because I'm expecting 4 players at the bar all night, while the other 4 might have an early night in. Lots to fight for tomorrow.
But, you know, I want to add that we're talking about how important today's day. But actually, the first half of the day, it's how important. So everybody should be staying, because after 3 rounds, maybe there is someone who has no chance anymore. So that's also tricky.
You know, I really hope in part of their preparation, the one thing the players have done is gotten on Netflix and watched the Queen of Chess. I mean, Judith, top 10 global Netflix movies currently, most liked movie on Netflix currently. Insane, just amazing stuff. So I think that would have been some amazing inspiration. How does that feel?
Well, it's amazing. It's amazing that, of course, I know you guys and a lot of chess colleagues who I was playing, and they're like, oh, yeah, great. And a lot of amateurs, but not, completely non-chess players are very inspired and great, so I'm very happy.
I'm honored to be sitting on this couch next to Judith.
Yeah, I'm not on the couch, but even in the proximity, I'm still honored. Hey, that's good homework for you at home. If you haven't seen it yet, make sure you hop on Netflix and take a look at that documentary. Of course, after the games are played today, okay? Stay tuned for all of our brilliant insights. Let's talk a little bit more about what you can expect with the tournament as we throw to this tournament explainer. Take a look.
8 of the world's strongest players come together for a compact, high-intensity competition, the first official FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. Here's how the tournament unfolds. Day 1 features a complete round-robin stage, where every player faces all 7 opponents. Each game is played with a time control of 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment per move. The final standings are crucial. The top 4 players advance directly to the semi-final. The player who finishes first earns a key advantage. He may choose whether to face the 3rd or 4th placed player. The 2nd placed player is paired with the remaining opponent. The same principle applies to the lower half of the field. Day 2 marks the beginning of the knockout phase. Each matchup consists of 4 games, 2 with white and 2 with black, played with a time control of 25 minutes plus a 10-second increment. If the score is tied after 4 games, the match is decided immediately by an Armageddon, a single winner-takes-all 5th game. Before the game, the players bid for black, offering a time handicap up to 10 minutes. The lowest bid gets black and only needs a draw to win. White starts with 10 minutes, but must go all in for victory. No time increments. Every second counts. Day 3 is the final day of the championship. The grand final and the 3rd place match are decided over 4 games, while the battles for 5th and 7th place are played over 2 games only, each matchup followed by an Armageddon game if needed. 8 players. Who will become the first FIDE Freestyle Chess World Champion?
So that's what you can expect over the course of the next 3 days. But now let's turn our attention back to today and the group stage that sits ahead of us. Again, it's 8 players, 7 rounds, everyone playing everybody once for a chance to make it into the top 4 and ultimately the bracket stage. This is a look at your field here. It's a whole bunch of very familiar names if you were paying attention to the entirety of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in 2025. You've got the likes of Fabiano Caruana, Mr. Consistency, Magnus Carlsen, who ultimately took the top prize when it came to the Grand Slam circuit just last year. Levon Aronian, the guy who's hottest on the circuit with 2 wins back-to-back in our previous legs of Las Vegas and Cape Town to close out 2025. And Vincent Keimer returning to Weisenhaus, where the magic all started for him in 2025. We've got Nordebek Abdusattorov, Arjun Erigaisi, Javokir Sindarov, and Hans Niemann to round out our field of 8. Let's talk about it now. The matchups. how we're going to kick off day number 1. Let's see who's facing who, because you heard Judith say it, the beginning of the day, perhaps the first half of the day, could even determine some of our results and the bracket. So who's facing who to kick things off? Let's take a look. In round number 1, Arjun Erigaisi up against Vincent Keimer. We'll see who can outdo the other in that one. Norbert Adbusatorov up against Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano still hunting for his first win when it comes to an overall freestyle tournament. Magnus Carlsen up against Hans Niemann, and Vachier Sindarov up against Levon Aroni. And Vachier Sindarov is, again, who had such a phenomenal finish to his 2025. And I think maybe that's a player that we could start with when we talk about somebody who shows us, I think at times, the ability, the potential to make it to a final table. We look at that Cape Town event, you know, challenging Magnus Carlsen, and unfortunately falls just a little bit short to ultimately finish in 4th place. But given his 2025 performance in general, and his performance in group stages at times, Judith, I think he's somebody that should be considered and feared in this round robin.
Well, Sindarov is an incredible player, right? I mean, he has such a fighting spirit. He won the World Cup. He's going to be playing in the candidates tournament. So, and he's very young. He's like nothing where he's going to be later on, I think, in a few years. So if he has a great day today, he might win the tournament.
Does he feel like he has it in him on your end?
I think all the young players believe they can win it. Like, to get consistently past the likes of Levon, Fabiano, Magnus is still tricky. It felt like a breakthrough year last year. I would be especially surprised, but also especially impressed if he does win it, because typically players with the candidates tournament, I don't know, it's hard. You have something in the back of your mind. It's hard to fully focus, fully kind of bring your best. It feels like he might be saving that best for later in the year.
Okay. Well, now his first round matchup, though, Tanya, is not easy. It's Levon Aroni, and again, the guy who's put back-to-back first place finishes on the freestyle circuit to close out his 2025. So it's just maybe bad luck of the draw that your first round is against, one of the top contenders in the freestyle format.
Yeah, well, you say that, but you know who Vachier beat last time in the first round of the round robin?
Uh-oh.
A certain Magnus Carlsen. And it was his breakout year in 2025 that started right here in Weissenhaus. If we all remember, coming into this event as a last-minute entry, and what a performance he had in the round robin. But speaking of this man in front of us, everybody rooting for Levon. He's the old king of chess. Winning it in South Africa, winning it in Vegas, taking down Magnus in the finals there as well in the South Africa Slam. Fantastic stuff by Levon. It's been the resurgence of him. David giving him a grand 93. We see a lot of 90s above there in the players card as well. I think one of, David, for me, Levon's strength has been his ability to create these chaotic complexities, playable complexities, which is sort of the key when it comes to freestyle chess. And he's able to navigate those complexities beautifully, even against the world's absolute best.
Exactly. I started these player cards as a bit of a fun project at the beginning of the year, but Levon's number has been going up and up and up, and I couldn't help but bump it up. The way he's been playing, so fast, so strong, so confident. I mean, especially the longer games against Magnus, he was always up on time, always looked in control, and he's going to be hard to stop as long as he can get through today. I think he's definitely one of the favorites.
I would say he's one of the top 4 who makes it through.
Okay,
not a hot take, but I think he makes it in.
I also think so, that he's a great candidate to go into the final for the knockout for the next day. But it's interesting what he said previously. I think probably he said it in South Africa, that since he let it go, things are somehow comes better in results.
There's a freedom that I think can come with that. But now I wonder if the expectation is starting to build back up, right?
I don't think
you don't think so?
No, I know Levon.
He's a carefree man.
He's not going to put pressure on himself.
I should mention, Weissenhaus last year, 12 months ago, he was one of the bottom 2. He was one of the ones eliminated, didn't even make it through the group stage, the round robin. So maybe some bad memories from this location.
It's a very good point. But again, is he riding high? Does he have that freedom? Does he feel a little bit unfettered and unchained now? We'll see soon enough. Another matchup that I want to talk about is going to be Fabiano Caruana up against Norbert Adbusatorov. Fabiano, I think, is the player that I'm intrigued by, not just in that matchup, but kind of overall, because he's the guy who's been so close so many times. Judith, we, on our broadcast throughout all of 2025, just kept referring to him as Mr. Consistency, with 2nd place, 3rd place, 5th place, but never eclipsing, never getting to that #1 spot. Is there something you feel that's missing in the gameplay? Is it just that it hasn't all come together at the right time, in the right moments? Because we know that Fabiano's the type of player and the strength of player that could take this entire tournament. So what has been missing on his freestyle play so far?
Well, and I think we can also add that he's one of the biggest experts who understands the best freestyle itself. As we've seen when the players are gathering together, discussing the position, he's kind of one of the leaders who gives the best strategies or the very sensible ideas. And I think that it's a problem for him that everybody's afraid of him, in a sense that we have to be careful with Fabi because he's one of the contenders for winning the event, right? So they have a completely different approach playing Fabi and Magnus than playing against a lower-ranked player or unexperienced players, right? So this is something, also he might be putting pressure on himself. And we should not forget, I'm referring again that he's playing in the candidates, will he be able to forget that this weekend, it's here, I want to win. I want to show the guys that finally I'm going to win one, and the most important one.
Well, maybe you could talk a bit more about that from a player perspective. There are so many, their schedules are so full, and there are so many different formats and tournaments at this point that it's not just about you know, playing at your highest potential in every moment. It's about being able to make that switch on a dime from one format to another. It's about the travel and your stamina and your flexibility. So what is that experience like as a top pro, where you're spending most of your year on the road in unfamiliar places, and yet your best is demanded at every moment?
Well, first of all, he's American, so for him, he has to manage it that once he comes to Europe, he stays in this time zone, and I think he's already doing it for quite some time, getting into the time zone, focus, everything. But it's not easy. Timing is the most difficult in sport. I mean, some of them, they're so little things, one is better than the other one. You can't even notice it, really. But what kind of mood they are, how did they sleep, did they make their routine, or somebody disturbed them, something happened, something strange, somebody made them nervous or angry, and this gave the extra energy that now I'm going to do it. So you have to have this incredible drive in you. At the same time, you have to be very calm, but you have to make the best decision when it needs to be done. So this is all about sport, right? How to make the timing perfect. I mean, with Fabi, you see, like, he's the tranquility at the board. That's how you see it. I'm not sure in reality it's always like that, but
you know, tranquil on the board, but I have to also say that off the board, Fabi seems like the kind of guy who's having the best time at any of these Grand Slams. You know, he's always at game night. He's always playing at the pool table there. He's always up for shooting content, interviews, always in a great mood. And Mr. Consistent, yes, he hasn't won it, but he's been so close so often. So I think good mood often equals to good chess.
He is a true gamer in every sense.
He called me out yesterday. We had game night. He lied to my face.
What? How dare you, Fabi?
And then I got killed, and he won. So I'm kind of rooting for Fabi, but...
So is he going to be bluffing something today?
He was on fire. He was on form. He was tricking everyone. And
really?
I do think the biggest challenge in this World Championship is the group stage for him. Okay. Time control.
Yeah.
A bit longer, his chances go up.
And that's where somebody like his opponent in round one, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, I think might benefit a little bit from the faster time controls and some of that pressure. He's also, Tanya, you mentioned one of the players that does have a World Championship to his name. So at least he can kind of rest on the fact that he's not trying to do this for the first time. He's not trying to achieve that title for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, you know, with Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the other thing to talk about has been his hot form coming into this event, just the recent Tata Steel winner. And I think that was a tournament victory that was long due for Nodirbek. He's also one of the 8 players that we haven't seen as often in the field as the rest of them. I wonder how much of that experience will count into it. And that said, the irony of it is, he's the only player who made it to Weissenhaus through the play-ins, through a very tough process of getting to this World Championship.
He's on a hot streak, Judith. I mean, London Chess Classic, he won, 6 games in a row against 2700 opposition. Then he won Vachier-Lagrave, he won the play-ins. I actually think if he doesn't run into Magnus too early, which he always seems to do in these tournaments in the semis or quarters, then this might be his year.
Do you think he makes it into top 8? Tonight.
Top 8.
Top 4.
I think he makes it into top 8.
I gave it easy to you, David Howell.
I think top 4. How about yourself, Judith?
If I don't think who are the participants, I say the top 4.
That's a good cop-out. You made me curious, so I looked ahead. He does not play Magnus until the final round of the day.
Tonight. Wow.
So he has 6 rounds, and then he'll run into the brick wall. That is Magnus Carlsen. And maybe that's the player that we should talk about next, is Magnus Carlsen, the world #1. A terrifying prospect for any chess player to go up against. But he isn't coming off of the most recent leg victory. And this is usually where I'd say you should be even more worried about that fact, because he's angry. He wants the win. He was unhappy, visibly unhappy in South Africa for not coming away with the leg victory, even though he came away with the entire circuit victory. This is a guy who's going to come out swinging on day one, I have a feeling.
Well, Magnus is Magnus, right? I mean, we know him with all the trademarks of him. I mean, he can play exceptionally well, like a trailblazer, just kill everybody. But also, I think it's nice to talk about him as a father. He was so cute yesterday. I saw him at lunchtime around with his family and the baby, and he's so beautiful. He was not that hungry, angry tiger, but he was this lovely guy.
Yeah, he does turn a little mushy around the family.
But of course, at the board, it's not going to be a baby smile there.
It's a visibly happy Magnus there in front of us. Not this one, I meant the photo, but he's getting ready for the action. But speaking of his streak, I mean, clearly Magnus is the man to beat here, right? His World Rapid and Blitz Championship, Speed Chess Championship, David, that he dominated just a couple of days ago, winning Title Tuesdays, one after another. He's always the man to beat. I was seeing somewhere on social media where somebody commented, "Hey, good luck, everyone. It's a race for second for you all."
Yeah, in most cases, that's you know, if you're a betting man, that's the direction or the line you would take. But this is where I'll remind everybody that Magnus, you know, if I had to pick a most vulnerable moment of the tournament in a freestyle chess format, it is the group stage. We saw it in Las Vegas, right, where he didn't have a great start, went into that tiebreak against Levon Aronian and got pushed into a position where he could no longer fight for the top spot. And since the format has shifted so that only the top 4 advance, if he does have an uncharacteristically bad day, of course, but maybe has a slow start, we could end up in a situation where Magnus just isn't in the position where he has the opportunity to fight for #1.
Exactly. I think he does have this reputation as a slow starter. If he can come in, win his first game or so, he'll feel confident, he'll feel settled. I mean, his World Rapid and Blitz, it did feel like a grind. Yes, he won the titles, but he was still nowhere near his best. So I'm going to be curious what type of Magnus turns up. Probably should be enough to make the later stages, but who knows?
Probably, but I think his first 2 matchups are very interesting.
Yes.
He kicks off the day against Hans Niemann, right? Already a matchup that's charged, but I think, again, stylistically, is the kind of player that maybe could undo Magnus early on. And he follows it up immediately with Vachier-Lagrave, who, again, we saw push Magnus to his absolute limits in South Africa, even though Magnus would ultimately come out on top in that one.
You know, I'll say one thing for this guy, for Hans Niemann. I think one of his biggest dreams is to beat Magnus Carlsen in a chess game. And I think if you have that, starting the day as game 1 against Magnus, when traditionally he's been the most shaky, if you look back, even at the Grand Slams, playing against Vachier, going down previously, I think this is Hans's big chance to sort of let chess truly speak for itself. Magnus, is he shaky in the beginning? Will it be something that will give Hans the opportunity? Because if that happens, Twitter will be on fire.
Not just Twitter, all the social medias. Maybe this building will be on fire at that point. So Magnus, again, he's going to be somebody that most people are looking at as the man to beat. But we do have to reference Levon Aronian and Vincent Keimer. I know we talked about Levon a little bit earlier, but let's just re-hit him one more time from the perspective of, again, a man to beat. Somebody that I think as well younger players might be able to learn from in adopting that more carefree, let it go attitude. And if you play without that pressure, maybe you will come out on top in this one.
Exactly. I mean, his shoulders just look lighter. He's playing with a smile on his face. He's playing quick, confident moves. He's backing himself. I mean, that's visible in the player discussions as well. He's one of the ringleaders. He's trying to drive the conversation, making jokes. And yeah, some of the younger players, of course, they've got the ability. They've already got the understanding, but maybe they're a bit too tense at those critical moments.
Yeah, having a chat, though, with Fabiano Caruana, both with smiles on their faces. Levon, to me, feels like his personality, of all things, lends itself to a format like freestyle. There is this freedom that maybe comes from, as you mentioned, letting it go, but just in general, he's one of the most creative thinkers that I've met on the chess stage. His vocabulary, I think, speaks to his kind of fluidness and his ability to adjust to situations. Do you think that his personality itself is indicative of somebody who's built for this format?
He is freestyle himself.
Yeah.
I mean, he's that kind of guy, right? Yeah. I remember last year here in the studio, he was visiting us, and it was such a joy to talk to him, to see the thought process, how he thinks about the pieces in freestyle, what strategies, how much he benefits that the pieces are standing completely crazy on the chessboard, from my understanding, I mean, he really loves it, and he likes to discover. He's this guy who likes research and discover new ideas, which, I mean, he played chess for like more than 30 years, and then freestyle comes and the ideas come which he never had any similar to that. I mean, that's amazing. And he can appreciate that a lot.
When it came to, what is chess? And then people said for Magnus, chess is him. So I love that. What Judith just said, when it comes to freestyle, for Levon, freestyle is him. It's in his personality on and off the board, his style of play, the way he is, and not just when it comes to playing, when you even meet him, when you discuss other things with him, you can see the creative process, the creative juices in Levon Aronian, and that is such a core skill to have in freestyle chess. But guys, I know there's a lot to talk about. I want to know who are the 4 players, according to us, who are making it through to the knockouts. Oh, we'll wait for that. All right, James.
Wait, no, here's what I'm going to do. I love that. That's the teaser for when we come back to the desk, because now we have to get into the playing hall for the Waisenhaus, a warm-up. We've got Sveta standing by to take us through the next 30 minutes where you'll learn more about the Freestyle and FIDE partnership. Enjoy. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
And welcome here to what is the Waisenhaus warm-up, where we have 4 wonderful guests to join us for this press conference. We have the founder of Freestyle Chess. We have Jan-Henrik Büttner. We also have the FIDE technical delegate, which is wonderful to have here. And this is Pavel Tregebov. We have the reigning champion here from Waisenhaus, the local hero. We have Vincent Keimer. And also we have the most winning chess player ever, but also the winner of the Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025. Please give it up for Magnus Carlsen and these other guests. But Jan, I have to direct the first question to you, because it is interesting to see you sitting here together with FIDE. It's something that a lot of us didn't imagine a year ago. Why this cooperation right now?
Yes, we have had great discussions, negotiations, specifically with Arkady and myself. Arkady unfortunately had to leave this morning, so he was here last night, so otherwise he would be on stage as well. We left the negotiations kind of a year ago, and we had a deal almost like and then it fell out all apart. I can't really say why in the end. But then we had each was going back to their drawing board, I would say, and we had some interesting exchanges, I would say, but ultimately we all became friends again. We met in Qatar, and we said F and F, like FIDE and Freestyle, it's like friends and family. So now we are all back together, and I'm really proud and really happy that we are doing this all together.
And as a FIDE representative here, Pavel, what does it mean to you to once again crown a freestyle, official random, 960 champion here?
Well, I'm happy to hear that all discourse between freestyle and FIDE are behind, and all of these long-lasting consultations and negotiations resulted in this great event. I'm happy to be here and happy to share this wonderful moment with the players and with the guests.
Do you think, Jan, that something will change now for the players, for the fans, for the experience that we get?
Yes, I think I'm looking here, and I'm so incredibly proud of what we have achieved all together. I mean, all the players, everybody behind the scenes. Like, we have a 100-person production team putting it all on stage. Here at our home in Weissenhaus for the third time, we had the GOAT Challenge. The first time exactly 2 years ago, we had the first Grand Slam in Weissenhaus. And so now we have changed over time. We were in Las Vegas, in Paris, the whole thing. And so now it culminated into the World Championship with FIDE, which is amazing. We have the best 8 players. I think we couldn't have a stronger field. There's not a single player missing, I think, in this group that has deserved to play for the World Championship. And so a lot of things will change because we are now crowning a world champion, obviously, which is very significant. And we also have sharpened our format. We started with 8 days, there were 5 days, 4 days. Now we have only 3 days, which means that today is an incredibly important day for the players. We don't want to take too long of the preparation time because they have to really focus and concentrate, because this round robin will result in 4 players not making it to the semi-final. And you can look at the faces and you see like nobody would deserve to not go to the semi-final.
I'll direct my question to the players then, and first Magnus, since you guys are getting ready for the games quite soon. But how important is it for you to have this stage to play freestyle chess? How important is it to actually have this format?
No, it's great to play here. I'm grateful for the opportunity to come here and be back and participate in a world championship. But but as you said, there's a time to prepare for the games and everything, and we're sitting here, wasting our time when we could be doing that. So I think that is not something you should do in an official championship. But that's just my 2 cents.
Vincent, I'll direct it to you as the reigning champion here. Who's going to win the world championship right now?
No idea. As you already mentioned, we have 8 incredibly strong players here, and also if you've seen the games and tournaments throughout the last season, you've seen big changes. Like, it's never easy. For example, Levon, you had a tough start to the whole tour, and then you ended up winning 2 events and playing fantastic freestyle. So you never know, and that's also part of what makes it so exciting.
Do you think that this day today, Magnus, is probably one of the more important days that you can play? I mean, just 4 spots in a semi-final, a round robin, a quite quick format. How do you feel about playing it out for so few spots in the playoffs?
No, I like the fact that it's cutthroat, and it's not going to be easy to come through for anybody. Further, strengthening the point that we should not be sitting right here.
I'll ask you as well, Pavel, because just my experience, it is quite different. The action-packed day we have today, maybe except for the Rapid and Blitz that contain the same, but it is more fast-paced than some of the tournaments that FIDE have been used to, isn't it? Sorry, the microphone.
Oh, sorry. You mean this rapid time controller?
Yeah, and with the round robin, with so many games being played here for so few spots in the playoffs.
Yeah, it is challenging. It is challenging format, so it's a sort of new format. And okay, let's test it this year, and we'll see if we go on with the same format next year. We're about to start now, so this is the beginning of the tradition, and we will test maybe different formats to find the best one day.
But I still keep thinking about, though, Jan, this is for the fans. And for the fans, this has to be one of the most exciting chess days that we'll get in the entire 2026.
Yes, exactly. So it's one of the most exciting games. And I think we really should listen to Magnus, because they are eager to prepare. We can't underestimate, as I have been in the chess world only for a few years, underestimate the pressure under which all of these 8 players are right now. So we should wrap it up and then get them to play, I think. Yeah.
In that case, I will also open up a little bit for the questions from the audience, from the press, if there are questions that you would like to direct towards any of these players while you have the chance here, if there's any questions that you're left wanting. In that case, I'm going to finish up one question to you before we let you guys start preparing, and I'll keep you on stage a little longer, Jan, Henrik, and Pavel. Magnus, who's going to win the World Championship?
I don't know, but I hope it's going to be
Vincent?
Same.
And who's the favorite, Vincent?
No, I believe Magnus has to be the favorite. I mean, he won the tour last year, and if you look at it from a statistical point of view, he wins most of the top events. But, you know, we are 7 players who are also wanting to win that title, so I'm sure it's not going to be easy.
Right now, I think that Magnus and Winston should go, so you have a chance to prepare also for the other players, that you have a chance to prepare for what is going to be an exciting first day. But if I could get Jan and Pavel to sit in the middle here, that'd be wonderful, because I still have some questions about how to evolve freestyle chess and everything that is happening here. The format, how did you come up with this idea, Jan, to create such a fast-paced first day?
Yes, so this has been a development over the last basically 1.5 years. I mean, the format itself was invented by Magnus. Obviously, it was marketed by Bobby Fischer, Fischer Random. So he took this old concept, which was like 200 years old, and made it into the Fischer Random as we know it. And we have taken exactly that format. And we like, of course, Bobby Fischer, but we decided to call it Freestyle Chess because it's more mass market appealing. And so that's also a reason that we have now shorter time period, because we want to address the non-chess player market, right? If you look at normal tournaments, the players just came from Vachier-Lagrave, where they played like 3 weeks every day, like hours and hours and hours. You know, that's something that is only appetite for the chess fans, you know. For the regular people who go to Formula 1 races, for example, they wouldn't go for 3 weeks and see the cars racing, so they want to have action. And so we are trying to do this more and more. And so we started with the format with a longer time format, like with Magnus. And so over the time, like in Paris, it's always Magnus being the one who makes the decision about what we're doing, and we're discussing with him. In Paris, he decided that the players have gotten enough expertise and experience with freestyle and Fischer Random, so that they can use shorter tournaments. So we went from like 90 minutes to, I think, 60 minutes, and so we are shorter and shorter, and we're seeing also that we are going to be more appealing to the linear television format. So we have an ESPN documentary, we have a lot of people who are watching us now on DAZN, for example, and they don't want to sit like for hours and hours and watch a game, so they want to have a faster game. So we have the perfect compromise. And so over the periods, and we got some very hefty criticism, I think, from Hikaru in Las Vegas about the changing of the format. Sometimes we change it, but we have to be allowed to change also and to adapt to what it is. But I think since South Africa, we found the perfect format, and the only thing we changed to this World Championship is that we eliminated the 4th day, which was also for the players said, well, why do we have to play a round robin when in the end it's just a placement game? So now it's the real deal right now, and this is why I'm really excited also to actually watch what's happening, because it's going to be really intense, and I know how chess players feel, or I've seen it like when they lose. So I'm really interested to see some faces at the dinner tonight, you know, and we don't know who it is.
I got to ask you, Pavel, because I mean, and this may be an unfair criticism, but it does seem from the outside that FIDE has not been as good at embracing the commercial TV value as they have of maintaining the integrity of the game. But do you feel like the cooperation here with Freestyle can also help FIDE to focus on different ways to present the commercial aspect of chess?
Absolutely, absolutely. Jan-Henrik and his team is doing a great job. And I'm pretty sure that this collaboration between Freestyle and FIDE will be beneficial for both parties. And definitely FIDE has something to learn from freestyle events from last year. So we take not only freestyle, by the way, we are learning from all kind of events. So we are gradually improving our experience. So and commercial part is included. So if we talk about the number of visitors for FIDE events, it's also growing drastically this last year, and I think also the level of organization of events, all aspects, like venues, playing facilities, branding, broadcast. We've been improving for a while, and definitely we have something to learn from Jan-Henrik and his team. And
I will ask also, Jan, because we're going back a year right now. I mean, the disagreements between Freestyle and FIDE, they seemed very real. Were they real, or has this been a gradual get-together, or was it something that happened very suddenly? Because it almost felt as though at one point that it was Freestyle against FIDE and a new order of chess trying to disrupt everything that had been going on.
Yeah, I think, I mean, first of all, it was real. It was really real. And there were some mistakes that have been made on the FIDE side, also on my side. So both sides, we made some mistakes, and we basically reconciled that. And so because I think, but the frustration, I can only say from my side, was because we were really having great discussions with Arkady, I think starting in October of 24, and then culminating basically in a great negotiation, and we were exchanging term sheet, and we were exchanging all the paperwork, you know, down to the last words. And then I got surprised when there was like a press announcement saying, okay, there's this big disagreement. It's like, why do we have a disagreement? We just had the conversation. And so then I felt unfairly treated, you know, because it was like, and then, you know, my instinct is always like going against it. It's a little bit my mistake, you know. I say, you know, if somebody say you are not allowed to do that, maybe it's something in my childhood, I don't know. But if somebody tells me, you know, you're not allowed to do it, I'm not like saying obeying, I'm saying, wait a minute, let's see, maybe, you know, I can do it. So it was this kind of thing. And so in the end, then also we said, okay, we want to do our thing. Then we said the real important people are the players. You know, obviously the players didn't want to be a bit caught between this. They just want to play chess. They don't want to be in political games. So this is why we made a decision exactly a year ago in Weißenhaus for the first tournament. We basically asked the players then. We got them all together, said, is it important to you being World Championship? Said, no, we don't really care. So we said, okay, let's drop this. And so since then, we have really focused on what we have been doing, and FIDE has been focused on what they have been doing. And I think the little distance also, like if you have a distance in a relationship or like arguments or disagreements in a relationship, it's always good sometimes to just take a step back and then you think. And so we had some different encounters, and then so ultimately I decided to invite Arkady to South Africa to basically show what we are doing. And he was not able to come for his personal reasons, but then he invited me or us, Holly and myself, to Qatar. And then we had this great discussion, and then Holly initiated the great late night Bailey's round, you know, kind of where we had all that again. So it's all good. And you know, as you say, he left this morning, and Holly was actually sitting with him like until 2 o'clock in the morning or so with a group of people discussing everything. And he, you know, we wish him a good trip home. Unfortunately, he had to leave, but he just texted me. He wished he would be here. Yeah.
But FIDE has also had its problems in the last few years, Pavel, with the best chess player in the world, with Magnus. There's been open conflict. Do you feel like this collaboration also helps mend that relationship, that it brings Magnus closer to FIDE again?
Well, of course, we would like to see Magnus as often as possible on FIDE official events, on FIDE top events. It's pity that that something happened between us. And okay, Magnus did play in Qatar last year, and I hope he will go on playing this year as well. So I hope also all our discords are behind.
So you mean that you want Magnus to play? It's not more trouble than.
Oh no! It's obvious that FIDE is interested in Magnus' participation. It's probably the best ever player of all the time. So yeah, sure.
How much do you and your organization value this World Championship title?
As any other World Championship title, we get this title very serious. Of course, whatever event on any level of a World Chess Championship cycle is a high-level event, and it requires a lot of preparation. I can imagine how much time Jan-Henrik and his team spent organizing this event. For us, it takes about 3 months at least for organizing the high-level event of this caliber. And of course, the title is on the stage, and I hope and I'm pretty sure that it will be followed by 1 million spectators around the world. And this is the fact that this event has this title. matters a lot for spectators as well, not only for FIDE, I'm pretty sure.
Just wanted to let you all know that if you do have any questions at any time, please feel free to raise your hand so that I may direct them to these representatives. But I'm a little bit excited now about just what we're going to see from these 3 days, Jan, because I just saw the players sitting ahead of me. I see also 2 of the most prominent chess women in the world. What can we expect, entertainment-wise and action-wise, from this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, who followed us around the world, this is our 8th tournament that we are organizing. We're starting with Singapore in this November of 24, like a different kind of thing. And so we have evolved and we have learned. And every time we hear from everybody who's coming, this is even better than the last one, and this is even better than the last one. So of course we expect this to even be better than South Africa, although South Africa was better than Las Vegas and it was better than Paris. So we are evolving because we are learning, we are adapting. This is why I'm saying that criticism, it was a little bit too harsh, I think, from Hikaru, because, you know, obviously we are trying to learn and we should be allowed to learn and to change things that we think don't happen. But I think especially from the step from South Africa to here, we see that it's a very stable development. I think we found our format. We also discussed that we are doing this format also next year for the World Championship next year. So we know that there are 8 players. We know how they qualify and so on. And so for the women, I just see her sitting here, and I don't know, Bibi Sarah. So they are also here, and we are very happy to do. We tried to do something on our own before we had FIDE. We invited Bibi Sarah, one of the, to play with the men, because we had followed the advice of Judith Polgar, who she's very outspoken about why are there women's tournament and men's tournament. You know, I was able to beat the big guys, and I was able to go top 10, and so everybody should do it. So we said, okay, let's follow that thought. Let's get one of the best women to compete with the men. I think she did pretty well. I think she was not like beaten all over the place, so it was good. Still, it was of course very tough, and so for us it's now the next step, and this was honestly very important also to FIDE, that it's a women's tournament that has been right from the beginning. Even a year ago when we talked about that, it was very important to FIDE that they have a women's tournament at the same time. So we are doing it here right now, and then as it was such a short notice, we thought we couldn't get together like a world championship for women like at the same time. Would be very unfair to say how can he qualify in 3 days or whatever. So we said let's make an exhibition match. And now we have 2 of the best women in the world play for exhibition. And as Arkady already said, like the path to the World Championships for women will still be figured out. But definitely one spot is clear. It's the winner of this game of these 2 women will be one of the contenders for 2027 World Championship in the women.
That is interesting news. That is a big prize for that matchup as well. So that's going to be really interesting to follow. How much do you think you may learn from this, Pavel, in FIDE, and how chess is being commercialized right now, what is happening? I'm thinking of the studio we're going to get to see soon with David, James, and Tanya, and how lively and audience-driven it really is. Do you think that FIDE can take inspiration from that?
Definitely, we are taking inspiration from all top events, so we take the best to our and apply in our own events. Well, it's a bit hard for me to talk about the commercial part of the event because I'm basically taking care of technical part of all FIDE events, including the candidates will take place, and I will be tournament director there. So all the technical part is my business, so I can comment on it. If you mention the commentators, we will also have great commentators there. Peter Svidler, Jan Gustafsson, Tina Belinka, who should be around here. And the commercial part I'm a bit sorry, I'm a bit confused, so it's not my business. If you ask me any question regarding the technical part of organization, I will be happy to answer.
Of course I have a question about that. How do you feel about an event where there is discussions prior to the game, the innovations that are being made? How does that incorporate with FIDE's way of thinking? Is that something that you like in a World Championship match?
In corporations, what kind of?
The discussions that the player have before the games about the positions when it's drawn, how they're choosing to perform the technical aspect of this tournament, if that has been a discussion point between you before the tournament?
Not really. But this is a very specific format for that, yes. So it's classical chess. you can hardly imagine it. Yeah, that's a bit different. So everybody prepares on his own long before the game starts. So they have nothing to discuss just before the beginning. So that's very, very specific thing for this particular format.
Jan, when you look back at the winners you had last year for this tournament, it's got to be a dream come true to have the showman Levon Aronian, to have the GOAT Magnus Carlsen, to have the hometown hero here with Vincent Keimer. Who is your dream winner of this World Championship on purely a commercial way of thinking?
Well, yeah, honestly, for me, commercially, it doesn't really make a difference because all of the 8 players have their place here, and especially like even I was so happy that Nordebek qualified, you know, through the FIDE spot basically because he clearly is as an integral part of us. Has from the beginning he was there in the first tournament, and so he made it. And so there's, as I said, there's no player missing from my point of view who has it deserved. So every player you can make the argument, of course. Magnus, you know, should win it because then it's his 21st World Championship title and so on and so on. But honestly, if I give you a name, you know, for me, I think the person who really deserves it the most is Fabi, you know, because Fabiano has played all of the tournaments. He was in Singapore, everywhere, and he is number 2, like in the ranking and so on. But he has never won a tournament. You know, Levon has won twice. Magnus has won twice. You know, Vincent has won. And so for me, I would say if I think that's maybe. I don't think commercially, but I think from a deserved kind of. I mean, it's always difficult if you say you watch like Olympics and you watch whatever. What is deserved? You know, like a soccer game. You know, they deserve to win, but they didn't win. You know, so in the end, so they really have to make it and to do it. So and I'm not really rooting for Fabi. It's like because I like everybody. As I said, always I like these boys so much. You know, like they are so close to my heart, and I want everybody to become the winner. But only one can make it, right?
So we're not actually entering now the year of the horse, as came now a couple of weeks ago. We're entering the year of Fabi. First this, and then there's a candidates coming up soon as well, right? It's pretty interesting. We have players playing here that are also entering the candidates, but still really trying to get ready with playing freestyle chess. Would you have imagined that happening before, that people take freestyle in such an important part of the year?
Oh, of course. This is something new, but we take it very seriously. FIDE is determined to develop this format. So this is already the 3rd edition, yeah. So we used to have 2 first, named after the great Bobby Fischer in London and Reykjavik, I think. And this is, okay, under the different name, but it was still the same tournament. And we are determined to develop it. And also we see that players like this format and take them very serious. And also the title matters, as we already said. Yeah.
I have a very interesting anecdote to that thing. So obviously, I've been new to the chess world. Obviously, the candidates tournament is what, you know, the most important tournament, and everybody wants to do that. And so when we, Magnus and Holly and I and Henrik, when we were deciding, okay, we do the GOAT challenge, the greatest of all time challenge, in October 23, we decided to do that, and it was happening exactly 2 years ago in February here. And so Magnus obviously named the 7 contenders who were challenging the GOAT, right? And so he was telling all these names, and there was one person who then just qualified in, I think, Isle of Man for the candidates, and that was Hikaru. And Hikaru basically declined his participation in the GOAT challenge because he said, yeah, sorry, but I would have loved to come, but I just qualified for the candidates, and my preparation should not be like Fischer random, it should be traditional chess. So we picked a replacement, and that replacement was Gukesh. So
I like
obviously the preparation because that was new. I mean, he was. At that time, nobody knew that Gukesh would go all the way, right? So we picked him as a replacement for Hikaru. Then he went through, and then he won the World Championship. And so, you know, of course, the candidates and the World Championship. So it's obviously it's not the worst preparation to do freestyle before the candidates.
So what you're doing is you're building up on the whole narrative of Year of the Fabi, right?
Yeah.
Any last questions from anyone here? Otherwise, I would like to ask you, Jan, very shortly, do you have any final words before we enter what is going to be an amazing day of freestyle chess?
No, this actually for me is my most favorite day of all the 3 days, because always the round robin is always the most exciting for everybody. We have a lot of drawings, we have a lot of action, we have a lot of games, we have a lot of commentary. Like I'm really looking forward to the studio, the new studio for the first time. We also have merged the streams, the pro stream and the community stream, so they will all be in one studio. I'm going to visit them once in a while, and maybe you can also join me. Then maybe we can talk to them. We can see what's going on there. So there's a lot of action on this day today. Of course, tomorrow and Sunday will be very important as well. But for me, I'm really looking forward to this day, to all of the games. I'm not going to miss a single thing. I'm going to try to be everywhere at the same time. And I wish everybody a lot of fun. And we're going to make the best out of it.
So for Jan Henrik, Pavel, Magnus, and Vincent, we say thank you. And for those of you watching at home, good luck, because this is going to be exciting. It's going to be action-packed, as you said. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be drama. And who better to take it away right now than you in the studio, James Dash?
Thank you so very much, Sveta. All warmed up now here in Waisenhaus following that press conference, and a lot of information shared about the partnership between Freestyle and FIDE. But as the players get ready for the opening ceremony and the kickoff of round 1 of the round robin day, we are very happy to be joined in the studio by none other than the CEO of Make.com, Fabian Veit. Thank you so much for joining us here in Waisenhaus. But immediately, I want to come to you about this partnership that has now developed between FIDE's Freestyle Chess and Make.com. So I'll come to you straight away. Where did this all begin? Maybe for yourself personally, but as well for Make.com, that chess was where you guys wanted to get in.
Oh yes, we have so much to talk about, but thank you for having me, and it's awesome to be here. It's amazing. I've been seeing the streaming online many times, and like to be here in the studio is absolutely amazing. I think what you're building with the Freestyle Chess Tour is just super cool, and yeah, we're excited to partner up.
Well, thank you kindly. So what is it about, we'll start with you actually. I want to start with you personally, Fabian. Chess, what is your relationship to chess personally?
So actually, like, I studied mathematics, and when I did so, I kind of started watching on YouTube for some channels that like show chess, and I found this channel from St. Louis back then. It's been a while, basically. And Vachier-Lagrave and Ben Feingold were teaching, basically, and they streamed this, or like they didn't stream, but like they posted the lessons, and so that's how I kind of started to play a bit myself. It was really fun. And so once I turned 30, my friends actually got me some lessons from Vachier-Lagrave in St. Louis. Wow. It was a really fun thing, and I was really like so excited to kind of be there. And yeah, coming to the capital of chess was really fun, so to say. And yeah, so since then, kind of like into it, but definitely like far away from any professional level.
Well, so from there to freestyle chess, though, what about the format of freestyle chess speaks to both you and maybe Make.com as a partnership that you wanted to dive into?
Yeah, so I met Thomas from the freestyle team, and it was super cool to kind of talk about like the vision of like really like making chess more visible and like really like making one of the most intellectually appealing sports more popular and more known. And I think there's a huge followership around the globe already, but kind of like really like boosting this and making it popular is really exciting. And if I think about like the connection between like Make.com and the chess world in general, like you know how they always say with the grandmasters that they can kind of visualize the board and like they kind of see the composition of the pieces, and Make is a little bit that for your digital tools in your work, basically. So it's like you kind of see like how can I connect different tools and apps that I'm using every day, and how can I automate across them, use AI to kind of get my tasks fulfilled. Yeah. And so basically, yeah, imagine like an email coming in, important email, the people get notified, they need to know about it, a task gets scheduled, a calendar follow-up is entered, and all without anybody lifting a fingertip, fully automated.
I love that, because we've heard from Jan Henrik himself that one of the core goals of the freestyle chess circuit, but also the broadcast, was to become more widely appealing and more approachable, right, to the common man. I'll reference myself, you know. Definitely an average chess player. And so very much in the way that we've been challenged to present chess to the world, it feels like Make.com has kind of taken that as an endeavor. How do we take complex systems, maybe things that would normally take years of study to master or understand, and then give people the tools, to utilize those things, but by doing a lot of the work for them?
Yeah, and I think the beautiful piece is it gets visualized, and that's what makes it intuitive and easy for people to understand. And just like a chess match kind of unfolding on the board, you kind of see, hey, how can I actually like work across my systems and get things done?
Very cool. I know you had a question, a bit of a cheeky question, but I do want to make sure you get it in.
Thank you. I have to ask, Make.com is such a cool domain name. How did you get it?
That couldn't have been easy to secure.
Yeah, I think it was one of our boldest moves, basically, like launching a brand under the name Make and finding the domain that comes with it. But I think it has been like an amazing journey ever since, and really helped us greatly to kind of like build a bold and big brand around it.
Do you feel like there's a particular example, perhaps, for those who have not made it to Make.com just yet, of its use cases, either for the everyday person, or maybe a utilization that you feel like could be discovered in the chess world? Like, how could somebody build something chess related within Make.com?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely connect any of the chess apps that are out there, and I think like right now, like it's more and more apps coming out, and as long as they have an API and you have something where, I don't know, you want to study your positions or like connect like information from what you're playing on the different platforms, you could do that. But in the workday, basically, what usually happens is like people have a lot of mundane tasks that they need to get done, and think about like all the things you're like manually typing or like pushing information from A to B. All of that you don't really have to do as a human, and if you can get rid of it, that's awesome.
Well, if you don't mind, I would like to involve you in some of our discussions around the players and the tournament that we have at hand, if that's all right with you.
Let's go.
Okay.
But before we get to that, I actually wanted to ask you, because you mentioned Ben Feingold, you mentioned VAR, and how you had a lesson with him. And I believe that there was a fun crash course 101 on freestyle chess that you had with our very own Peter Lecko and Grandmaster Niklas. What was the big takeaway, and what was that like to actually learn freestyle chess today?
Yeah, it was awesome because Peter is, of course, an absolute legend. And a couple of years ago, I also bought a chess course from Niklas. So like it was cool to meet them in person and them talking me through like how they think about the opening positions. And despite there not being any theory, at least you have like some patterns that emerge and that you can start to recognize, and it was cool to kind of see how they think about it.
That's so cool. And I don't know if we're allowed to break the fourth wall here, James, but we've got Peter and Judith right in front of us. So shout out to them.
Yeah, they'll be joining us all throughout the broadcast. There you go. A quick look at them over at the Legends Deep Dive desk. As I mentioned, they'll be joining us throughout the day, as well as some live commentary as we make a caster switch midway through the day. But now I want to get you on in the hot seat, rather, when it comes to the round robin stage. We have 8 players, only 4 of which will come out of today in contention for the top spot. A lot of people are going to look at players like Magnus Carlsen, of course, to lock up a top 4. The question I have for you is, do you feel like there's a dark horse in this field? Maybe somebody that's, under-discussed or wouldn't normally be considered a contender for top 4 that you feel like is going to show up in a big way this weekend?
That's a tough question. I don't know if I kind of can name a dark horse, but I mean, ultimately, I'm German. I'm based out of Munich, and last year I met Vincent over there, and I would say like, if Vincent wins the whole thing, I'd be rooting for him for sure.
Oh, nice.
Well, he's back where he made it happen just last year in Weisenhaus. He got the top spot. So, again, I think this is where I'll turn to the two of you and maybe ask you as well to get involved in the discussion. Is Vincent in your top 4? Is he somebody that you believe is poised to exit round robin and into the upper bracket?
After you, Tanya.
I'm just going to say I know one more person in the studio who's rooting for Vincent to make it in the top 4. And he's sitting right across from us, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him. But if I have to give you 4 names, I think this is an incredibly tough field. Will not be surprised to see anyone, but I'm going to just name the ones that I see them going through.
All right, let's
I think Magnus, that's an easy pick for anyone. I would say Magnus goes through, Levon goes through, one of the Uzbekistan prodigies, and I think I'm going to take Jabakir Sindarov making it through. And you know what? I'd love to see Hansen.
But this means that you are foregoing Vincent Keimer and Fabiano.
We already have two people
like,
in the
that
studio
is already...
strongly rooting
Oh my
for
goodness.
Vincent.
Tanya's making enemies. Okay, what do you got for me?
I think both the Uzbek.
Ooh.
Wow, both going through.
Both on such hot form, and they're both really good at rapid. Then Magnus, and I can't choose between Levon and Vincent. I think if Vincent makes it, he's gonna...
You're also dooming Fabi. We went from Mr. Consistency to Mr. He won't show up.
I'm sorry, I just saw him play the quicker games in South Africa, and he wasn't quite his best.
Okay.
But the candidate's coming up. He's saving his best for in a couple of months' time.
I gotcha.
Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But who's the fourth pick then? Are you going Levon or Vincent?
Now, this is where I want to hop on Make.com and I want to start pulling together data across different apps because I want, like, would this be something that's possible? Could I basically create like a prediction like app or system that pulls data from different tournaments, different websites, and kind of algorithmically looks at it and spits out a number?
Definitely, you could pull the results from different web pages. You could pull the stuff that all of these players are playing almost daily on chess.com, pull all of that in, see like how they're scoring, and like make your own predictions, either AI-based or whatever else you want to use for it.
Yeah.
Should have done that before giving the names.
Right? Yeah, exactly. I also wonder too, since we talked a little bit about how freestyle is so different from a standard or traditional chess format, in that there is not necessarily opening theory. Is that, again, a curiosity rather that I have in the freestyle world is when we will start to see players develop a deeper understanding of starting positions, right? Maybe notice or replay the same position multiple times and begin to develop a theory around certain positions. Is that something as well that you see, whether it's Make or AI in general, playing a larger and larger role, just as we've seen chess engines play over time in kind of the development of the understanding of the game of chess, but more specifically freestyle, since it seems like there are infinite possibilities? Can AI help us distill that down to important pieces?
Yeah, so there was a cool parallel that I kind of would draw from what Peter Lecko said earlier, where he said, like, when the engines got more powerful and powerful, you got to a place where people that were studying chess their entire life suddenly were told that something that they knew about the game was suddenly wrong because the engine finally told you there's a better way to play it. So like it completely like messes with like the things you know. I think something similar might happen with AI in the business world, where like a lot of things have been done for a long time always the same way, and I think like there's kind of a revolution going on there. But I think like for the freestyle chess part of it, I think the I'm a mathematician, so I would say combinatorial complexity is just too high, right? Like 960 starting positions, and like the multiplication gets so high so quickly.
And I think that's exactly why Magnus had the call out he did in the press conference. This is the kind of format where you need absolute mental clarity right before you go in. And he said it in his press conference that he doesn't want to be sitting there right now. He wants to be thinking about the games that are about to start. He wants to let, the moves do the talking and not the microphone. So I think that was actually a very, very cool call out by Magnus that this is a sports competition first and a media product later.
And it tells me immediately how serious he is about winning this event and this first world championship in the FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship at Waisenhaus. To that end, the preparation is different though, right? Still important, but different to traditional chess, where again, you have this theory, you're crafting maybe an approach based on the opponent that you're going into the next day. At the moment, they know who they're playing. They have no idea what position of those 960 possible, I guess 959, since we won't play 518. So it's about the mind palace.
Yeah, it's just the mindset and the kind of just that zen at being able to be creative from move one. Several players have taken seconds here. They have brought coaches with them to Waisenhaus. I know that Fabiano, for example, plays training games the night before, different setups. There might be patterns behind dozens of different positions. Bishops in the corner, for example, how to approach that. Knights in the corner, how to approach that. But we'll find out whether that pays off later.
And how about that? Right on the bottom of your screens right there, Magnus Carlsen eyes his 20th
Oof, what is that number 21st?
crown. Are you kidding me?
Just let that sink in. 21st. That's 21 more than I dream of.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even. His world championships, if he wins this, are old enough to drink in the U.S. That's impressive. Now, this is another important point that we haven't talked about when it comes to stakes. Obviously, the world championship is on the line, but the top three are going to secure immediately 2027 spots. So that is something else to be considered, you know, just in terms of getting it done now, so that you don't have to be thinking about re-qualifying for the FIDE Freestyle World Championship in the future. And now you can focus on things like the candidates and the rest of your 2026 schedule. We know that these players have such filled schedules that at the end of the day, having this behind you and being able to refocus on what's ahead of you for 2026, I think would be a huge boon to any of these players' careers.
Exactly. I was calling the shots on the play-in for this event, and there were so many top world-class grandmasters trying to get in, and often qualifying for the main event is harder than some of these smaller brackets. But yeah, I think the players still have one goal: world champion. Anything else, just a bonus.
Now we are waiting for Magnus Carlsen.
And I'm not letting you off the hook on this, because you put us on the couch, on the spot with our predictions. David made them as well. James, we didn't get the 4 names. And you know what? At some point, Peter and Judith have to make their predictions as well.
Damn.
Breaking the 4th wall one more time here.
I almost got there. I almost got to the opening
Not letting
ceremony.
you go.
It's Magnus's fault. If he were there, I wouldn't have had to predict. Okay, I'm going to go with Magnus Carlsen, of course. I'm going to be the one who does pick Fabiano, mostly because y'all didn't, and I find that disrespectful. And then from there, I'm going to go with Vincent Keimer.
Oh, you're just playing to the crowd right now. This is you reading the room, James.
I'm playing to our guests. No. I think being in your home country does matter. We talked a little bit about, for a player like Fabiano in our pre-show segment when we had Judith on the desk with us, just how important it is when these players have these packed schedules and they're moving from country to country and they're adjusting, right? Especially in a freestyle format where it is all about your performance on the day, coming in with the right mindset, the right energy. Somebody like Vincent Keimer, who has not had to travel, halfway across the world, I think it lends to him having a hotter start and being more comfortable in his environment. So I'm going to go Magnus, Fabi, Vincent, and Vachier. I think. Again, he impressed me so much.
No Levon on that list.
No Levon.
You're feeling bad already.
I know I am. I know. That hurts me to say. And hopefully he doesn't find me at dinner tonight. But yeah, I think maybe we see a step back from him, and we see some of the the younger guns and Vincent and Vachier come out swinging, especially in the shorter time controls. And then of course Magnus, you can just never count out. You see the players making their way into the studio and gearing up for our opening ceremony. 7 rounds of 10-5 ahead of them. That is a ton of chess. I don't know about you, Fabian, but one of the most exhausting games, in my opinion, is the game of chess. And for myself, when I play online, I play 2 games. The second one's a loss. That's enough for me for the day, maybe even the week. These guys don't have that luxury today. They're going to have to keep trudging along.
Yeah, and they cannot afford to just move the pieces without thinking like you would.
Well, yeah, that's because we can rely on our opponents to make as many blunders as we make across the board. Out of curiosity, where are you rated as
on
a player?
chess.com, depending on the different time controls, it's anywhere between 1100 and 1500. So it's okay.
We'd be great practice partners, to be honest. I'll have to get your account information after this. We'll friend each other and we'll go after. There you see Norbert Abdusatorov as well, making his way into the playing hall. Now he's a guy again that we've talked about has so much potential in this format, but hasn't necessarily hit the marks that we would expect. Referencing his 3 Grand Slam performances from just this past year, 6th, 8th, and 9th as finishes. And yet I feel like at times in the midst of the round robin, we're always talking about him as a threat, and then maybe his foot comes off the gas or something kind of goes awry.
Yeah, he's played 2 very good round robins and then bumped into Magnus and been knocked down. But I just feel that the last few months have been a big breakthrough. I think he saw his countryman Sindarov perform so well at the World Cup. Of course, disappointment that he didn't qualify for the candidates. And suddenly his results, I mean, he could have been a world champion again. He nearly took down Magnus at the World Blitz. Very close games there. And on a hot streak of winning events. So I have a feeling this might be his time. Normally, you just need that first one, and then things start rolling from there.
Yeah, and I just want to follow up on what you just said. I mean, we've got two Uzbeki prodigies here who are peaking simultaneously, right? And they're going to play against each other. And I think that's a great subplot to follow as well with Vachier and Notterbeck. You picked both of them as potentially being in top 4. All of us, in fact, have at least taken one of the Uzbekistan youngsters to make it through, and what a year they've had in 2025. And for both of them, a lot has to do with how things went in freestyle chess, especially for Sindarov in Weissenhaus. You know, it's not just Vincent Keimer who has great memories of this place. It's also Vachier.
That's a very good point. Another curiosity that I have just generally about these players as we await the opening ceremony and the initial position lottery is when we will finally run into that time where we are repeating a position that the players recognize immediately. I think it was in South Africa that there was one discussion where Fabiano sat down and he said, I looked at this position like last night even. Hadn't necessarily played it, but he had looked at it. Are we gonna, when's that first time we get the repeat on the circuit?
The question is whether we'll recognize it.
That's
Maybe
true
the players
too.
will, but it has happened that in one of the freestyle play-ins, position was chosen, and it happened to have occurred in one of the recent events. But I think at this point, the players, maybe it's better to know less. It might be a bit of a curse trying to remember, or I mean, all of the ideas you might have seen from similar looking positions. If you get one detail wrong, everything changes.
Well, again, this is why they need to use make.com to automate the process, okay? don't have the burden on the players themselves, you know, oh, boom, repeat position, plug it in, it spits out, you've seen this before, and here's what you played last time. I'm already coming up with great ideas.
It's the beginning of a beautiful relationship.
Yeah, excuse me while I hop over to make that. No, Fabian, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Any final thoughts from you, either on the partnership itself, on the tournament at hand, before we let you go, get front row seats to enjoy the day?
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited about today, and yeah, thank you for the partnership, and looking forward to a great day of chess.
Well, the pleasure is all ours. Thank you again to Fabian Veit of Make.com, CEO, that is. And as we let him exit the studio and get that front row seat, we're going to hand things over to our Legends Deep Dive Desk, Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko standing by. As I bring you guys up, I want to ask you the very question that I asked both of them, and Tanya forced me to answer, which is, who are your top 4 picks here? Again, it's do or die on day number 1, Peter. Top 4 make it through. Bottom 4 don't have a chance to fight for the top spot. Do you have an inkling of which 4 are going to make it happen?
Yeah, welcome from me as well. Very happy to be here. No, I'm not falling for this trap. I can say that I agree with all the arguments that all of you have highlighted, because I also believe that the Uzbeks youngsters are extremely dangerous and big favorites to making it. My heart is, of course, in some jeopardy here, because I feel like, yeah, Vincent is in a very tough spot with the 10 minutes game section. I think suits Sindarov and Abdusatov better. All the more I'm hoping for Vincent to make it. Levon, clearly after this incredible run that he had last year, we would love to see him fight for the title. Magnus, Fabi has to be there. Arjun is incredible in speed chess as well. I mean, and Hans, we know Hans. Yeah, he's capable of everything. Judith, please make sense of all what I have said.
Well, I think we should have 8 people to qualify to start with. This is more or less the conclusion. My take is that I would not say names. I would say 2 youngsters and 2 old-timers are going to qualify. And let's see who are those. But I'm so excited after seeing Magnus here in the press conference, like, come on, why the hell I'm sitting here? I have to be prepared, focused, and I'm just there. I want to kill everybody. I have to be in the mood. And that was really amazing to see that, so a lot of tension. But James, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to throw one more question right back at you, though, which is, do you feel like we're being unfair to Levon in our predictions? Again, this guy is coming off of back-to-back victories, and yet it feels like all 3 of us, for some reason, are a little cold on his qualification chances.
Well, my feeling is that actually if you look at Levon's result and why he has succeeded winning those 2 big Grand Slams were actually the fast skills. Yeah, because he has won all these crazy tiebreaks against Magnus, against Hikaru, against everyone in the Blitz. So in this regard, I feel like thinking about Levon like 2 years ago, that when we played classical and Levon the artist and like this, we have seen him struggle at the very beginning in the rapid portion back then, but now the fast play became his main strength. So I very much feel that he is a heavy favorite to make it to the semifinals.
Alrighty, so there you go. A little bit of a nod to Levon, and very much a good consideration that he has impressed in the faster time controls in his more recent victories.
James, I'm going to say I call Levon as one of the top 4 at the very start of the show. So I have him in my qualification list here, but I will also say one thing, that for Vincent Keimer, you know, he won Weissenhaus last year. The reason why, again, for me, it's a big question, has been his round-robin performance. As Peter alluded, when there's shorter time control is when we've seen Keimer struggle. So today is the biggest day. In the knockout stages, his principal play, his fundamentals, his feel for everything really shines.
It is a massive pressure day for all 8 of our players, as again, only 4 of the 8 will qualify into the bracket, stay the upper bracket that is, and fight for the top spot. But with the players all making it into the playing hall, it's enough out of us. And time to dive in to Fiona, who's standing by for the opening ceremony of the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship.
Hello and welcome to the FIDE Freestyle World Championship. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony and I'm delighted to be your host this weekend. As we return to beautiful Weissenhaus, a world champion will be crowned here on Sunday after 3 action-packed days of chess. In parallel, we will also see an exhibition match between 2 women players, the winner of which will qualify to next year's Women World Championship. The stage is set, so it's time now to welcome our players. First up, we are delighted to welcome the reigning 3-times Blitz Women's World Champion from Kazakhstan, Bibisara Asaubayeva. Bibisara's opponent is the 12th Women's World Champion and a Women's Rapid World Champion. Please welcome Alexandra Kosteniuk. We now move to the World Championship field, and the winner of this year's Tata Steel chess tournament from Uzbekistan. Give it up for Nordjevik Abdusaturov. Next up is last year's World Cup winner, also from Uzbekistan, Javokir Sindarov. We now turn to a player known for his fighting spirit and uncompromising style from the United States of America, Hans Niemann. Next to the stage, from India and one of the fastest rising stars in elite chess, please welcome Arjun Erigaisi. From Germany, the winner of last year's freestyle event here in Weissenhaus and one of the brightest young talents in the game, Vincent Keimer. Next up, the winner of the Freestyle Grand Slam events in Las Vegas and South Africa, and one of the most creative minds in chess, Levon Aronian. From the United States of America, former World Championship challenger and one of the most consistent elite players in the last decade, Fabiano Caruana. And finally, a 20-time world champion and widely regarded as the greatest of all time. Please give it up for Magnus Carlsen. Oh, here he comes, Magnus. Can we get you to just quickly say hello on the stage? Thank you. So this completes the list of participants in the FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. I would now like to ask you to rise for the national anthem of Germany and the anthem of the World Chess Federation, FIDE. Thank you. You may take your seats. So today, the players will play a round robin at a time control of 10+5. So let's take a look now at the first round pairings. So those are the pairings, and it is time now to draw the first starting position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage the representative of FIDE, Grandmaster Pavel Tregobov. Pavel, welcome. Could I ask you maybe why FIDE decided to do this World Championship in partnership with FIDE, with Freestyle Chess?
Well, it's self-obvious. I think Freestyle Chess proved to be able organizing this event during the whole season last year on the highest possible level. And look at this amazing venue. And I would mention also the unique, friendly atmosphere created, and I think it's much appreciated by the players.
It certainly is, and we can see our players here. They are ready to get started. So I'm going to move to behind the table and ask you, Pavel, are you ready?
I am.
So the first position of the day is going to be number 75075. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to everyone watching at home, have fun.
Where is this? I have a card here. I have a card. I think you go wrong. No, Arjun. Arjun. Yeah. Where is Arjun? Cable. G4. You can castle. Yeah, you can castle on me. G4 is a good move. You cannot play some stuff like D4, castle, G3, D4. Question as well to play. Wait, I mean we can play G3. Yeah, why not? G4? Why not? G4 because I want to play G3, and if they castle, play C4, knight C2. But maybe to play F4 we want this open this bishop. Because if we play G3, F4 we don't. Yeah, it makes some sense. Yeah. And also F5 to the queens. I mean to G4, what was their move? Let's say castle. Castle. We cannot attack like C3, knight C3, B4. Knight C6, you want C4? But maybe castle we play C4. Yeah, I mean C4. In knight C3 it's attack. C4. Yeah. Crushing attack. So G6. C4. Like B6, B3. Or D3. Actually, you know, like, already I think this is. Yeah, no, I think it's bad for black. Yeah, not knight C6. Yeah. Maybe castle C6. Or castle is like very scared of like C4, knight C2, C6. I don't believe this. No, but maybe it's not too much. Like bishop B7, bishop B2, take bishop A1. It should be too much, yeah. Yeah, I don't believe anyone will play like that. Okay, maybe C6. We have a big problem with this knight. Maybe not knight E6 here. This comes like E5. Maybe G5? Yeah. F5? Yeah. Because this could be a little bit weak. Yeah, this could be very good. Take, bishop E4. Yeah. Queen F7. But I don't like Queen H3. H5. Yeah. Bishop E4 is... No, it's like bishop no. C4 is like, I don't know. D3. C3. Some bishop D2. I like it. I don't like this. You don't like which white? For white? No, for black. For black. No, I think this is yeah, long castle. No, this one is like side completely. Because with pawn and c4, this knight struggle to develop. This is the issue. Yes. Because you have no space for your pieces. And with rook here, it's very risky to play. Yeah. No. It's bad actually. No, maybe no. It's not so clear. C5? How do you attack? It's not so clear. No, I mean, it's not clear, but okay, D3, knight C2.
F4, let's say.
F4 also makes some sense.
F4.
Yeah.
Already maybe
Maybe knight D6 first, no?
Already.
Yeah, maybe.
No, this is all. Okay.
Maybe
See,
between
hold
A5.
us. Okay, knight C6, yeah, probably.
Yeah. No, knight C6 is. I mean, we have a lot of options.
Or C6.
Even like I think to knight C6, even like C3. Like, I don't know. Even E3 D4 also looks like very bad with the structure. I don't know.
No, because after G4 they have no weight. Yeah, because there's.
Yeah, maybe. I was thinking like if you
No,
put
C4 logical.
C4 for sure. Yeah. Okay, if they play same stuff, G5, F5.
Maybe G6 because this G5 can be a weakness.
For me,
I don't know.
Wait, we cannot play something like G5 here. I mean, it looks very stupid, but if they cannot play
Yeah,
F5.
it's also interesting.
No, F5. I mean, okay, but what was next?
G6.
No.
Yeah, maybe two.
No. Yeah, C4 one.
If this C5. C5 knight A4.
No, not C5. I mean T3. Number one also. Oh, this, it's like too many moves with pawn.
D3 looks logical, yeah. D3, G5.
We can change, I think. I think change also.
Bishop
a good
C3?
idea, Bishop C3.
H6.
Okay, you can
You can just give,
you
yeah,
can
you
give,
just give,
yeah. Yeah, I think here also you can just
Take B3.
take B3.
Queen G7. I prefer just this. BA?
No, I think here we can play like
Queen B2.
with this stuff like.
No, why not just this?
Yeah, maybe it's a better.
I'm just re-threatening C5.
Yeah. So D6 probably. Yeah.
Position 75 will be the landscape of battle for our first round in the round robin stage. We've heard a bit about what all the players think of this position, but I want to get our dynamic duo, Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko, in on the conversation. Position 75, what do you feel it offers to us? Take it away.
Well, it is interesting, of course. I have to get familiar with the position also myself, not only the players. And try to understand whether the king on d1, is it standing so well or not? And when is white ready to castle? And the bishop on h1 always gives the impression that g4, my move in classical chess, in position 5 and 18 I would go. What do you think, Peter, about that move?
Yes, and I think we have also seen both teams discussing g3 or g4, a very tempting option, hitting the vulnerable spot on b7. And here comes a very big highlight, that the Magnus's team, the players with the black pieces, are considering to meet g4 or g3 with c6, blocking that bishop. But when you look at the position of the youngsters team, they are actually somehow not analyzing c6. They are much more looking what happens if black plays knight c6, knight b6, developing the knights. So that will be kind of a clash of styles, because I do see g4 being played in probably all the games.
Well, and I can see also that the players who are playing with white, they are not the teenagers, but definitely the youngsters with all the fresh look. And I think they have all the optimism that, okay, they are going to, I think they are going to play all g4. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think Sindarov was the first one after like 10 seconds said, well, we go g4 and then we go c4, knight c3, b4, b5, and we crush. those were the very first words of Sindarov. But I'm pretty sure that Magnus and Co will find the way to calm things down.
At the same time, it's interesting that if you play g4, I doubt that white is planning any time in the game to go short castle.
Of course, yeah. Then the king side, the right side of the board is compromised. I have heard Magnus and Fabi Vincent were thinking like, okay, g4, c6, then we're going to g6 or g5 ourselves, create the same questions. Typically, I believe the players were hoping with white to get c4, knight c3. When the question appears that black hits the b2 pawn, then already you should be able to develop the knight behind the pawn.
Well, absolutely. The A1 knight always somehow wants to get to B3. The H1 bishop always wants to get the power immediately by pushing the G pawn. And always the big question is where the king from D1 and D8 will be moving. And many times it happens, the strategy that the players want to wait until one decides, and then they make accordingly their way how to do. But the players right now already, they are going to their boards. So take it away from here, James.
Thank you so very much, Judith and Peter. Interesting as well that they immediately identified kind of the separation in the two groups themselves. The youngsters, the veterans, somewhat serendipitously being split on either sides of the board. But that to me brings up just a more general discussion about the way that the evaluation of the position between players ultimately will play out. You can find yourself falling into a trap of, you know, listening too much to another player within your group, and ultimately that could spell your demise. So it's a matter of, you know, trusting to a degree your competitors, but also forging your own path.
Exactly, and when the players have a bit more time, that's when they like to think and go a bit deeper. But it's fast games, we're about to start. Hans not sitting at his desk. Some mind games. He's about to face Magnus, and both players look visibly nervous.
Avoiding any eye contact before the start of this one. This has to be the marquee matchup for us as the headphones come out for Hans Niemann. Going to play with the white pieces, handshakes.
Sporting a fresh new haircut. Yeah, the headphones on. Doesn't want to be distracted. The handshake extended. The jacket comes off immediately from Magnus Carlsen. That means he means business. We'll go to the foreboard to see if all the players decide to go the same way in the opening moves. Already a couple of our boards, multiple moves in, waiting for Magnus to catch up.
And Judith was right. Her move, G4 on all four boards to start the games. We've seen other pawns pushed on the other flank, and it looks like the players with the white pieces are going for that light squared bind. C4, knight C3, G4, light squared bishop out. And okay, slower start in some of the games, but now catching up.
Well, I'm going to say I think the players playing with the white pieces, they've all watched Queen of Chess. That's why we see G4 for the score, starting early on, eyeing that B7 pawn, the tender spot. The players playing with the black pieces, different approaches here. David, on two boards, we see the defense coming with the knight moving forward, blocking the diagonal, and the other with C6, blunting the bishop.
Yeah, so perhaps we dive into Magnus's board up against Hans Niemann, as this is one that everybody will have a keen eye observing. But we can talk about what this pawn push achieves as compared to the knight moving out in defense.
Yeah, very quick action replay from move one. We did see G4 on all four boards, as Peter and Judith pointed out, hitting a pawn. And I would say it's a generational thing, maybe. Often the slightly older players, Magnus, he likes to talk about having a solid structure, blocked games, slower kind of pace, and he can control things more. Other players brought their knight out instead, where maybe that knight is misplaced. It's kind of a pin if that knight steps out, as we saw on other boards, since the B7 pawn's still vulnerable. And if we go back instead, the pawn steps out, and to catch up, quick early pawn trade. And Magnus is thinking here, he loves to bring his queen out early, Tanya. It's a bit of his trademark of his in freestyle chess, but now he's paused.
And sometimes that even comes at the cost of a pawn. This one also comes at the cost of a pawn. It is an early gambit. Magnus doesn't decide to take the F5 pawn, but opens up the bishop, attacking the soft B2 square. And I want to also add to the G4 point that you were talking about earlier. I think with freestyle chess, it's so much about quick piece development. It not only opened up the long-range bishop, but also the queen and the rook for an additional rook lift later on. And now Magnus finally recapturing that pawn and opening up the G line. More captures to follow, David.
It does look that way. My prediction of the early queen sortie from black not coming out. This time, Magnus goes for a very solid structure. What do we think? A draw in this game would be fine for both players, but obviously they both really want to take each other down.
Magnus versus Hans never ends in a draw, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I would agree with your sentiment that it would be fine if that was the case, but I will also agree with Tanya that that's not going to happen. Somebody's winning this one.
Okay, rook's off the board early. No kingside castling, no castling to the right here for either side. Of course, still flexible on the other side. They can just switch their kings and rooks around, get castled, but yet to commit. Very solid start to this game. But still plenty of time on the clocks as well.
Exactly. I mean, Hans Niemann is moving so quickly, but so akin to how he would normally push the pace in a game. Now already has a minute advantage to Magnus Carlsen, and that's, I think, how you have to play against Magnus, right? You don't want to be whittling pieces down, entering mid and end game states even on the clock. That is an advantage that you always want to build for yourselves.
I am though liking what Magnus has done in the opening already. You know, with the queen you mentioned, it has sort of found an active square. Not only the G line was eyeing the C4 square, the bishop opened as well. The other bishop ready to jump out to H5, David, given the opportunity to find some targets. It just looks slightly more active for black, or is it too soon to call?
Yeah, I mean, I think black's in a very healthy position here. I don't see any problem pieces. One question will be what to do with the cornered knight, where to develop it. The other knight can come out via the edge of the board if it needs to. There's other ways later, just by pushing the pawn perhaps. I don't see any problem pieces, and that's normally a sign that, for black at least, the opening's been relatively successful. But we'll see, it's still early days. Maybe the white queen will come out with a bit of power, ask black some awkward questions about this undefended pawn. White will be slightly ahead in development since he started with the first move. Extra 2 minutes on the clock as well for Hans Niemann. That's going to play a factor later.
Most definitely. And now Magnus Carlsen does get that cornered knight into the game. Hans Niemann will follow suit, but they both prefer different squares, so breaking symmetry when it comes to those two pieces.
Ooh, Tanya, it's something that you mentioned a bit earlier to me before the games began. Watch out, there's one undefended pawn here. There's two, actually, the A and B pawns, but the knight has one in its sights.
And the thing is, it almost looks like you allow that and you're dead lost with black. But then there is this secret resource of freestyle chess that's possible that actually saves the day, even if knight to c5 was to happen. But Magnus says, I'm not looking at long castle as my defensive resource. I'm going to develop my own pieces, take away that square. After knight jumps to a5, though, David, I think we're going to see a quick castling by Magnus Carlsen.
I'll just put that on the board because we could also see a checkmate if Magnus doesn't spot that the pawn is under fire. If he makes some random move, this would be game over. This hasn't happened on the board, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, this would be solved, as Tanya says, by just swapping around the king and queen, king and rook even, and defending the pawn. Hans has done something else. He instead pushes the pawn, opening up his bishop, his queen.
Okay, so
very stable.
Yeah, changing it up, moving to the other side of the board, opening up a line for that dark squared bishop.
Yeah, that could be an annoying pin if the bishop does come out. Not so easy to defend against.
Yeah, you can kind of see the uncomfortability of black's king at this point, right? Kind of being attacked from both sides here rather soon. Of course, we do have that long castle as an option, which would sidestep the pin. Would create a pin, though, on the rook after that happens.
Yeah, one way to solve that would be to bring out the black bishop, maybe, just to control some squares. If you kind of see your opponent's threats, then maybe you can stop them in advance. But I do quite like how Hans's bishops will be placed, especially if black is the first one to commit and castle. White's bishops will be on the long diagonals. The knights are on that side of the board. You could see some kind of strange attacks that black will struggle to parry.
And it feels like Magnus is feeling a bit of the stress in the position, you know? He doesn't look like he's completely settled in, not completely relaxed out of the opening outcome that he's got. And I think all the points that you've said, and on the other hand of the screen, the other side of the screen, Hans locked in, bishop f2, bishop h4. Big ideas, and the clock keeps ticking for Magnus.
Yeah, it tends to be a trend. When Magnus is confident, when he knows he's kind of in form, in the flow, he's always up on time.
Yeah.
But World Rapping Championship, although he came back ultimately the first few rounds when he was fumbling pieces, dropping those pieces, he was behind on time, wasn't quite at the top of his game yet, and 3 minutes and counting. That's a big time advantage.
If you had to pick a point in the tournament in which Magnus Carlsen is the most vulnerable, it would be game one of a quick round robin. Exactly. So for Hans Niemann, a guy who's been hunting for victories against Magnus Carlsen above all else, this is the time. And you said it best there, Tanya. He's locked in, it seems.
And he can feel it. He can feel the discomfort, the displeasure that Magnus has currently. I mean, the clock tells you the whole story, and it's just not easy to finish development. You know, if you just draw that arrow with the bishop landing on h4, suddenly the black king is trapped in the center. You're not getting it to safety because e7 is under big fire. And if you were to get it to safety, then the other diagonal comes into play as well. I think Hans, the way he's placed his knights on b3 and c3, far better than Magnus's a6 and c7.
Yeah, it's something that Peter and Judith were saying earlier. Normally, knights on the third rank are great, but only when they've got a pawn in front of them to control some squares to shelter those pieces. The knights here, they're in a stable, they're very safe. Black's knights kind of get in the way of each other. Superfluous knights, we would call them. One might want to go back and use the square that the other is sitting on. They just look a bit clumsy. So nothing too dramatic for now, nothing too tangible, but first threats on the board.
Yeah. But how about that? A couple-minute think there for Magnus Carlsen to find that bishop move. And while the computer doesn't like Hans's most recent move, it was a quick response from him. Now, Magnus is going to look to lash out. He had built up this pressure, queen and bishop eyeing that pawn, and now looking for a break of his own.
And I think that's why he took all that time. Not only the pawn, the knight behind that pawn, which is going to be picked up if pawn takes pawn happens. That trade comes with a big check on Hans Niemann's centralized king right now. And this is the move, David, that I think Hans completely missed when he blitzed out, bulleted out bishop to f2.
Yeah, I mean, Hans, I can totally understand why he wanted to race. He wanted to emphasize the lead on the clock. But every move has a purpose. Every move has consequences. Magnus chose this one for a reason. Yeah, so slightly surprising that Hans didn't pause for at least 5 seconds longer and wonder, why did the world number one set up this battery on the diagonal?
Yeah, the a7 pawn is hanging. But I guess the idea is I'm happy to give that up in trade for the minor piece with the eventual flurry of trades.
Exactly. And we can put that on the board briefly while Hans contemplates what to do next. Bishop takes pawn. We would see some exchanges in the center, and I think the fact that the white king is now a bit open with less pawn shelter in front of it means that that little trade helps black. Still some threats on the white knight.
But this is extremely unpleasant now for Hans. This last move has completely changed the character of the position. Magnus is on the hunt right now. If you can't go pawn takes pawn, you can't grab the pawn on a7. I don't even see a good way to defend the c4 pawn. What's your move here, if you're white?
Ooh, I mean, I would be looking at moves like this one, just bringing the knight forward. And yes, black can exchange everything on c4, but okay, at least you get the bishop pair in return. What else? Maybe Hans is calculating. I don't think this one works out for him. Bishop takes knight would be super strong. You're right, Tanya. It's suddenly unpleasant, and it's the trend, the turn in the game. It looked very harmonious for white. Suddenly there's direct threats. What to do next?
It's so unpleasant that Magnus's heart rate isn't showing up anymore. He's in chill mode right now.
Yeah, okay.
Meanwhile, Hans Niemann with 108.
He does go for a move. I was going to ask if jumping the knight itself out of the way, it doesn't feel good because it's retreating, and you can see the engine kind of reflects that. You're basically just losing a little bit of space. You're allowing still the trade of pawns to come through and creating perhaps that vulnerable position for your own king here.
It's a free pawn, David.
Yeah, it's a free pawn, and as we showed earlier, white can go pawn hunting himself, but the white bishop will be offside. It's a bit time consuming, and not only is black taking a pawn, but the queen might eventually find herself on a very active square. I am surprised that... Oh, I was going to say Magnus wasn't going to take that pawn, but he did, and it's given a question mark. Surprising turn of events. It was the most natural move, and that's disappeared. Bishop takes pawn. Magnus in the lead, materially and objectively here.
And you see that shift, right? The speed with which now he's playing his moves. There's no pause, there's no indecision there. He lined up the bishop, broke open with b5, picked up that pawn. Hans Niemann now with b3, attacking the bishop, eyeing that a7 pawn next himself. Magnus would just retreat, but would that allow bishop takes pawn? But there are tactics and tricks in the position. Loose pieces drop off. And David, you know where my head's at.
I do. I think white might be saving himself with some tactics. If we put it on the board, if Magnus drops his bishop back, for example, bishop takes pawn, it does look like white's walking into a fork. I'm hoping I'm reading your mind here, Tanya. But, at the end, this is a double attack. White's bishop will save itself with a check, and the game goes on, although black is still doing very, very well. Let's see, Magnus is instead... Well, he actually did play that move to retreat the bishop.
Are we going to see this play out? Will Hans Niemann pick up that pawn on a7?
We'll have to see. It's a tough call to make, but this is such quintessential Magnus, right? He used the time in the proper moments, and his opponent maybe got a little bit ahead of himself, didn't use the time. He'll be thinking back 3-4 moves to that bishop move. I gave him the opening. If I had just had a little bit more composure, I wouldn't now be on the back foot fighting against the world number one.
Ooh, and the other knight jumps in. Tanya, I think he's got some sneaky threats, some traps in mind. He might even be taking this pawn next just to remove the defender, and he would be able to swoop in with his bishop, with his queen. There will be some nasty checks on the white king. given a question mark from Magnus, but I think this is a very clever move, especially under this time control. The bishop drops back and, oh, some calculations needed. I'm not sure whether you can take this pawn. Can you take the knight first? Tactics are starting to emerge. Bishop takes knight.
I like that idea. Just get rid of the defender, pick up the pawn. That would hit the rook eventually. And that's the thing about Magnus, you know, his ability to take these practical decisions in unfamiliar positions of freestyle chess are just on another level. He'll take his couple of minutes, but even if he doesn't find the best first few moves, practically very difficult to find the response to them. And that's how he got b5 in today.
Yeah, and I would expect to see Magnus start to liquidate, right? Because while he's used his time brilliantly to gain a position like this, an advantage position, he's still sitting with 3 minutes. So let's get rid of some pieces. Now that I've gotten that advantage, let's move to an endgame where I'm so comfortable to move kind of at the pace of increment.
Yeah, spot on. He needs to simplify things at some point. A 5-second increment is not enough. The variation I would be looking at is the one that Magnus is going to play. Here we go. It's very important as well that when his queen gets hit, I'm assuming the white rook under fire now is going to slide the whole way across. Black's queen is going to have an open diagonal and some big entry squares. Not just a pawn up now, Magnus Carlsen. He's got a safe king for now, and he's going to have an attack brewing.
It looks like close to a winning advantage. The only thing that you have to watch out or figure out is how's that knight on a2 finding a way back home. You know, just make sure that piece doesn't get trapped. It's kind of hard to get to it. There's always a defense like rook sliding over to the flank A line and defending it from there. I think this is just a very healthy pawn up. The king in the center, absolutely safe. You can go bishop to d5, trade off more pieces, get rid of that bishop on the diagonal at the right moment as well. Things looking good for Magnus. I think he's about to take the dub here.
It definitely looks to be that way. Of course, for Hans, we know the rook's got to move. It's just a matter of where it goes. So waiting for him to make a decision there. Bottom of your screen, so many tactics for Black. White's entire focus is on defending. This game only ends one way. So our chat very much echoing your sentiment at this point here, Tanya, that it feels like a determined result with Magnus Carlsen piloting the Black pieces.
And for Hans, I mean, he's going to put up a fight. He's going to find some counterplay. And he's a very tenacious defender. He slides his rook across one square. He kind of took his eye off the ball just for half a move. He just forgot his opponent's plan. And that's crazy that Magnus can punish mistakes like that so hard. But Tanya, what do you make of this?
Well, it comes with a threat, right, David? Now pinning that d7 pawn, bishop takes pawn are ideas that you have to watch out. And maybe this is the moment, being up a pawn, you try to trade off more pieces, plant your own bishop at the center of the board, get rid of that active piece on h1. Bishop d5, knight d5 would be ideas that I would be looking at here.
Yeah, both look very natural, very strong. Magnus could also maybe start by sliding his queen across, just trying to break in on the diagonal. Most likely, White would react by either sliding his king up, ensuring there's no checks, or I was going to say maybe a later point trying to hide his king nearer his queen. But for now, Magnus does bring his knight forward. It's the other direction, maybe threatening some checks, but also opening up his own king for a check.
It's true, but he continues to find the top engine lines here. So Magnus has quickly warmed up into our round robin stage.
I think there is extra motivation for him whenever he's playing against Hans. You know, he says, I don't want any of those early slips that sometimes I can falter to, not against this guy. So comes out in great form here.
Yeah, Hans going to slide his king over, and neither player opting for the castle that was offered to them from move 1. I guess still technically available for Magnus if he ever wanted to go for it.
Yeah, he loves to delay castling. He loves to keep his opponent guessing, to keep flexibility. At some point, that might be a very good move for Black, just to get off the dark squares, just to hide. And maybe the rook will want to come down this open file later. So I wouldn't rule it out, castling for Black. But for now, the wait continues. That knight, yeah, the longer it stays there, the more uncomfortable it might feel for Magnus. Down to his last 1.5 minutes now.
Yeah, the clock is Hans Niemann's best friend right now. It is the hope. And when you go into time scrambles, crazy things can happen, right? We've seen all of those narratives play out. The knight comes back right now, eyeing some key central squares as well. All these question marks that keep appearing, I think you just ignore that for now, David. Every move that Magnus has played where this particular question mark has come up, I'd give the question mark to the question mark.
Exactly. He's not losing his advantage. He's still better. It's just maybe there were slightly more accurate moves, other priorities. the knight is coming back, so I think a good practical decision.
Yeah, feels super logical, especially considering that you were talking about Tanya, where as the game progresses, that knight on A2 feels more and more vulnerable and less effective. So given that it is now defended by the knight on B5, we're going to take our chance here to try and get it back to safety, centralize it, find a better square for it.
Something just happened on Vincent Kleimer's game. Oh, or not.
Nope, we got baited by the computer. I saw it in the moment that you saw it as well. Looked like it might have been a blunder. I think after the board's updated, they go back to evens, so we won't rush over there just yet. That said, just as I have a bird's eye view, two of our players with black are advantage. The other two boards sit at about equality right now. So it seems like position 75 has lent itself to the players with the black pieces finding some counters in a way to kind of strike back.
Yeah, very, very interesting. To my eyes, the start position looked a bit dangerous for black, but surviving the first wave, just getting the pieces out. Often you feel this pressure, this mental kind of burden with white to do something, to create something. If you don't, then things can turn very quickly in freestyle. And there is a threat. Rook takes knight now. The white queen is helping the rook hit those knights. Rook for two pieces would be a big advantage. So Magnus goes back, also logical. And okay, some small inaccuracies from the world number one here.
I mean, small, you say. That looks pretty large to me.
Oh, the rook slides. It looks like white had an opportunity there to take the knight off the board. Bishop takes d5, get rid of that piece, maybe deliver a check. On the dark squares, black was slightly vulnerable. Now things looking slightly more healthy for Magnus, maybe with some counterplay of his own, bringing the queen all the way in. But Hans does find the key idea, removing black's best minor piece.
Okay. Yeah, he took that one tempo, or tempi, to threaten the queen. But to your point, it almost feels like he pushed the black queen onto a better position for the counterattack.
This is getting absolutely chaotic. Hans Niemann has just picked up the f5 pawn, but Magnus's queen is about to swoop all the way across and give a check on a1. How safe is Hans's king on f2?
He's going to hope it's safe. That's not obvious how to continue for Magnus. He brings his knight back first. Giving the check was the superior move in that position.
But now, David, you could go queen e5 and offer a queen trade and just not allow a check on a1.
And that's exactly what he needs to find in this moment.
And he does it.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
That's why Magnus should have started with a check, get his queen out first. I think he didn't want to put his queen too far away from the defense. Black's king wasn't safe either, but now with the queens off, this is traditionally where Magnus starts to up his game, starts to go through the gears. He's lost most of his advantage objectively, but it's level material. Still enough imbalance.
Yeah, but not level clock positions, right? This is where I'll reference 40 seconds with 5-second increment here for Magnus Carlsen, but a full 3 minutes to Hans's name as we see another flurry of trades at the center of the board.
I mean, it is a hideous pawn structure for Hans, right? Every pawn disconnected, doubled e-pawns, well, for both Magnus and Hans. But I think that knight trade by Magnus almost felt like a bailout to me, that once the knights are off the board, opposite color bishops, you know what, David? You said it. Is a draw incoming for the first time in chess history between Magnus and Hans.
It should be a draw, right? But you can never count out Magnus's ability to kind of finesse something here down the stretch, especially considering that ugly pawn structure, right? We've got a little bit more coordination between the black pawns in the center of the board, so possible for Magnus to get a win out of this.
James, maybe it's just the year of peace, you know, FIDE Freestyle, Magnus, Hans.
Everybody's shaking hands to kick off the day.
Yeah, still early days in this endgame, but a draw must be the most likely result. Hans has got his bishop on a nice anchored square, protecting his passed pawn. The b-pawn will keep Magnus, at least one of his pieces, distracted.
And Magnus follows suit. He's going to anchor one of his pawns as well here. So now we've got bishops locked in place. Rooks are going to look to maneuver.
You know, if Magnus is able to somehow squeeze this one out, yes, we've said it many times before, it's impossible, and then he does it over and over again. But David, this is just, you'd require a different level of skill to make this happen. Such few pieces, such few pawns. Can't imagine a passed pawn being created for black either. Do you see any hope for a Magnus grind in this one? And where do you find it?
He's going to march his king at some point. Hans just needs to be ready. Magnus's king can aim for the e5 pawn, the central pawn here. It can aim even further into the camp. So I think great move there from Hans Niemann. Keeps the white rook active. He's going to keep the white rook hitting pawns that the black king might be forced to defend. And at the very least, at some point, you might even be able to cut off that king. But for now, I think I would still choose black. Just more compact pawn structure. Clock time is the one thing that I think Hans Niemann will try to use as a bit of a weapon here. Brings the king
All
out.
right, the king's on its way out. This is what you expected, so now it's about how Hans responds. Of course, the other boards, perhaps we hop to the 4 board real quickly just to get a bird's eye view, as a number of our boards are moving down the stretch. And I mentioned a number of them were in equality just moments ago. You can see their top left of your screens. That was one of the ones that was sitting at zeros only moments ago. And now Arjun Erigaisi has found himself a very solid advantage up against Vincent Keimer. Arjun, somebody we didn't talk a ton about at the top of the day, but a threat, to say the least, in the quicker time controls and one of the more aggressive players in the field. He's showing us that here. You can see as well Fabiano Caruana in the top right of your screens. He as well is taking it to Noderbek Abdusattorov, with himself a very large advantage in that game. By my count, he's up a pawn as well as a solid board position. And then, of course, we've got equality in Magnus versus Hans. And then Levon Aronian seems to have a slight advantage here against Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, but that position's completely crazy. Lev versus Vachier, do we have time to do a quick dive into that before we go back to Magnus? Because crazy things are happening there, David.
Crazy things. He's the exchange up, Levon Aronian, but both kings are weak, both kings are getting hit. Queen's on the board, knight's dancing with some checks. Ooh, mistake there. Levon, and the knight goes back.
Oh, attacks the queen, coming in with more checks. The queen jumping onto f6, knight g5, queen h7. I'd be petrified with black here with king safety.
Both players with just double digits on their clocks as well.
5 seconds
Got to be
left.
moving quick here. Levon's feeling the pressure. He does get a move out, dropping the queen back. But now there's an opening here for Sindarov.
And he's going to make the most of it.
Ooh, knight check in the air. The black king not got any defenders around it. White's bishop is not participating in the attack, but everything else...
He got flagged!
What?
Levon flags! He lost on time. He didn't make the move on time. And that's it. Vachier gets the win.
Oh my goodness, what a start here for Vachier-Lagrave, and unfortunate for Levon that he couldn't get the move out in time. That might come back to bite you again. It is a pressure-filled round-robin day. At least a smile on his face as he kind of realized that he let that one slip with poor clock management. Sindarov, though, he's already sitting at a 1-0 scoreline through round 1.
We should mention Levon's final move was a blunder as he made it, so losing on board and clock in the final position, but that is huge for the standings. Great start for Sindarov again. He seems to do that every group stage, every event. But back to this endgame, and not too much has changed. Just one trade of pawns. 2 pawns on the e-file disappearing. Black's king, though, so stable. Black's rook a bit more active. Does feel like this is Magnus grind territory.
That's exactly what it is. Expecting this one to extend as long as Magnus feels like he has a way to win.
Yeah, we should mention opposite color bishops. If rooks disappear, even at the cost of one of the white pawns, maybe the B pawn, for example, it's a draw. Dead draw on the blockade on the dark squares for Hans Niemann, but he's very much the one trying to desperately get the rooks off. Magnus now flustered. Will we see 2 legends lose on time? Surely not.
I mean, that's the story of Weissenhaus, right? It's where giants bleed. We saw that in the first slam as well. Now, I really like the piece activity that Hans has. He can slide the rook over all the way to the other side, start targeting that 8-7 pawn. He changes his mind. He comes back with the king. He's offering a repetition right now to Magnus.
Yeah, end of the day, we said Hans both
Magnus
might be happy with a draw. Hans would be very happy with a draw at this point. They are going to offer the draw. The handshake is extended. It will be our only drawn game in round 1, as the others concluded just moments ago. So 3 decisive victories, while these 2 will share half a point apiece through our first round of the day.
Yeah, I think a fair result. Ultimately, they both played very, very well. Magnus with some maybe half chances, but Hans putting up the barricades and defending well.
Yeah, it was kind of one of those, it looked really good for Hans through about the halfway point in terms of number of moves in that game. There was that one bishop move, gave Magnus an opening. Magnus, so akin to his ability, will find it in that moment. But then started to play a little bit more cautiously, it felt like. And maybe it is because it's the first game of the day, didn't want to take too many risks, let Hans back in.
I think it's a great result for Hans as well. To start the day with this draw against Magnus, whether he had a little bit of an advantage, rushed through or not, he managed to get in control when it did have this slip. I don't think Magnus is happy with this at all.
Well, round one is in the books, and that man on your screen has half a point to his name. He is the man to beat, though, in so many players' minds. Hans Niemann won't get the victory in this one, but he will get the half a point for himself, staying even with the world #1. Across the rest of our boards, though, we had 3 decisive victories. It was Fabiano Caruana coming out on top over Nodirbek Abdusatorov. It was Arjun Erigaisi getting the win over Vincent Keimer. And then, of course, Vachier-Lagrave winning against Levon Aronian on time. So a bit of a slip up there for our most recent Grand Slam winner in Levon Aronian. But that's plenty of our thoughts on how the round broke down. I want to hand things over to our legends at the deep dive desk. Judith Polgar, Peter Lecko, take it away.
What a round we had. 3 decisive game, and of course, what a nerve-wracking draw between Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen. There's so much to talk about. I think we should start with Magnus's game. Or which one you want to start
we can start with anything. Yeah, I'm also still trying to catch my breath because I was also analyzing, doing the deep dive, and then I got carried away. I was trying to follow the live action. Things got completely out of control. Judith, I give you the floor. Which game you want to start with?
I think you showed such an amazing thread of line with Magnus that after that line it will be only easier to follow the others. So let's start with that. Because right after the opening, you showed an incredible kind of lines, already move 5 or 6.
Yes.
Let's bring up the board.
Exactly. Let's start with that because let's understand why I got carried away. So the move G4 was played. We talked about it. We have also expected that Team Magnus will react with C6, and in fact he did it. Fabiano and Vincent played knight C6. Levon also played C6, C4, F5, GF, and G6. This was a very fascinating moment because it looks like a gambit, but in fact it's not because if white takes on G6, then black takes, bishop takes B2, and it creates a double attack. So white cannot play like this, but if white plays the move that Hans played, knight c3, g takes f5, black has very comfortably equalized, got a very nice position. You can play it by hand, and Magnus has played it wonderfully. But the big but is this, that after g6, white could, according to computer, take f take g6, and one of the most fascinating lines that I've ever seen in my life could have arisen if we follow computer. Bishop takes b2. Isn't it game over? No. G takes h7. Seemingly this is a random pawn. Black plays rook h8. Up till here you calculate and you think like, okay, wait a second, my friend. I mean, your rook and the knights are hanging. This is a big problem. And here comes this stunning move, queen h3, a piece sacrifice. Bishop takes a1. If you take the rook, you can of course take the rook as well. But if you take the rook, then white just takes it back. And after queen f7, which hits the pawn, it is very important that white can always protect that pawn with bishop e4, and after queen takes e4, even queen c3, trading the queens, or knight c3 gives white a clear advantage. So the main line is clearly what happens if black just picks up the knight in the corner, and then slow play starts, knight c3. If you give up your dark square bishop, that's not recommended. Bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, the dark squares. Look at the bar giving white a very big advantage. Once again, after queen f7, bishop e4 being the key move, protecting the pawn. So the line continues, knight c3, bishop b2, rook c2, chasing that bishop. Bishop goes to a3, knight e4, now suddenly the queen targets that bishop. Bishop b4, rook b2, you keep on hunting that bishop. Knight a6, the best move. a3, bishop a5, rook takes b7, knight a7. I wanted to stop the line, you know, but I thought like, come on, black is a piece up, I cannot stop it. Why? What's going on? Rook g5, the rook comes, rook enters, continues harassing that bishop. Bishop b6 is only move, then white pushes c5, bishop a5, and now comes the stunning f4, opening up the bishop from e1, and white is having some ideas like knight d6, bishop h4, and the line continues like queen f7, knight d6, and wait a second, why I'm following the line, because look at this, takes, knight takes e8, and now the stunning point. Judith? Stunning point?
This is the funniest part. Like, obviously, all these moves were forced, right?
Kind of, yes.
And now?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your chairs. What's the key about, what's the key point of freestyle? What about castling? Yes, you should not recapture the knight, but use the chance to castle long, and you are kind of okay. After rook takes c7, knight takes c7, knight c7, bishop c7, bishop g3, we get a slight tiny bit advantage for white. White can grind this, but should be probably drawable. What a line. just insane.
Well, this is why people like freestyle, because we can just move freestyle, all the moves, and then we get, even after so many moves, such an amazing ideas. And we have other interesting moments of other games. I wanted to highlight and bring up Fabiano's game, because I found one moment in move 12, I believe, that if you can bring that up, Fabiano won the game. Very sharp play. And of course, we can talk a lot about opening and all the things. In 2 games, actually, it was that the bishop from h8 took the c3 knight, which is, I think, it's a decisive move. But right now, in this position, it was black to move, right?
Yes.
And it's a decision. How do you continue the game? Because the king is always somehow vulnerable in the game, right? In freestyle. And now there was a big question and decision to make by Fabiano. What would our audience play? Short castle to the right side or to the left side, long castle? I think most of us would be more logical to go for long castle, because what Fabi did, it seemed to be quite dangerous to go short castle. And I'm pretty sure it was a surprise for his opponent.
Probably. For sure, and the even bigger surprise that his first line engine move, castling short here. So what an insane move, which I believe also already explains why Fabi went on to win this game, because short castle could have this psychological impact. Yeah, it looks like you are castling into some kind of a attack, but in reality it turns out that black is the one who is using the F file and hitting the pawn on F4. So in fact, winning a tempo by hitting the F4 pawn was psychologically and even objectively key. And after E3, E5, black was breaking the position, and then suddenly in a practical game defending this, yeah, and he even lost the pawn, went on to lose. So in fact, castle was a winning move.
Well, Fabi, we know that he can be extremely sharp, he can calculate extremely well, and he's not afraid of the rook on g1, just entering onto the g file. I mean, if he calculates that he's doing fine, he's winning a pawn. And surprise moves also count a lot, especially in blitz games. But I think now it's about time to toss it back to James.
Thank you so very much, Judith and Peter, for all of your insights. Incredible lines that they were discussing there. I appreciate of course, they were all forced moves, right? But it speaks to the hilarity at times that freestyle chess can offer, and the difficulty that it is for these players to play to perfection that maybe we expect from them a bit too often.
Yeah, I mean, the players, when they analyze afterwards, they'll also see the beauty in some of these variations. And with a bit more time on the clock, who knows, we might have seen some of those wild lines with such precise moves needed. But yeah, I was just loving that breakdown. Lots of stuff happening, of course, over the 4 games.
That's right.
We're getting to enjoy those key moments.
Round 1 is in the books. Let's refresh on the standings here just before we head back in for the second round of the day. Vachier-Lagrave getting it done over Vincent Keimer. He's got a 1-point lead to his name there. Fabiano Caruana, he also takes a decisive victory alongside Vachier-Lagrave over Levon Aronian. The only players to split a game, half a point apiece, are Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen. Those are the standings, or the results rather, going into round number 2. So let's take a look at the matchups. Who's playing who as we head into our second game of the day. Vincent Keimer, he'll move on to face Levon Aronian, who took that unfortunate loss on time in just that first round. Magnus Carlsen, he now goes up against Vachier-Lagrave. We'll see if Vachier can keep up the fight. Fabiano Caruana, he moves on to face Hans Niemann. That took half a point in that first round. And Vachier-Lagrave, Noterbek Advisatorov, they will round out our second round of the day. Players are just about ready to go. Any final thoughts from you, Tanya, on these matchups before we dive into the position lottery?
I think 2 really stand out to me, right? Vincent Keimer versus Levon Aronian, a very tough round 1 to start with. I think it's absolutely key for either one of them to get a win right now. A draw wouldn't serve the purpose. Again, it's a qualification to finish at the top 4. Every round matters, only 6 more left. I think Magnus versus Vachier, a big one. Vachier in round robin, traditionally in freestyle chess, has a great score against Magnus Carlsen. He's taken him down. He just took him down in the Grand Slam in South Africa as well as in Weissenhaus. Can he do it for a third time?
I think it's a huge point. The fact that the players who already took a loss and are sitting on 0 to their name, right now they're going to be feeling the pressure already in round number 2. The players are just about ready to dive into the second game of the day. That means Fiona is back on stage for the position lottery. So let's head in and see what the landscape of battle will look like for our second round of the day.
Thank you, James. Welcome back, everyone. We just saw an exciting first round with 3 decisive results, and we're ready now for the next draw. And I'm very happy to be joined by Fabian FIDE, the CEO of Make.com. You are a new partner of this event. And let me ask you, do you see any parallels between this event and Make.com?
Yes, absolutely. So when you think about these brilliant minds, the grandmasters, visualizing the chessboard and like seeing the composition of the board, this is what Make.com is basically for your digital tools. It gives you an overview across how you can connect the different systems and automate your busy tasks and work, basically. So that's the parallel, I would say.
That's fascinating. And actually, we had the players talk about it a bit yesterday. That content will be out shortly. But for now, it is time to draw the next position. Fabian, are you ready? We can push it in. And the next position is going to be number 349, position number 349. As always, the players get 10 minutes. Best of luck, and to the fans, have fun.
One of you is
This
looks
left
so
one's at the,
familiar.
you're at the wrong.
Oh, I'm black. This looks like you're.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Is Noterbeck similar to that one, or like F4, F5, take E4 or something? I mean, probably not the same, but it was very similar.
Oh.
I think maybe the queen was on G1 that one, and
yes,
or on H1, and then you played like G3.
Yeah, there was, but there was some.
It's very similar.
Some castling motive
But okay,
there,
like
like
F4,
after C3,
why
like this.
Why not knight b6 then? Or you want to go F5?
Yeah,
Usual.
F5 was also
The usual stuff. Is
Yeah,
it
the
so?
skills.
I mean F6, E5 in some order.
yeah, but we're happy about this stuff, right? We play E4, G4, knight G3.
Because of this guy, yeah.
I think we're happy with this space.
We have to do this right. Otherwise it looks very
symmetrical.
I believe F5 or knight B3.
Maybe they'll try to play with queen a5, like d3, f5, queen a5.
C6, I don't believe.
Yeah. I forgot about c6.
What about knight B3, F5, bishop D4, something like that? Yeah, knight B3. F5. You play F5 or F6? Yeah, also is a question.
f5, bishop d4 is a bit annoying, yeah?
Yes. Bishop And if you D4? don't have some gambits, it's like I don't like position.
Go for f6.
F6.
And queen g3.
Yeah.
Queen g6.
No, queen G3. But okay, too risky, I think. It's for too white risky, to but play when queen G3. Levon is played, it's really very good against me. Last in Las Vegas. Good queen G2.
Okay, but
I mean, or do we want to go for bishop a7?
I mean, bishop a7 is check not going to be bad for black.
No, it's not.
Okay, but wait a sec. So knight b3, knight b3, knight b6. Thus, yeah. Is this a move?
Yeah. Maybe we're a bit better.
Okay, but we can take bishop pair now.
Wait,
bishop
bishop
g7
G7
if we want.
is
Bishop
just a
b3.
bishop
we
pair,
Yeah, bishop
Nice.
b3.
Take rook g8, bishop back to d4, and e4.
There we get this one. Yeah. Also.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay. I mean, e4 probably is not such a good idea. Yes, as long as we're in bishop d5.
It's a critical move for this bishop d4.
Okay, can you also ask a question if we just play this?
Well, what was wrong with bishop d4? Like, what's
Nothing. Just, for example,
super concrete? Like rook f7 e4. Okay, rook f7.
Okay, rook f7.
But rook f7 e4 is probably just winning on the spot.
I mean, bishop d5 and g6 are at least seemingly.
Okay, g6 I think is not good.
I think it's somewhat.
Bishop d4 and then e4 in the end. How does black respond to that? Bishop here 8. Wow.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Maybe bishop d5.
Maybe we don't play. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so this f5.
But we can also play knight b3 in that case. If we're happy with that.
Okay.
I mean, probably
Yeah,
Black's
we'll
gonna
get
play
this
f6 e5 anyway.
Oh, we probably have to go for this regardless, no?
Just wondering, but like, that's too much.
Anyway, we go for e5, e4, e5, f5. That's a critical position, I guess. d5.
I mean, queen g3 is stupid or not? But probably we don't.
Maybe not.
This, you want d3? And this, you just want f5?
Okay, we get extra tempo.
No, it's not insane. No.
It's going to be position 349 for round 2 of the day. And as the players sat down, we heard Magnus make a comment, whether true or not, that he feels like this position is one that they've seen before. So I'm going to hand things back over to our experts at the deep dive desk. We got Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko to evaluate the position. Do you feel like Magnus already has a deep understanding of this position playing from the white side?
Well, I think he has an incredible deep understanding generally about freestyle. What are the weaknesses? What are the patterns? If we can call it, there are patterns already in freestyle. I was talking also with his coach, Peter Heine Nielsen, and I was discussing, like, they really have patterns, which positions you have to open with the G pawn, with the F pawn, when the bishop is on G1, when the bishop is on C1, when the queen. So they have a lot of strategies already, but of course it's endless. But in this position, I think we can say that there is a very clear way of starting move, and I will ask Peter to explain it very clearly, because somehow it becomes so concrete from the very first move.
Yes, I also had the déjà vu feeling that, like, we know this position because we have been commenting on it, and the move that catches the eyes is clearly the move that both teams are discussing, the move f2, f4. Once again, there is a chance of hitting that vulnerable pawn on a7 with a tempo move, and then black has two completely different reactions, and he has to make up his mind that what happens if black just mirrors and ignores the pressure on the a7 pawn, because black is also creating the question on the a2 pawn, and then let's just assume white grabs the pawn on a7, black also grabs that pawn on a2, and now both rooks are trapped. And this is where I feel that we have seen this kind of teams, that after bishop takes b8, now black can even just recapture because the white rook is not running away, and after knight b3, bishop takes b1, king b1 is this typically position that Magnus won against somebody last year, I believe, with this opposite colored position, but maybe his queen was on h1 and there was some g3, e4, maybe it's not against Sindarov exactly, and not or against Abdusattorov. Opposite colored bishops, seemingly nothing is really happening, but if white gets an advantage, it can be very unpleasant. Yeah, so from black's perspective, you can maybe think like, let me be more professional, play knight b6 and keep this f5 move in the pocket. And then the typical question, of course, is like, what happens if white pushes f4, f5? But it comes at the cost of a tempo, so it's a double-edged move, but a very typical one. But what the players were also discussing was that after knight b3, now what should black do? If black plays the typical f5, now we have the symmetrical position, then white to move first, and there is this chance to play bishop g1 to d4, hitting the g7 pawn using the fact that the knight on h8 is vulnerable, and it's somewhat awkward to defend that pawn. Then there is this argument that because of this, maybe now let's not play f5 and try to play f6. But for example, the engine dislikes f6, claiming that after e4, e5, knight g3, white has the upper hand. Judith, what do you make of this?
Well, it's very interesting. I find it very interesting that in freestyle there are positions when already the first move you have to be extremely careful how you choose, and it becomes very tactical, which is very unusual compared to the classical 5-18 position. And here, as you showed, already after knight b6, knight b3, let's say, or bishop d4, right? Or knight b3. So if black can play f5, but already the g7 pawn is a weakness. So it is kind of very tricky, and I'm very curious if all players are going to be f4, playing f4 in the first move, because that's what we've seen many times, that they are discussing and they are kind of convincing each other, but we see already the players taking their seat. So over to you, James.
Thank you so much. Once again, Peter and Judith, you heard it from Peter there, a little deja vu for himself as well when looking at this position. So whether or not we've seen the exact position before, it rings similarities. You know, the players are identifying certain patterns and certain themes, but Vincent Keimer, Levon Aronian, two players who took losses in round number 1, both enter with 0 points to their name. The pressure is going to mount immediately here in round number 2. 10 seconds away from the handshakes, and the first moves being made, f4, the expectation across all boards. We'll see if anyone throws us a curveball as round 2 gets underway.
And let's go. It's a big one for especially these two players, Vincent Keimer, Levon Aronian, coming off the back of early losses. And as predicted, pawn to f4 starts this game. And the black knight coming out to block the diagonal, white doing the same. And Tanya, it looks like our experts, our legends, they've predicted everything right so far.
They said g4 in round 1, and that was all across 4 boards. They said f4 in round 2, and that's exactly what's been the move of choice across boards in round 2 as well, attacking that a7 pawn. Now the knights are out here defending. I think for these two players, it goes a little beyond with what happened in round 1. Levon completely winning against Vachier-Lagrave, but that last few moments of that time scramble saw him getting flagged, make that last move, blunder, losing that game. But you know what? This is one man who knows what it takes to make a late surge as well. He did it in Vegas, a slow start, then went on to win the whole tournament. For Vincent Keimer, I think an incredibly important round that he needs to make sure he keeps the control on the clock. The clock's super important for these two in this one, David.
Yeah, definitely. Levon, probably a wake-up call. Yes, he was in control of most of his last game. Then there was this late flurry, blunder. But losing on time, that's always a bit of a shock to the system. So if you're going to kind of fall victim to that, at least get it out the way in round 1.
That's true. And to that end, we saw Levon at the board earlier than the rest, right? So maybe that is a part of his kind of recentering of himself, as I'm going to take a step away from the group. And whether it's, you know, find the spot in my mind palace where, again, I can come out with a strong showing here in round number 2. He's one of the people that I never worry about when it comes to the mental game.
I really like what Vincent has done, though, so far in this tournament, in this opening. You know, he hasn't taken that much time. He's got center control. The queen has come out early on. It came out with a threat on the g-pawn as well. The bishop's got a nice diagonal. He slows down, but I see a big advantage is what the bar is saying. And I'm trying to figure out, David, is there a very strong move that perhaps Vincent has an opportunity to seize here? It's not very clear to me.
Yeah, I think it's a nice position in general. He's going to get the center. He's got the choice of which side to castle very shortly. He just needs to move maybe a couple of bishops out the way. And yeah, if I check the engine, though, the computer does want to go very direct, very quick, while black is not quite ready, and push the pawn to a4. That's not going to stop there. If it's allowed to live, it's going to kick away this black knight, which is clumsily placed, blocking this diagonal. And just to put it on the board, before Vincent decides if the knight captures this pawn, then not necessarily to take back the pawn immediately, although this is fine too, but to slide the white rook across, get the open file, and a7 will fall, game on. That would be maybe not Vincent's style, but it's going to be on his radar, I would say.
That's actually very interesting. Just a4 here. He has slowed down, and he finds it. It's on the board.
Great move. Great move. And this is normally the type of play we associate with Levon Aronian. Shoes on the other foot. He won't be so comfortable with black trying to defend now.
Yeah, the players with the white pieces, though, somewhat spoiled for choice. From the outset, this is one of the positions that, by the computer's evaluation, gives white the biggest starting advantage. So now it's about whether or not you can capitalize on it, right? You've been blessed with this starting position. If you're one of the players with the white pieces, you must capitalize. You've got to get that point on the board here on day 1, looking for a top 4 finish coming out of our round-robin stage.
And it's funny because maybe if we just briefly go to the four-board split, we did see that Vachier-Lagrave, I believe in move 2, took 3 minutes.
Whoa.
And, I mean, that's how uncomfortable it is for the players in the early stages. We've just seen a couple more moves. That's the board on the top right of your screens. But that's given Magnus a huge time advantage and the luxury of finding what to do next.
Yeah, and speaking to our round 1 results, right, it was perhaps majorly beneficial for Hans to have built a time bank against Magnus just to come away with a draw in the end. Well, that's not the case this time around.
Oh.
Whoa, tactics. The knight was hanging in the corner. Just a temporary sacrifice. The black bishop jumped out the way. The bishop will be recaptured, and Magnus has gained time since the game began here. He's been calculating.
This looks like also Vachier is taking a leaf out of Magnus's book. He sacrificed a pawn right now to get piece activity. I wonder if he will find a way to get the queen out early on in the game. H5 looks like a juicy square, eyeing 2 pawns, H2 and G5 at the same time. But he chooses another path. First consolidates the F5 pawn, opening up the bishop diagonal, and gets awarded an exclamation mark. A good move there by Vachier.
Yeah, multi-purpose move, attacks the pawn with his bishop, defends a pawn that the white rook was also staring at. Magnus defends. I'm expecting at some point the white rook to even maybe enter the game via the A file. Very interesting. It's something that Peter was referencing earlier, Magnus's past game. I think it was against Abdul Sattarov, and opposite color bishops, some early exchanges, and I don't know, it just feels like if black can't gain the pawn back soon, then Magnus is going to take control.
This board playing to both sides, both flanks, right? We've got the A file and the H file extremely active in this one, but I do want to pull us from this game and send us over to Fabiano Caruana versus Hans Niemann, because very much, again, we saw this A file in play. You'll see the rook is already positioned, but maybe we can walk it back here, David, to show the audience at home how we got here.
Let's do it. We'll do a quick action replay. This is the current position. The eval bar slightly on white side. We also saw F4 to start this game, as we did across all the boards. The black knight came out, and Fabiano, maybe this is what inspired Magnus, or maybe it was just on their radar. Anyway, he hits an undefended pawn. This is where Sindarov just very bravely, courageously threw his pawn forward. Some tactics arose, as we just saw. Instead, copycat chess from Hans Niemann. Bishop takes pawn. Now the rook does move, though. And after some exchanges in the center, white was able, just with the tempo here, to save his pawn on G2. So clear pawn up for white. And now the whole idea for Hans was to open up, something we saw with kind of colors reversed, a mirror image here of the pawn marching forward to destabilize a knight. Captured, rook slides, and now a bit of a question mark move apparently. Taking a pawn, very natural, but this has allowed white's rook to fight back on the A file, and this is the current position. Fabi with the two connect threes and the pawn advantage. It looks like he's stable and doing quite well for now.
A very good look here for Fabiano, one of the players that Judah called out as having an exceptional understanding of these positions, and usually one of the leaders in the discussions when it comes to the analysis of the position. And it seems like he's got a solid understanding of this one.
Yeah, one bad piece for black. I'll point out, Tanya, the bishop on D8 yet to really breathe. What do you make of Fabi's chances doing well on time as well?
This is looking amazing for him, right? The extra material, and I think to solve that problem. Did we see Hans make a move and then fall back with it? Some indecision there. He decides not to push the c-pawn just yet. But you have to change the nature of the position if you're black right now, right? You can't play positional grind. I'm also expecting some d5 break at the right moment by Hans to try to open up the position. You have to create your counterplay. I'm really liking Fabi's position here, though. You know, the queen jumping out to b4, the bishop eventually developing itself, the knight on a5 nicely defended. Queen b4 also paralyzes that knight on b6. Watch out for that b7 tender spot as well. Loving Fabi's position.
Yeah, looks great. And just the fact that Hans pushed his c-pawn forward, took it back, and looks like he's been burning time ever since. Or maybe there's been a glitch in the matrix.
I see a move just now being made here.
There we go. The pawn did move forward.
Okay. So identifying the weakness that is that dark squared bishop and opening up a square for it to get out onto the field, develop a little bit more, although it will be staring directly into that connect 3. So even still doesn't feel like the best placement for that bishop.
No, I think he wanted to blunt the light squares. Like white's bishop had the potential long term to come and sit on this nice long diagonal, but he has allowed Tanya's idea of bringing the queen forward. Looks really potent there. I think this is one-way traffic.
Come to the threat as well, right? You're actually just intending to go c5 next and win the game on the spot.
Black would have to contort in a slightly awkward way to stop that threat. Not even sure how. maybe the d-pawn can push.
So how easy is this for Fabi to find? Is this a guarantee?
I mean, unless he finds something that he likes more, I think queen b4 is a very natural move in this position.
Process of elimination. Maybe you, I don't know, bring your knight out of the corner. Not sure where the white bishop's going yet. White's king isn't going to castle anytime soon. The rook isn't moving. There's a pin on the a file. So not too many other options.
Yeah. This is where I wonder at some times for Fabiano, like stylistically, is he aggressive enough in this moment, right? Or will he take the more stable approach, you know, the cleaner approach, just continue to develop, sit on my small advantage, or will he go for the throat?
He goes for the throat.
He goes for the throat. That answers my question.
And he gets a stare down just briefly from Hans Niemann there. As Tanya points out, it's a huge threat, game-ending threat now to push the pawn forward, kick away the knight, and checkmate if that knight ever moves. So Hans has to stop it. He's going to bring his queen out, it looks, from his hand movements there, into the center with a pin on that pawn that wanted to push forward.
That looks really nice as a move, you know? All the way, and look at that. He makes a small move, slides the king, defends the rook, now attempting to move that knight away. The rook on a1 isn't pinned anymore, so the knight can reroute itself, kick that queen out. Queen d4 looked beautiful aesthetically, you know? Planting that queen, pinning the white queen. No more c5 for you, Fabi.
Yeah, that's the most satisfying move, long queen moves in chess. So into the center, and white does lack a dart-squared bishop. That's the compensation that has long-term. Hans has long-term here, the bishop pair. So, okay, we won't rote him off yet.
But just that the queen isn't so stable, and I will still say it looks exactly the amount of advantage that the bar indicates for Fabi from a human perspective as well. Extra pawn, healthy position, healthy pawn formation. The queen about to be kicked out, things looking good for Fabi.
Things looking good. White is a pawn up on this board. Magnus is also a pawn up. We saw that earlier. Level material elsewhere, but things are happening.
Yeah, let's check back in with Magnus Carlsen and Vachier-Lagrave, because it's a very different look when it comes to the board, right? Leaving Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana, where the major and minor pieces feel so much more involved in the game. Here, it's been a lot of jockeying of position, a few trades, of course, but largely it's pawn play, and we're still waiting for those larger pieces to find their way into the game.
Yeah, it's pawn play, and Magnus has one extra of those pawns, as we saw from that tactical melee earlier. The h5 pawn, very nicely defended by the white bishop. It's going to be supported as well from a rook behind the pass pawn, rendering black's rook sad and passive there in front of it. I think it's just a material advantage. And Magnus, just like he did in the previous game against Hans, has also kept the pawns in front of his king, meaning he doesn't really need to castle. That's perfect shelter anyway.
And the other thing that you do with castling is improve the position of the rook. And even that can be done by just sliding the rook over to a1 and starting to attack some pieces, and also the rook cliff that you're really nicely pointing out. I'll also add to the idea that, you know, the g-pawn can start moving up. It's not only that the h5 pawn is an extra pawn, it's just making sure that black has the worst piece stopping that advance. Pawn push, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, attack that rook. I think this is going to be a very uphill task for Vachier to defend this position.
Yeah, and with half the time available that Magnus has.
Yeah, where's the attack? Where's the counterplay? You know, you're down a pawn, you're looking for tricks, you're looking for a way through to Magnus's king, which looks like it's got a fortress around it. How do you create initiative here?
Oh, he goes back with his rook. The rook only landed on that square a few moves ago. That's a loss of time. Normally when you're pawn down in opposite color bishop positions, you either want counterplay, you need an attack against the opponent's king, or you need to build a fortress and a full blockade on the dart squares, but still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, that to me feels like a waiting move and an admission that I'm stuck, right? I don't really have a way forward, so I'm going to have to give space, perhaps let you march forward and maybe create an opening or misstep somewhere along the way.
Yeah, it's funny because Magnus's pieces, they're all sat on the back rank, well, most of them. The knight's the exception, but I don't know, somehow they're easy to bring into the game. They're easy to mobilize. Knight can come forward, look at some nice squares as well.
Yeah, queen can slide up to e2 and then has two different diagonals with which to play on. We've talked about the rook relocating to a1 and playing along that file. Both rooks, in fact, as you're highlighting the h file as well. So definitely seems like an easier pathway forward with a point advantage here to Magnus Carlsen. and 5 minutes and 45 seconds with 5-second increment to pilot this to victory, something that he wants, given the fact that he let that draw, you know, that victory slip away, let's say in his mind, I'm sure, in round number 1.
Yeah, and I'll add to that the wins that Vachier has had against Magnus in these round robins, we've often seen Magnus sort of slip up very early in the opening. In fact, one of them was an absolute miniature of a win that Vachier had in just about 11 moves. But in this game, you know, none of that storyline is playing out. In fact, it's Magnus who's up a pawn right now. That knight has just come to the center of the board. It's eyeing that f4 square as well, landing on a juicy g6. This is problems very early on for Vachier. There's been no slip up by Magnus in this one.
And Magnus's pawns, they're so compact. Like, it's a style thing again. Some players love pushing their pawns forward, throwing them as far down the board as possible. Some players just love keeping them on nice safe squares. And here, if you look at Black's pawn chain, the base of the chain on the light square is going to tie down Black's queen for the rest of this game. It's looking very, very nice for Magnus now. Sindarov needs to somehow put pressure on the pawn, maybe trade off that knight a bit later. He's just moved his rook for the 3rd time in half a dozen moves.
Yeah.
Not a good sign. He's moved to h6, back to h8, back to h7, losing valuable tempi.
He's just absolutely paralyzed in the position.
Yeah, when your last couple of moves have been the one where you're just shuffling around with your rook on a file that has no hope on, you know that things have already gone pretty wrong.
Yeah, not looking great for Magnus.
Yeah, so...
Oh, sorry, for Sindarov.
For Sindarov, looking great for Magnus. Exactly, exactly. So while this one plays itself out, we are going to hop over to Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian, because as we arrive there, again, 2 scoreless players through round 1, 0 points to their name. It's Vincent Keimer right now who looks poised to add a win to his win column here over our most recent Grand Slam winner from South Africa, Levon Aronian.
Oh, you talked about control, domination, and right now it's full board control for Vincent Keimer. I think Peter would be very proud here. He's controlling the black knights. They can barely move. The black dark square bishop can't move. The king can't escape onto the other side of the board yet. I mean, the black king feels like it's in the firing line. White's knight, meanwhile, nicely placed center. You can connect to all the pawns if you want. Bishop on a beautiful diagonal. Everything in White's favor.
Yeah, and just based on the board state that we're at now, it appears to me that Vincent did find that early a4, a5 push that we identified on one of the other boards. And ultimately, that's what's given him a lot of control on the left side of the board and forced the knights away.
And you could just continue to build that, right? You love Connect 4. You could make one at the center of the board. A different kind here, David, but I think you like this one as well. D4, D5 coming in. That bishop sliding away all the way to A7. Knight jumping on to C5. All of Levon's pieces, 3rd rank and below that. Again, no big pawn breaks in sight. Where is he finding his creativity, his chaos that he likes to create with counterplay? Levon's suffering in this one on the clock as well.
Sometimes, though, the position is too nice, and if you don't make any immediate gains, win material, or force some bigger concessions, you might get a bit frustrated. And yeah, I think it helps Vincent here that he has a lot more time than Levon. Levon really suffering on the clock as well as the board. But yeah, at some point you need to cash in, transform the advantage before there are too many exchanges, and White's space advantage might start meaning less.
And that's the first threat that Levon's created in the game. The c4 pawn now attacked, thrice defended only twice. So Vincent not going for d4. And this allows Lev at least to bring his king to safety on the other side from any threats on that b7 point.
Yeah, safer king. I said that was one of the downfalls potentially for Levon, but okay, at least there's no immediate knockout. Vincent might be looking at pawn pushes in the near future. I don't think that quite works yet. It's covered enough times by the black pawns pieces. Where to put White's king? Is it also going to mimic a black and go the long side? Go to the G file here? Some questions.
Does it even need to move?
Exactly. Another question. But it's just having so many tempting moves, so many tempting maneuvers. Do you bring your bishop forward? Do you just, I don't know, push pawns? Sometimes it can trip you up in rapid chess.
Right. Yeah, being spoiled for choice while still needing to move quick. Sometimes you wish there was only one pathway forward, a forced sequence of sorts. But at the very least, using the engine to my advantage here, multiple moves that still result in holding this 1.5 to 2 point advantage here for Vincent Keimer. But Levon's still showing some fight.
Exactly. The first exchange will happen. The bishops will soon leave the board. Black is cramped still, but the more trades that do occur, the less of an issue that is. So, okay, I really like Levon's last move. Maybe he can start pushing his e-pawn. Some suffering ahead. But Vincent will want to get something He wants to get the job done in the next few moves. Yes. Critical moments ahead.
So who wants the trade here? Do I capture as Vincent and allow that knight to jump forward, or do I wait for Levon to capture and drop my knight back?
Question. I think both sides want to wait, ideally. I think Levon's hand is pretty much forced. He will have to take this bishop in the next move or two before the exchange runs away. So Vincent could easily just castle here. He could, okay, there we go.
There we go.
Bishop forward and say, you take me, but I'll either improve my rook, or maybe I'll even take with the pawn and open up a line towards the black king.
Well, things looking good strategically for Vincent here, but still a long way before you can call a result on this one. Meanwhile, absolute madness on the Magnus board. I think Vachier has found a way back into that game. Despite being down a pawn, suddenly pieces are all over the board with Vachier's knight planted to the center. Should we bring that up?
Let's do it. Let's jump in.
Big moment here.
Big moment. This is now the Magnus Carlsen against Sindarov board. And, okay, wow, Magnus's king shelter somewhat depleted now. A bit more chaotic.
And there was a huge threat on that G3 pawn, so Magnus decides to get rid of that monstrous knight at the center of the board. But Queen E4, I'm liking the activity now that Sindarov has for that pawn deficit.
Yeah, that's the best position he's had all game so far. And suddenly there are weaknesses in Magnus' camp. Isolated pawn in the center here. Backward pawn now hit.
Okay.
Not just that, but the pride and joy on the H-file hit. He's going to regain the material.
Yeah, the black queen infiltrating and attacking multiple pieces at once.
And there's only one piece that isn't playing or attacking, at least. It's the rook on d8. You could slide it over all the way, not even all the way, just one step to the e file, attack that e3 pawn next, and then suddenly all your pieces are singing to each other.
Magnus lost control. He's desperately trying to get queens off the board now. He's saying, okay, you can win one pawn back, but after a queen exchange, I'll drop my rook back. And most importantly, he still has the h pawn to trap and to kind of keep the black rook busy.
I think Sindarov keeps the queens on the board. I don't know what's the way here. Do you just simply drop back with the queen to g? It's the only, or f3 might be a possibility. But I don't think he goes for the queen trade. That endgame looks like suffering against Magnus with that h-pawn. What do you think?
Yeah, these players, they've faced Magnus enough by this point to know best chance, queens on the board. Do not let him grind. Do not take the risk out of the position for him. Keep all three results open. He could take this pawn even with the bishop, but no, he does sensibly keep the queens on. Great decision there.
I love it. He's going for the fight against Magnus. He doesn't want to just pick up that pawn, neutralize the material advantage, but go into a suffering ending. He's keeping his chances alive here. Bishop takes pawn, a big threat now.
I mean, just a couple months ago, Vachier Sindarov was on the precipice of knocking Magnus out of contention for the Grand Slam in South Africa. He would fall just short in that moment, but now he's got another opportunity. He's, you know, found his way back into this game. Clock's just about even, eval bar just about even, and both players leaning forward in their chairs. Sindarov as well, kind of sporting that quintessential small bounce that he's always got when you can tell he feels he has a way to win.
Yeah, his trademark. He's been attacking pawns now the last few moves. He can even bring his queen back to start harassing that white rook in the corner. This really doesn't look pleasant for Magnus anymore.
Bishop takes knight, a big threat right now.
Yeah, bishop takes knight, followed by queen takes rook. The rook's been defended. The white queen showing her agility here, defending both of her rooks.
You know, despite being down a pawn, this position is for all three results. It could turn around any moment, and especially as the clocks tick low as well, reaching that 1 minute mark right now, and Sindarov repositioning his rook now to attack the e3 pawn, which has been left out of defense once the queen moved over. He's coming with an attack and a threat on every move, Sindarov is.
Yeah, and this black queen is doing so much work. She's locking so many pieces down in terms of the threats that she has on the board. And that's just making it difficult for Magnus to maneuver, and it's opening up pieces like this rook here to attack on the e-file.
Yeah, this is difficult when you're just reacting with not that much time. Magnus visibly nervous here. He's been burning a lot of time in the last few moves. He steps his rook forward. What is the idea? If
you just go back to g5, right?
Yeah.
You just keep repeating. But then is this Magnus reaching for a repetition at this point?
You could just pick up the pawn as well, right? What you were pointing out earlier. Unless I'm walking into a trap with rook g. No, e3 is hanging as well.
Oh, just takes g3.
Yeah, why not? Is the question.
Must be there. I think the idea is to drop the rook back to defend a pawn and say, okay, you've won a pawn back, but the white rook will get access to an open file. I mean, it's a pawn though. Take it,
right?
Take it. Equalize the material.
Sarah Sarawan would grab that in a heartbeat.
He would have grabbed it yesterday. Takes pawn. He could go back. Play safe.
Don't let too much of your time slip, though, here.
That's the
This
key.
is the problem.
Make the decision, make it quick. He keeps attention on the board.
Okay.
Also a good move, but now Magnus does defend both pawns simultaneously, so keeps his material advantage. And another good move, though, from Sindarov. Typical blitz move. You give your king a bit more breathing space, no back rank issues. Throwing the ball back to the opponent and saying, your move. What are you going to do next? Magnus making a bit of a face there.
It's moves like these, you know, A6, which are so inconspicuous. They don't even come with a threat, but they make you so uncomfortable, especially when you're playing with seconds on the clock and everything's hanging on the board.
Yeah.
The rooks go behind. He wants to push his h-pawn forward.
I think he's going to block it. He's not going to allow it. He'll move his own rook one step forward and make sure you don't get that A6 in. Or do you double up on the E line? Also very attractive.
Yeah, you can bring a bishop as well and start hitting pawns. Oh, the chair's shaking. Both players under 30 seconds now. The race is on. Your move, Tanya, on the board. Great defensive block.
I think your move's coming up next with bishop b6. I really like it. Hit on e3.
Ooh, there we go. Magnus makes progress, though. He does trade off that pawn that could have been grabbed a few moves ago, the g-pawn, and now he's using his knight as a defender, holding everything together.
That knight has done a fantastic job, you know. It attacked at the right time and retreated to defense via f4, g2 from a beautiful g6 spot at the right time as well.
Who knew that fianchettoed knights were so effective?
Not only defending the pawn, but the rook on h4 as well, freeing up that rook on h1.
Oh, you said
better lines.
10 seconds, though.
Make a move, Sindarov.
You've got to make a move here, and he will.
Oh, and Magnus has made progress. He's still a pawn up. He's getting rid of that blockader now. Has to give way, but now the pawn is marching.
And he's got a couple extra seconds on the clock as well, in a very tense position.
King slides to a7, just tucking it away for safety off the back rank here. But now Magnus, now he feels like he's making progress,
Keep
right?
the queens. Keep the queens on the board.
Keep the queens, but where to retreat to? There's only really a couple of attractive squares you can save your queen on. Ooh, he grabs a pawn. He levels up the material.
Okay, gets the X-clam.
Yeah, maybe Magnus missed that one. Could have waited, he could have played a bit of a slower game. Shake of the head from Magnus Carlsen.
I mean, it feels like now we're just headed for liquidation, right?
Well,
Queens are coming off. Perhaps the knight and the bishop coming off as well.
And Magnus hates it. He hates what's just happened right now.
He needed that pawn. He needed the imbalance as well of knight for bishop, but that's gone.
Rook g7.
Rook g7 was surely what he was banking on, but after an exchange, the other black rook could step behind and stop the pawn.
It's dead even material all of a sudden between these two. 4 pawns apiece, 2 rooks apiece, but we've got 4 connected pawns on one side, whereas we do have that isolated pawn on the right-hand side of the board here for Magnus. What are we thinking here? Is this dead drawn as the computer suggests, or is there a winning position or option for either player?
Anyone other than Magnus, we would say dead draw. And I think only white can win. That is the key. Black is the one fighting for a draw. Black has 1 passive rook. If you traded off Black's active rook, the one that just moved, for one of White's rooks, then White would win. But the problem is the only way to do that would be to trade off Black's passive rook, which helps Sindarov.
I don't think this is such an easy defense with that rook on h7 just tied down until eternity, and White's king having a free hand to march up and start attacking the black rook. Magnus is going to push this out. I don't know if it'll work or not. Might still end in a draw, but Magnus will make Sindarov sweat for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the white king is so much quicker.
It's
for the
coming.
fight here.
It's about to go up the board.
Edging forward so slowly, and you just know you're going to suffer for the next 2-3 minutes with no time on your clock against Magnus.
You have that e4 square, though, to really plant your rook on to make sure that the white king doesn't cross over from the 4th rank.
Here we go. Oh, he's going for the rook exchange. Big judgment call now. Do you take it?
Okay.
You allow the pawn to step 1 square closer to promotion, and the white king's coming. It's a race now. If White gets enough time, steps forward with the king, he's going to run it forward and make a new queen.
It's all about counterplay. Can Black King be on time to step forward and then start attacking the queen side pawns while you go in with David's plan if you're Magnus Carlsen?
King is going forward. Yeah, he's done the math.
Oh, now the white pawn stops the black king's advance, and game-changing blunder from Sindarov. How to? Oh, it's checkmate. No, in that mode, no. Rook takes pawn on b7 would end the game. Resignation from Sindarov. Magnus makes a new queen and pulls it out the bag again.
Wow.
That was stunning.
That was absolutely stunning, but Javokir's face in that moment, a look to the heavens and a big sigh as he lets that one go with an uncharacteristic blunder down the stretch. Magnus picks up a full point.
But James, so easy to miss. I mean, G8 queen coming up. You know, you give up that queen to checkmate Black's king, and Magnus set that up with the last move, pawn moving to b3, just putting Black's king in that kill zone right now. That was amazing to watch. I think so far, this G8 has been the move of the day.
Ooh, early contender.
Okay, all right, you're making David's job easy for him at the end of the day.
Would it be the assist or the main move? Because b3 was the assist.
Oh.
Or would it be the goal?
We'll show both a bit later, but Magnus, he looks much more content now.
Oh yeah, he'll be very happy to have gotten that full point, move up to 1.5 points to his name. Interestingly, here in round number 2, though, all of our games ended in decisive fashion, so nobody comes away with a draw or sharing half a point apiece. It was 3 players with the white pieces who all got the victory, whereas only 1 with the black would find their way to a win. That's Nodirbek Abdusatorov over Arjun Erigaisi. You know, we've put a lot of focus on one of the Uzbeks and Javokir Sindarov, of course, because he was up against Magnus Carlsen. But Nodirbek was one of our picks as well early in the day as a real threat, especially in this more rapid time control.
Yeah, very important result for him after starting the round robin, the group stage with a loss. Nodirbek is back, and what a round it was. Drama and blood spilled.
Exactly right. Blood across all of our boards. Fabiano Caruana, he gets it done against Hans Niemann, so a really hot start for Fabiano, who we would normally have some questions about at the outset of a tournament. It was Vincent Keimer who got it done against Levon Aronian as well. So in that battle between scoreless players, Vincent moves up to 1 point to his name. We still have a scoreless Levon Aronian early in the round robin. Again, Magnus Carlsen took it over Javokir Sindarov, and then, like I said, it was Nodirbek Abdusatorov over Arjun Erigaisi. Through 2 rounds, though, with still 5 rounds to go, there's plenty of room for each of our players to make some moves, but the pressure is beginning to mount. There was a flurry of action, as David said, blood across all boards, so I'm curious, as we head back over to Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko, what jumped out to them in this absolutely crazy round number 2. Take it away.
Oh. What a round, it was just amazing. And of course we've seen bounce back, right? Nodirbek and also Vincent. But what was exciting for us so much? Move 3.
Yes.
And let's start with Fabiano against Hans, okay?
Yes, again, yeah, we have seen the players following the theoretical discussion, f4, knight b6, knight b3, f5, bishop d4. That was the critical moment in the preparation for both teams, that how do you react to this move bishop d4, and there is no clear answer to that. Hans actually came up with the first computer line. This bishop d5 pawn sacrifice is in fact the move that computers suggest that yes, this is a brilliant idea. Let's take a look what happens. Bishop takes g7, Fabi collected the pawn, rook f7, and now in fact computer is critical of Fabi's decision, but he played the most logical. He just captured the knight on h8. Computer said that maybe you could have tried to hang on to your dark square bishop, but actually after knight g6, the bishop has to retreat, and then black harasses that bishop. Still, there is a very serious dark square compensation coming up here. But yeah, let's go with the game. Bishop takes h8, queen takes h8, g3, yeah, and now we see that knight on h1 is far from action. Black has this wonderful bishop on d5, but also the bishop on d8, queen h8. We talk about the dark square domination, the compensation, and Hans feels that yes, this is the moment. I cannot play slow. I have to sacrifice another pawn with a5. Knight takes a5, rook a8, and now this move, which is very natural and it's the most human move, d3, protecting the knight, improving seemingly the position. And Judith, now I give the floor to you. That what was that stunning move that really caught our attention here?
Yeah, the thing is, it was amazing that it was a pawn sacrifice, and of course at this level you can see how much the players are aiming to get the initiative. And now Black has the initiative and gives it away because he wants to take the pawn on a2, right? So instead of that, he should just forget about getting back the pawn on a2 and play e5. And after e5, not only in the center it's a very strong breakup, but also the d8 bishop will have some space on f6, for example. to get into attack, and it would be a very passive position for Fabi. But he played bishop a2, and probably he regretted, and probably even now he's cursing himself. How could I take on a2?
Yeah, and I want to show one very important comparison, yeah, that when after e5, white plays c4, which happened in the game, then the black bishop can retreat to e6 behind the e-pawn. And as you highlighted, the dark square bishop is already alive. That bishop might come via this diagonal. Can you imagine? And then suddenly white will have a lot of trouble, and if that black rook also finally opens up the a5, which is at the moment blocked by the knight, then things are completely out of control according to computer. Black had full compensation after e5, and what happened in the game after bishop takes a2, rook a1, bishop e6, c4, that dark square bishop is suffocated. Yeah, the black bishop, the dark squares is in fact now in control. Yeah, Tanya, I think, very beautifully highlighted that, yes, queen d4 looks like a wonderful move, yeah, because it's about dark squares, but actually alone it doesn't do enough. Yeah, that was very nicely explained by Tanya there during the live commentary. And king b1 very quietly sidestepping from all these checks, and slowly Fabiano went on to build up a total. Yeah, the knight is joining the battle, protecting the d3 pawn. We will see just a couple of moves. e3 now is able to play, and finally the bishop from d1 will also soon end up on perfect diagonal, and black was in huge trouble and went on to lose without any fight. So wonderful victory by Fabiano.
Yeah, Fabi made an incredible technique in this game, and he's 2 out of 2. But before we give back the word to James, I have to say a few words about until you pick up the games, because we've seen 2 games exactly in the same position, move 3 g5, which I call it the Uzbek gambit for today, because both of the players played it, and not necessarily with a huge success, but it could be a huge success. But it was for Nodirbek, right? Because we have small time, but let's figure out what it's all about.
Yes, bishop d4, g5. We have seen both Nodirbek Abdusatov and Javohir Sindalov against Magnus Carlsen, against Arjun Erigaisi, opting for this g5. And the point is that it's a positional sacrifice. So actually, Arjun being surprised after g5, he declined the offer, and after g5 opted for e3, knight g6, bishop h5. The computer is critical about this. Okay, he also does not like black's perfect reaction, reaction with bishop d5, but we shouldn't be judging the players too harshly. The point is that it got to a very messy fight. Finally, Nodirbek getting the better of it. So the point is, I felt like Magnus anticipated g5, and he blitzed out so-called the refutation or the way of thinking, what he thought like, I can grab the pawn. And let's say that we appreciated very much the spirit of what Sindalov was doing, because it reminds me of the banker gambit. What is your thought, Judith, on this?
Yeah, this is fantastic to follow, and of course the whole game was quite amazing, but we might be discovering maybe something similar in the later stage. But James, go on.
Thank you so much, Judith and Peter. I love it. We're already declaring opening moves. The Uzbek Gambit making an appearance in round number 2. But we've already got 8 games in the books, with only one of them ending in a draw. That's going to bring us to our 3rd round of the day. Let's take a look at the matchups. It's Nodirbek Abdusatorov up against Vincent Keimer after coming off of a win apiece for each of them. We'll see who comes out on top in that one. Hans Moke Niemann up against Arjun Erigaisi, as well as Javohir Sindalov facing off against Fabiano Caruana, who is hot right now in our round robin stage. Levon Aronian still hunting for that first victory of the day, or even half a point, and he's going to have to do it against none other than Magnus Carlsen. Those are your matchups for round 3 of 7 of the day. The players are just about ready. That means we're heading back into the playing hall for the position lottery with Fiona Style-Antony.
The future belongs to those who make it happen. That's why we built Make, a visual-first AI and automation platform for change makers. It's never been quicker to start building, visually and without code, to automate everyday tasks and free your time and energy for bigger, better things. As your ambitions grow, you can accelerate progress with AI agents to create customized and agentic workflows, ones that handle complex, business-critical tasks while keeping you in control. And for leaders scaling business, you can see your entire AI and automation landscape in real time. To orchestrate change, and show progress in motion. Make. Automation and AI put to work. For business, for teams, for you. Make it happen at make.com.
Welcome back. We just saw another tremendously exciting round with all decisive results. We're ready now for the next draw, and I'm joined by Tim Stracke, the founder of Chrono24, global marketplace for luxury watches. And in fact, for everyone watching at home, the players, wear the watches from Chrono24. And Tim, can you tell us a little bit about what made you decide to partner with this event?
Yeah, first of all, if the watches are distracting you, we are not offended if you take them off. First of all, I'm a watch addict myself. I spend too much time on chess.com every single day. Yeah, time is our thing. So, and then especially in these rapid games, by the way, I also like to play rapid. It's not only about the right move, but also about the right time management. So we thought it's a great fit. And Chrono24 is also like an incumbent to the luxury watch industry. So we feel a little bit connected to the freestyle concept, because we were also a bit the freestyle agent in that industry. And we really like that and understand that it's always important that the partners talk and acknowledge each other.
That's fantastic to hear, and it was great to see the players yesterday when they chose their watches. And now, well, they are ready to keep going. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'll pick the 24.
The 24. So the next position, it's going to be not 24, but what's the first number? I can't see it. The first number, 483, the position 483 players. Best of luck. They have 10 minutes. To the fans at home, have fun.
So boring. Bishop's in the corner.
You guys are playing Vachier.
Yeah, but it's not so bad. No. Finally, not dumping the area, like dying in the first.
Yeah.
It's definitely not dying here. No, but it's just solid. Yeah, I mean, basically we can play b6, c5 against pretty much anything, right? Or c5, b6. Yeah. Only question is how does white start with g3 or b3, or how do we start? Oh, maybe b4 is ambitious if you want to try. b4, b6. Why is it ambitious? Try b5. b5 with white. Yes. Doesn't feel very threatening. No, just structurally. There are no direct ideas. Like what's the point after c5? No, just take. D takes. D takes. I'll play c5 again by d7. Knight c6. But I don't know, if we don't go b4, then what is even the... I mean, okay, c4, c5, b4, b6.
Clearly not d4, not e4. g3.
G3 maybe?
g3, b5. No, it's either c4 or b4, I think. Okay, get this position.
e6.
What is it? Huh?
I prefer opening the bishop first.
I prefer black position.
I prefer playing like g3 first.
Okay, b6.
G6 or
b6.
b6 or b5, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, okay, b5.
b5.
Let's take b3.
b3 or b4.
Yeah, I think b3 is better. And we want to play same structure, but if they play g6, they will not play g6. No, but if they not play, problem with the
C4,
of tempo with queen too. Huh?
c4.
No, if they play g6, it means they don't have a castle, so like I think it should be some small advantage.
So g3, and if they play
then
g6,
they should play g6. Yeah. So then, I don't know.
Yeah, before.
B5.
B6. B6. Solid. C5. So boring. F6, knight F7.
Yeah, when the bishops are in the corner, it's normally the most boring position you can have.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, let's try E4.
E4?
Yeah, what to do?
B5? B5.
Okay, B5.
G3? G6, I like black all day. Yeah, it's like Sicilian.
Yes.
Much better, yeah.
I'm not sure. Why?
Like G3, C5, or G6.
G6 okay before. I'll play with knight E3. Castle. Why is this something good before?
I would say C5 first. E3.
B5.
B5.
White is really playing with fire.
Takes.
Or BC.
We should, yeah.
No, but B3, knight G5, yeah. Or knight F4.
Maybe, but if white is not taking the space, I don't see what. Okay, let's just
This and white. This. Can we go G6 or not? This I was like wondering something. That's nothing.
Yeah, not a big deal.
How? I mean. Okay, I will stop grabbing the points and see.
No, I mean, at least it is a relevant question. Although knight C3 we could also play.
Only points that you can't really go, at least it doesn't feel right to go knight C6. Okay. E6 D5?
Yeah.
E6 looks very healthy.
It's going to be position 483 for our third round of the day. And I want to immediately bring in Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko. As we see the heat map coming up indicates that there's a consensus for opening moves, at least based on games that we've tracked on chess.com. But the players themselves, at least in their early discussions, seem less certain, at least from my perspective, about a forced opening move. What do you make of this one?
No, seriously.
We talk about the concrete moves. I think it's important for us to talk about the position and the tournament situation. Because, for example, Levon, we heard that he said, well, when the bishops are in the corner, it's boring. But his problem is not exactly that only that the position is boring, I believe. The problem is that he have lost the first two games, and he's in a must-win situation against Magnus with the black pieces. What is your take on that, Peter?
Well, no, I think with the white pieces, yeah, he's in a must-win situation with the white pieces, and that's why he's complaining that finally I get a white game. Before it was all about survival when I played with the black game. We have also heard Vincent Keimer said like, wow, but this is now a dream come true for black. And yeah, for Levon against Magnus Carlsen, this symmetrical position, the enthusiasm is not really there, because the question is, do you play G3? Then what will happen if black plays G6? You want to somehow, I feel like you should try to maybe play B4 in order to create some unbalance that black is unable to play nicely G6, because then you trade on H8 and black loses the right to castle to the short side, to the king side. Yeah, this is the reason why I believe this position, something like B4, B6, C4, C5, B5 had been discussed by the players just to keep things more complicated, but it also feels very comfortable for black, because white is also facing the same issue, that if you did not let me play G6, you haven't played G3 yourself.
Yeah, but it's true that these bishops on the corner, there is a very good chance that they are going to be eliminated. And then it's without the bishops, with the knights on F8, D8, it's not so bad, I believe. So we are going to get most likely a very solid position, similar to a classical game, which we usually, I mean, when I saw the king on E1, I said that's also possible, just to play G3, bishop G2, move the knight, castle short. And then your queen on b1, bishop a1, rook c1 is completely prepared to play this English kind of moves, right? Playing c4, b4. But depending on the tournament situation, according to that, I think the players will be choosing their first few moves.
Yes, I think that also we should mention that Fabi is 2 out of 2. Magnus had grabbed now this very important win with this stunning mating trap with this g8 queen. Rook takes b7. That this is a very nice situation because black can just be solid and wait for white to do something crazy. And yeah, Magnus still looking back. Maybe he jadoops the pieces, I don't know, but certainly the players are not concerned playing with the black pieces here.
And also we have to say, I think that we are both players, we played so many decades and we know exactly how it feels like losing 2 games. Well, thanks God, not you, not me, had too many experiences like that, but still, Aranyan has to win to be in the game, in the race for the tournament. Magnus knows that if he wins this, then he's so much ahead. He knows it that he has the best chance. But now, back to James, your move.
Hopefully not my move, because I'll look to blunder right out the gate. But I want to actually start where Judith started at the beginning of their discussions there, which is more about the circumstance that a player like Levon finds himself in, essentially a must-win game. While maybe mathematically you could still afford to drop this and then win the remainder of your games and eke into the top 4, that's not the position you want to be in. And unfortunately for him, it's a self-described boring position up against the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen. So this is just about the tallest mountain you could possibly have to climb here in round 3 of our round robin.
Exactly. Levon has a decent recent score against Magnus, especially in freestyle. Beat him in Vegas, beat him in South Africa, but both times they were on level footing. A draw was a fine result, and it was a mini match, 1 versus 1. This is part of a bigger group stage, so it's not going to be easy at all. On the bright side, yeah, still a long way to go. He is a streaky player, Levon Aronian. He is capable, and he gets white for the first time today.
It's a great call out. That recency in the matchup between these 2 players on your screen, Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen, they will be our featured matchup heading into round 3 of the day. And off we go into it. Again, the expectation was going to be that g3 push. Levon will be quick to make it, opening up that long diagonal for the bishop. And now the question is, how does Magnus Carlsen respond? And ultimately, how will Levon choose to break symmetry? Okay, Magnus breaks the symmetry right out the gate by pushing his pawn 1 step further.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong board. I apologize. I was looking at Vincent and Noterbeck. So the question is, will Magnus follow Vincent's first move of the game?
Yeah, when in doubt, copy Vincent. That's my motto. He seems to always know what's going on in freestyle chess. Great understanding. That was the move, pawn to b5, played in the other game. So the light squared bishops would leave the board very, very quickly. I think it's a 50-50 here. It's a coin toss. You either try and get the bishops off, or you just copy, and there we go. Magnus does take the former option.
I was about to question the amount of time spent on that first move, because the expectation had to be g3, it seemed like. And so still to spend about 40 seconds to decide how to respond. He ultimately does go for that b5 push. We quickly see the light squared bishops fall off the board. And now, of course, Levon will open up his second bishop on the long diagonal.
Will we see both bishops leave the board? That's the question. The downside there for black would be that if the dark squared bishops got exchanged, black's rook would be forced to move away, and castling rights would be gone for the rest of the game. So instead, taking more space, Magnus Carlsen. We talked about Levon's situation. I think all of the players have the number 4.5 in their head. 4.5 from 7 points. You should be pretty safely in the top 4. So, yeah, if he doesn't win this one, he will maximum get 4. He might face a playoff at the very best. But I think a draw for Levon, okay, it's a step in the right direction, but of course he'll want more. And we see the first question mark of the game, the white rook coming out. Very logical, very nice attempt there to keep some imbalance, but maybe just losing a bit of time with the rook.
If you're Levon, you have to stop the bleeding, right? 0 out of 2. And every time that he has won against Magnus, it's been at a moment in a tournament where he's already found his rhythm, where he's found his flow. He's had a couple of wins. He's feeling confident. With 0 on 2, playing against Magnus, who's in hot form, I think it's absolutely crucial for Levon to not let things get out of control. Magnus improves his knight. He could have gone for d5, hitting that rook, which kind of came out very early on. You know, that's the downside when you bring your mages out so quickly. They can get attacked.
And that's what the computer wanted to see and why you see the X appear on your screen here.
Yeah, I think I have to just show that very quickly. Just going back one move while Levon thinks about what to do next. It wasn't even just about this pawn push, which can maybe still come later, but once the white rook retreats, this move to continue, pawn to d4, and this kills 3 pieces in one move. Kills the white bishop, which is now staring against granite. It's stopping the white knight coming out. That knight actually has no squares now, no safe squares. The other knight also struggles to come out onto the 3rd rank. Could maybe make an argument for bringing it out onto an outpost. Perhaps that's why Magnus didn't want to commit, give away the light squares. But I think, all things considered, this is a massive gain for black. So it's just about whether Levon now, with this tempo he's been given, somehow cut across that idea.
But this is where we go back to, again, talking about his position within the tournament and the risks that he's going to have to take, right? You know, while other players who might be in better contention at the top of the table, they can play a more stable game, maybe look for the draws and not take so many risks. So we could see a situation where Levon, you know, already in a poor situation, ends up making unideal moves, but just to create chances.
Exactly. It's just balancing, measuring that risk-reward ratio. And Levon, typically, he tightrope walks quite a lot on the risk line, but seems to come out in quite decent shape. But often, starting a tournament so toughly can really affect the confidence. So we'll see. Levon used the clock as a weapon when he was successful against Magnus in South Africa. Can he do the same again today? I'm expecting one of the knights to come out, perhaps.
And he does go for it, does develop the knight. Now Magnus will start expanding at the center of the board. d5 still looking very attractive. And the difference here to point out is if he was to proceed not only with d5 but d4, now Levon's knight is beautifully placed to actually jump to that c4 post in just one move. So a key difference in timing here.
And bringing ourselves out to the 4 here, just to show how all 4 games have pretty quickly gone in different directions. While they all started, you know, with that initial g3 push and the light-squared bishops being traded off, you can see here, as you scan each of the boards, that none of them are symmetrical to each other.
Yeah, they've all gone their own way very, very early, and that's good news for us as spectators. We'll learn more about different pawn structures. Maybe the most symmetrical would be the games between Sindarov and Caruana and Niemann against Erigaisi. Same pawn structure, just different piece configuration. But yeah, this feels like one of those tense starting positions where nothing too bad can happen to either side. And it's just your kind of a quick access to the middle game. And who can outplay the other? We'll see.
I think what catches my attention is the top right board, Hans versus Erigaisi, because there is a standoff between the black rook and the white queen on the open B line right now. So could be some knight jumps that you need to be careful about if you're Hans. And it looks like Hans kind of walked into it. What just happened here? Was queen b1 the last move played?
Yeah, we'll do a quick action replay. Just a few moves back, we saw a standard-looking position. The B file opened here. The black rook stepped across to hit the white queen, which advanced. And when the black knight came looking, she said, okay, I've had enough of that. I guess there is a pawn hanging on the edge of the board as well, but maybe a more natural move would be to bring the queen onto a safe line, safe file. Instead, she has stepped into the firing line. Tanya, I'm as shocked as you. This looks so ugly, but there's nothing immediate. And, ooh, maybe a silent draw offer from Arjun Erigaisi brings his knight back to a bad square. If the white queen now steps forward where she came from, we could see a dance between the queen and knight.
I mean, even if you want to make that offer, you at least bring the knight to c6 and not where it's at. Knight a6, what is that move by Arjun? It's also such a non-Arjun move to retreat your knight to the edge of the board.
Yeah, odd. I guess if he'd gone the other way, just to very quickly show, maybe the white queen has an extra central square. And yeah, the black queen now no longer able to protect in the center. But yeah, it looks superficial, to say the least.
Yeah, and so much to your point, Tanya, we're always looking for that aggressive, attacking chess out of Arjun, quick play on the clock as well early on. And yeah, this seems like a bit of an admission early on that I don't like my position. Would you offer me a way out?
You know what I know about Arjun? This is no admission of anything. I have a feeling like he has some grand plan with this move. It's just it's hard to figure it out. Maybe he wants to bring his queen to the B line with queen b7 next. Knight a6 cannot be with the idea that I'm okay for a repetition, or I admit that I've done something wrong, because he really hasn't so far. It was a very voluntarily made knight retreat. And Hans using this opportunity to go up the board with his own queen now, All the way to F5, knight D5 coming in next.
Yeah, watch out. The queen is hit, however. She will retreat. She's done a lot of legwork early on in this game. Not quite 10,000 steps yet, but a few from the white queen. She started on this square, and she's gone all the way across the board with some detours along the way. I guess this is slightly awkward, since the white queen does put some pressure on this this flank. Black will not feel comfortable castling into that side of the board anytime soon.
He trades.
There we
the
go.
long bishop move, forcing rook takes bishop.
Bye-bye bishops. It's just about those tricky knights now. I mean, to my eyes, it just looks equal, but the eval bar is creeping up on white side now.
And I guess, from my perspective, that is just because the white knights are quicker to the center of the board, right? We already have that F knight jumping up to E3. D knight as well can kind of get to the center of the board quicker. Meanwhile, that A6 knight, it's just going to take ages for it to get involved in the game again.
And the other one can't move, as it's needed to defend the H7 pawn. And okay, maybe now it can move. Arjun stepping forward. I think also king safety, white's able to castle if he wants. Now or in the near future. Black would reluctantly castle, since white will happily blow open that side of the board. Small things here, but they're all adding up in Hans's favor. Big
Hans reaching for a piece.
And keeps pulling back. He finally makes a decision to bring the other knight out. Now, both these knights are eyeing some juicy white squares. B5, D5, potentially C7 jumping in.
Okay, out of all the 4 boards, there's only 2 pairs of bishops left for either side. It looks like all the bishops leaving the board across across everyone's game so far.
And I think that's also something to say about the starting position that we have, right? Bishops in the corner of the board, just how they lend themselves to these kind of dynamics, opening up the long-range pieces, getting them off the board right now. Things looking good for Hans in this one. Should we move over?
Yeah, let's go to Vachier-Lagrave up against Fabiano Caruana, because Fabiano, with an incredible start to his round robin, sitting at 2 out of 2 points here, now finds himself on a bit of the back foot here. Across all boards, this is the biggest advantage that any player has, and it goes the way of Sindarov.
Ooh, it's almost deja vu, Tanya. It's also queens and knights. Those boring bishops are all off the board, as Levon Aronian was predicting beforehand. And again, it's the same scenario here. The knights entering the center. It's going to be hard to kick them out. A little bit more space for white as well, with a pawn further advanced here. Small gains, but for Sindarov, a very pleasant position.
It's also the question of black's king safety, right? Because it doesn't look that healthy on the right side of the board as well, with the potential h-pawn moving forward and an f5 break at the right time as well. The knight from d5 hitting on e7. King safety, a big factor for Sindarov here. Clock as well, saying that he's feeling more comfortable. Sindarov with that last round loss that I can't get out of my head, with Magnus winning with a checkmate in a rook and 4-pawn endgame. You do not get to see that every day in chess.
A rarity, to say the least. But Sindarov has got such great mental fortitude. Again, considering how close he was to unseating Magnus in their last freestyle meetup in South Africa, now to take yet another loss. To have come so close so many times, and yet still to let it slip away, he seems to have bounced back brilliantly here in round number 3, putting the pressure on Fabiano.
And not too much risk either. He's at 50% on the scoreboard. He's got a slight advantage here. I love how he always plays with a smile on his face. Sindarov is something that Levon Aronian has done multiple tournaments with a lot of success. This rook move a bit mysterious. He's trying to lure a white knight into the center to hit that rook, and only after the b-file is given away, after that rook trade, then black will gain a bit of time against the white knight that lands. So a bit of sneaky tempo play there for a strategic, slow position.
Looks pleasant for white because of more centralized compact pieces, more space, but I think still a long way off to actually say that it's close to a winning advantage, this one. But Sindarov's got reasons to be happy with the opening outcome.
Not quite symmetrical. It looks like there's stuff happening on some of the other boards. Here I would say that Sindarov's going to try and massage the advantage, small gains, maybe tickle some pawns, take over the b-file eventually.
So instead, the knight will jump to a different square forward as opposed to attacking that knight, supported by the c4 pawn.
This is really interesting, right? Because pawn moves are being provoked here. You could go a6, you could kick that knight out from b5, but then you've created weaknesses. That b6 square not looking as well defended. After a6, the knight will just come right back. A6, knight c3, and suddenly the rook on b6 isn't feeling as healthy as it would. But Fabi goes for it anyway. So Sindarov, does he just retreat to c3 now?
Yeah, unless he'll do an Arjun and retreat the other way.
No, don't do an
Oh, no, no, no.
Surely not.
Surely not.
Not to the edge of the board when there's no way back towards the center.
But he's thinking, David, could there potentially be ideas of the other knight jumping to d5, but then pawn takes knight, you lose 2 pieces? That doesn't make sense.
Oh, I guess the one temptation here, if it does happen, is that white, let's put some moves on the board. This is not Sindarov yet. This is us after a capture. Some exchanges happening. White might get 2 connected pass pawns, the A and B, but surely they're just too slow here. You don't take this type of risk without concrete variations working in your favor. So
Why is he thinking? It can't be knight a3. It's not knight d5. It's definitely not knight all the way across the board hitting the black queen. That knight's not coming back.
Yeah, what are we thinking about?
Overthinking about something. Knight c3 looks healthy, looks logical.
You're under 5 minutes now.
Yeah, letting your clock advantage against Fabiano slip here.
Okay, what could it be? Strange moment. Knight b5 was a great move, but here you do lose a bit of time. You've loosened black up.
I think he's going to surprise us. I don't know with what he's going to surprise us, but I think there's a shocker incoming here.
Very surprising moment to think. Losing all of his time advantage.
It's quite peculiar. Would have expected in an immediate response, and just like that, we're about to see the clocks rather equalize at 4 minutes apiece.
And he was the one who chose to go forward, and black only had one obvious move, one logical move to hit that knight. To suddenly invest 2-3 minutes is...
You know, he's just, Sindarov's such a king of chaos. He really likes to create these dynamics. And the fact that he's also really quick when he has obvious moves. But it's just I can't come up with the idea here.
Oh, and he goes forward, big risk. Of course, that long think would result in a big decision. And okay, this intermezzo is the key to gaining a move, hitting the black queen. Only next he'll take the black rook and then hope to throw his pawns forward.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose he justified the think by going for a move that is not, necessarily considered the best move or the most obvious move.
But he found the right sequence, right? He took pawn takes pawn first, forcing Fabi's queen to retreat. He's now going to capture the rook. Or do you think, David, he's going to actually start pushing the a-pawn?
Oh, that would be big. That would be a huge risk. He's already taken one. Maybe he'll continue just throwing pawns forward, arguing that the white knight is currently stronger.
Why don't we just threaten checkmate by sliding the queen over?
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, just threaten checkmate.
Ah, boo. I just want to take material. I see a rook, I take a rook.
Come on, I found one.
That is even stronger, I think, James. And it's the same idea that Tanya mentioned earlier. Loosen up the black position and then cash in.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, hit the pawn. That pawn would need to advance. Only then do you take. And black's pawns would be the wrong kind of connect for, all loose and weak.
And the fact that he hasn't rushed through with it, he is going to do something that will surprise us. It is queen e4 with checkmate and one being threatened.
That's interesting, though. Gets the question mark. As opposed to e3, he goes for e4. Ooh, what are the differences here? It seems like such a minor thing.
Yeah, small differences, I would say. I think instinct, you go to the center. Like, you're trained to occupy the center with the queen. So what he's done is very natural. But that queen might get hit in the very near future by some black pawns. And either this pawn push or this pawn push would gain some time now for black. And maybe actually help black more than it helps white.
This explains why he put it on e4 as well, because he wanted to assist that a4 pawn, defend that pawn to start moving it up the board as quickly as possible. If the queen is attacked, it'll slide down to c2, hitting that, supporting that a-pawn. I'm really liking how Sindarov's handled the last few moves. From a seemingly normal position, a bit of a strategic grind has become absolute chaos on the board.
Yeah, and for how much we were questioning the time spent on, that knight move, bringing it up to d5. He's ultimately justifying it. Again, the eval bar is dead even right now, so it's not a winning position, and the computer still would have preferred a different pathway forward, but he's at least following through on his idea.
Yep, and a very interesting one, maybe trying to make Fabi feel uncomfortable. Black would love to install some kind of blockade, use both black knights to blockade both white pawns. But yeah, still somehow it just feels like black's 1 or 2 moves short from feeling comfortable. He would love to castle, push some pawns, blockade with the knight, but maybe you can get 1 or 2 of those things, not all of them.
But how gutsy is it, right? To James' point earlier, that he loses to Magnus, he's playing against Fabi, and no safe, cautious approach. He wants to create his chances. He's going to try to push that A pawn. Fabi advances at the center. The knight coming out to stop the idea. David, you pointed this out.
Had to be done.
Had to be done.
And gets the exclam. Still a fair bit of maneuvering to happen in this game, so let's check in with another one. We're going back over to Hans Niemann versus Arjun Erigaisi.
Oh, we moved, but I was thinking
We'll come back. We'll come back. First, let's just catch up to where we are here, because it is Hans Niemann with only half a point to his name, staring down Arjun with a full point to his name. Has a small advantage here in the mid-game.
Ooh, and that black knight is struggling for good squares. If we compare the rooks as well, white's rook is so strong, black's rook is super passive. And there we go, the king is going to slide. I think it's just the quality of pieces here, Tanya. It's all in white's favor right now. The pawn on d5 has a great clamping effect on the position as well.
You just don't play knight a6 in the opening. I think it comes down to the way he maneuvered that knight, spending so much time allowing Hans's queen to come into activity. And look at that. Now, all of the coordination for white works to perfection. What is the rook on g8 doing? No open lines. The knight on d4 about to be kicked out as well. Arjun trying to desperately create some counterplay. I don't really see it. Does he want to go f5 next? That's what he's setting up. He wants to kick that knight out of the center of the board.
Exactly. I think a good move from Arjun in the circumstances. Still worse, still likely to be a pawn down. White can go pawn hunting at leisure, but the downside is that when that happens, the black king will move, the black rook might finally get active. Okay, can Hans Niemann keep control? That is the big question. Slightly up on time, about to be a pawn up.
I'm going to let you guys decide where you want to go, but Vachier Fabiano is big right now.
Well, if you're going to leave it up to me.
It's your decision. I'm going to let you take the call on this, James.
Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's check in. You seem motivated to get back and talk about that Vachier-Sindarov and Fabiano Caruana game. Yeah.
You're going to love it, what you see. There's pawns being sacrificed to get the white queen into f6. What even is happening here? The king at the center of the board. Fabi's rook stuck to the corner.
Got knights defending each other.
I called them superfluous earlier, useless knights, but actually they're just doing the perfect defensive job right now. Question mark given. Oh, one knight retreats.
Oh.
Black queen couldn't take on b6, as f6 would have been falling, other pawns would have been dropping. This is so finely balanced. Apparently white has a great move here. Only one way to keep the balance. Other moves, black is clearly better. And there we go, it's a rook sacrifice, rook for knight, rook a7. He wants the pawn, it's a brilliant move, double exclamation mark. Wow.
What a move.
Just offering it up. Knight would recapture, jumping back to a7.
Just to get a pawn on that 7th rank. He's giving up a rook right now. And how quickly was this found? This was not easy, David.
Not easy at all. And he wasn't here in the studio with us. He didn't see Peter Lecko show a pawn on h7 earlier worth a piece. This time, a pawn on a7's worth a piece. That is not a great fianchettoed knight anymore. And the white rook is coming.
This is beautiful to watch from Vachier. To give up an exchange for that pawn. Very gutsy play by him. He wants to get one of the majors on the B line now, start attacking that knight on b7. If that knight moves, the rook could go all the way up to b8.
Yeah, he's also got to bring either his rook or his queen over to the A file to defend that pawn eventually. Okay, there's the B file, taking control of first. Now, interestingly, the eval bar slips slightly in favor of Fabi there with that move, though, so a little bit of an inaccuracy. Yeah. How can we punish?
Most natural move in the world. I think the idea was to drive the black queen into the corner. The black queen should have been forced to blockade, and then she would have been passive, but so hard to make these decisions at this type of time control. Tiny little details. Now the black rook is going to get into the corner to blockade and defend.
You know, that's when I hate the engines. You play the most human move, and it says it's not a good one. And I like how he's following it up, because if the knight was to move, that queen can still go to b8. We've seen a rook sacrifice. We might see a queen sacrifice by Sindarov.
Oh, big moment. Fabi gives back the piece. Very professional decision. Gets the A pawn in return. So material count, Fabiano is 1 pawn to the good. Sindarov is purely trying to hold this game and defend it now.
Yeah, and it just comes down to that singular move a moment ago. If he had instead repositioned that rook to a1, he would have forced the stronger piece in the queen to play defense of the promotion square. Instead, now Fabi's major pieces are more involved in the game.
But it's also about the king's safety, and with the major still on the board, it is far from a winning advantage despite having an extra pawn in the position. White's got very active rook and queen.
Very active, but yeah, I'm just thinking Sindarov wasn't able to hold rook and 4 versus rook and 4 in the previous game. Now it's queen and 6 versus queen rook and 5. And okay, question mark given to his last move.
Oh,
giving ground,
Flipping.
retreating, and all the
But can't you go rook c1 now? How are you defending the c pawn is my question.
that's exactly what you can do here.
That is...
So yeah, maybe too fast of a move here by Fabi. He kind of blitzed that one out, needed an extra second to think.
And now he wants to give a check maybe.
Yes.
And then swing his rook across to defend, so it's not immediately losing the pawn back. Fabiano is playing with house money though. He is on 100% so far. A draw's a fine result for him. And I don't think he can lose this, even if it goes wrong, Fabiano. To the 1 minute mark now.
I mean, that would be even a draw here is such a phenomenal start for Fabiano, right? At this point, if you're looking at worst being 2.5 out of 3 through 3 rounds in the day, that would be an absolutely stellar performance for Fabiano in what would be considered his weakest portion of a freestyle chess tournament.
Okay, he wins the pawn back, Sindarov, but look at that black pawn on c2, 1 square from touchdown.
It was Sindarov with the pawn on a7. Now it's Fabiano Caruana one a step away from that c1 queening square, tying down that white rook to defense. He's about to bring his king to add some consolidation. King e1, king d2. Get that king closer to the c-pawn.
Yeah.
Feels like the white king has to march its way over as well.
He goes the more aggressive way.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to allow any checks in the corner from the black queen. Any nasty surprises there. Still, I think anyone here would take black. Just safer king, stronger pawn. But things could turn, of course. I said earlier it was a 2-result game. Maybe not anymore. If the queens come off, then white would be able to round up that black pawn and be able to look forward with confidence to the future.
Speaking of the future, if there's a 5 versus 4 rook pawn ending, yes, Vachier, had to get really unlucky to lose his 4v4, but that would be technically winning for him if he does win the c2 pawn.
Okay, stabilized the game now.
Then
Fabi's going to dive in with the queen here.
does the white queen step in and start hitting the black rook?
Oh, it could do. It's very logical. 2 squares to do that.
Players playing on seconds.
Fabi under the 30-second mark. This is a balanced game. Short update on the other boards. All of them looking pretty balanced. Maybe Levon with a small advantage against Magnus. And Vincent Keimer with an advantage as well.
Vachier once more in the position. He's not going for the c2 pawn. He's going for black's king right now. The queen comes back, and Vachier, he does offer a repetition, and it is being accepted by Fabiano Caruana, and it's handshakes.
Wow, half a point apiece as the draw is decided between Vachier Sindarov and Fabiano Caruana. As they discuss the position, we're going to go to Levon Aronian versus Magnus Carlsen, because we said it was about do or die time for Levon Aronian, scoreless through 2 rounds and heading into the 30s up against the world number 1, and he has a small advantage, but 15 seconds to his name with 5-second increment to pilot this one to a victory.
Not long ago, Levon Aronian won a pawn, and he's now trying to create a pass pawn. There we go. That corner pawn there for white is a runner. It's going to sprint forward. Black's remaining pawns are all isolated as well. Black's bishop is a bit stuck. This looks like a beautiful endgame for Levon. He has to win this for his tournament. He just has to take down Magnus Carlsen now. And how many times have we said that? He's done it before. He can do it again.
Done it before. He can do it again. He might be doing a service as well to the rest of the field if he knocks Magnus down a peg, as well as putting himself back in position to survive the round robin.
But Magnus is coming in with a threat, and then Levon just walk into a fork. He's about to lose a bishop.
He's blundered his bishop. His pawn is still super strong. We've talked about pawns on the 7th rank being worth pieces many times already today. Is that a pawn going to survive?
So sneaky about Magnus coming in with his knight, not only hitting that e2 pawn, and a tactic miss there.
And he immediately consolidates his position, right? Just like that, Levon comes in, tries to threaten both of the minor pieces. The dark squared bishop drops back to defend the knight. Now, of course, Levon looking to jump in and remove that defender.
But you could just go triple down on it. The knight's going to jump to c6, attacking the black bishop. The bishop slides over, and you actually do not survive with that pawn on a7. I think Magnus is going to start pushing this one.
Yep. Magnus
there it is.
Driver's seat. If that pawn disappears, Magnus's losing chances are minimal.
Losing chance is minimal. That's never the situation I want to be in, up against the world #1. A bit of maneuvering here on the left-hand side of the board. We're just stacking all of the minor pieces. Okay, again, Levon slides over to attack the bishop. The king will now try to get involved with the game. It's Levon's king that's a little bit closer to the center, but doesn't have a very clear pathway forward because of the position of the pawns. Okay, a trade of pawns here does allow Levon to get his king one step closer.
And the reason that Magnus isn't rushing with picking up that a7 pawn is because the white rook will slide over and you'll be in this eternal pin on that a line.
What did he miss?
Oh, he's gone the wrong way.
He got the double question mark here. He was threatening going to collect that H pawn since he was cut off from the center of the board, but this just gives Magnus permission to involve his king.
He's going to kick that knight out of c6 and then win the pawn.
It's going to be a piece up for Magnus Carlsen. That was the only winning move, apparently, but also the most natural one.
Time. Oh, it was close. He keeps himself alive here, but this just speaks to the poor position that Levon is in. He's got 6 seconds and a losing position against Magnus Carlsen. How quickly this one slipped away.
Now, you can't flag yourself twice in 3 games. He has to keep pace on the clock.
Just too slow, Levon. That one blunder, a knight fork, a backward knight move. They say the hardest thing to spot in chess, and there was no comeback. Objectively, he was okay, but not anymore. That knight is being booted out, and the a7 pawn is falling. His pride and joy.
And that's it. The king is going to march up the board. King e4. You're up an entire piece. Pawns are defended. Magnus doesn't mess this up. He blocks it with the bishop first.
He didn't want to risk getting mated in the center of the board, but every move is winning at this point. The knight can hit the bishop. That pin is defended against, though. Piece is a piece. It's an extra bishop. At this level, should be enough for Magnus, but he's still locked in and focused.
And look at that beautiful compression at the center of the board. The king, the knights, the rook, and the pawn. Just everything holds itself. Every piece defends the other. Complete consolidation here by black. And now it's time to get the king up closer to that e2 pawn via c3 and d2.
Levon shaking his head. He knows it must be so hard to keep fighting with just any hope remaining, but it's almost done.
Yeah, just a near impossible position, right? And with your tournament position in the back of your mind through all of this, right? Understanding that now I'm going to be 0 points through 3 games with only 4 to go. We had said the magic number was 4.5. That's an impossibility, assuming a loss here for Levon to take. So he's going to need some other people to make some magic happen if he wants to find himself a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
Yep, he will need to win all of his remaining games and hope if this one doesn't go to plan, and if he's not able to save it, Levon Aronian. Okay, he's got his pawn marching. We've seen some strong pawns, but the black bishop was ready to go around. A check.
Maybe another check, driving the white king away.
More checks are possible.
It's just this f-pawn that Levon's banking his hope on, and Magnus is about to pick it up with knight jumping onto e3.
So nasty. Magnus has taken a while to find the best squares for his pieces, but they're coming around now. And once that pawn disappears, it really is game over. No more counterplay.
And the thing is, f6, it's a dark square, right? So the bishop can get to it, the knight can get to it, and you only have your king and rook, the 2 defenders there. So once that falls, I think Levon just resigns.
Yeah, it's the triple team. We saw it on the white A pawn earlier before it fell off. All of black's pieces combined to hit it. Can only be defended twice.
Oh, beautiful threat there. Can he go bishop takes pawn now?
Bishop takes pawn is a winning move. Rook takes, and Tanya, the fork. We already forked something on the e4 previously. Forked a king and bishop.
He goes for it. He finds it. Of course he does. It's Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and Levon realizes this time that the fork would come, so he just slides the king out of the way, but a pawn is dropped, and that's an even greater advantage here for Magnus Carlsen.
But watch out, there are some forks that white is threatening there. The bishop retreats, the knight is hanging, but great move from Magnus. He's going to go round and pin the knight against the king.
He actually calculated this all the way through, that even with this idea, he's got this resource of pinning and winning.
I think he missed it in advance, Magnus. He kind of shook his head in relief there.
It's like I have this resource. Slides over. No way to defend the knight.
No forks. And there we go. It's a handshake. Levon resigns. Magnus takes the win.
Yeah, disaster strikes here for Levon Aronian, our South Africa Grand Slam champion, up against Magnus Carlsen here, now sitting at 0 points to his name through 3 rounds. Magnus Carlsen will slide up to 2.5. That's the 4th result across our 4 boards. We had 2 decisive victories, 2 draws in this one, as we will relive some of the highs and lows of this round. It was Vincent Keimer and Norbert Abusatorov who piloted their game to a draw. draw. Hans Niemann did get it done against Arjun Erigaisi in a pretty back-and-forth game between the two of them. He gets the win with the white pieces. Fabiano Caruana and Vachier-Lagrave, they ended in a draw, half a point apiece for both of those players. Fabi sitting very pretty in the overall standings, considering he entered this round with 2 wins. Match the likes of a Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen gets the win over Levon Aronian after, unfortunately, Levon lets slip a knight fork and his early chances in this round robin.
Now, heartbreaking stuff for Levon Aronian, but he's still in it, just about. It is really do or die time, and for everyone else, yeah, they know their job. They know the magic number. They need to start winning now. Great result for Hans Niemann, I will say. Great game from him, very controlled.
Yeah, well, it's all about the position of the players within the tournament. Judith, that's where you kicked us off when it came to both analyzing the position, but not just where the players stand in the overall standings. Unfortunate for Levon to fall down once again. How are you all feeling over there on the deep dive desk about each of our players' chances in the overall standings?
Well, it was a heartbreaking moment from looking at it from Levon's side. And in the pre-show, we were discussing how difficult the day is for the players. And actually, the first half of the day can already decide some of the things. And of course, this was a key game for Levon and for Magnus as well just now. And I think we are going to dive in very deeply in this, because this was the game of the round, definitely. And this is what happens. Yeah, Levon was very unfortunate, having played with the black pieces in the first 2 rounds, losing the 2 games. He knew exactly that either I win this game or maybe a draw can still give me a chance, but if I lose, and it was such a painful lose. So let's see, to break it down, why this happened, because it was a psychological battle to start with.
Yes, it seemingly was kind of a very boring position, as the players called it, and I believe that they got fooled by this, that Black relaxed way too much, like, wow, I don't have any problems, and in fact they got into problems quite early on, almost all of them, and it basically also connected with the first move, that after G3 I felt like playing G6, just opening up this bishop, getting rid of this problem of eventually trading those bishops and you will not be able to castle, came back to hunt Black in many of the games. The players opted for B5, takes, B3, C5, we have seen this in a couple of games, C4, and after B takes C4, Sindarov captured back with a pawn on C4 and had a very comfortable position against Fabiano, but we knew that Levon is in a must-win situation, so he wants to create unbalance in the position, and he captured with the rook, which is a very risky kind of move. The computer gives a question mark to it for a very specific reason, and Magnus actually sensed the right idea how to play against rook c4, because it's a provocative move, but he played the wrong move order. Let's first take a look what happened in the game. Played knight d6, Levon played knight fe3, d5 hitting the rook, rook c1, d4, burying the bishop on a1, but giving up the c4 square. This is strategically very double-edged. Knight c4, g5, and white went to play f3, and the knight came to f2, and it became very much a Levon type of play, and he outplayed Magnus in beautiful fashion. Yeah, it was a back and forth, it was a very complex game, but let's just highlight the nuances that after rook takes c4, if Magnus, because he had foreseen that he wants to push d5, d4, oops, pardon me, d5, d4. So let's take a look. If Black plays d5 inertly, rook c1 and pushes the pawn to d4 now, then there is such a big difference, because the knight from f1 will not be able to get to c4. So yes, the knight from d1 will be heading to c4, but it gives Black all the time in the world. You can just play g6, knight c4, you develop the knight to d7, then you castle, you bring your pieces, and white has this eternal problem with the knight on f1. And then the c4 square does not mean anything. But in the game, this happened. And let's just see how complex things got. Yeah, Magnus is trying to fight, first of all, against f4 with g5, knight g6, knight f2, short castle, and Levon immediately going h4. Yes, computer gives a question mark, but it's a very human move. You put your opponent under pressure, because the good move according to computer is g takes h4, opening up the g file. I don't believe that we can expect anyone to play like this. So Magnus played the stylish, world-classy move f5, and that led us to this structure with takes, queen d3. What do you feel? Because white was going then f4, look at this, queen d5, f4, knight e4, queen f3, then rook comes to h1. We can already sense that white is taking over.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was a big battle, but I think Levon Levon did great. Maybe you can jump to the point where actually still Levon was pressing and having almost a winning position against Magnus, where he actually blundered just in few moves, right? It was bishop d6. Just the 2 moves later to point out that you have to play well until the very end. This is the most important. And he knew that how close he was, right, after bishop d6.
Yes, but here it was a very special moment because this was the moment when we jumped into this game and I was thinking like, wait a second, how, because Levon was down to 7 seconds. Yeah, it was a nerve-wracking moment that if he plays something and immediately it caught my attention that, wait a second, if you play bishop d6, then this rook c2, knight c3, hitting on it and knight e4 fork appears, yeah? And he was very unfortunate that he exactly went along these lines. It felt logical. Now I removed because just to highlight that if white puts the rook now on a1 immediately, then black has the chance to hitting the bishop and then playing d3, opening up the bishop, and in counter you don't want to let your opponent this chance. So you want to be too smart with bishop d6, and then after rook c2, rook a1, supporting the pawn, so-called is a good idea, but it was played with the wrong intention, because now after knight c3, seemingly there is a check, but Levon thought like, okay, take this pawn, I queen the a pawn, that's not the problem. But to his horror, he had to realize that after a5, suddenly not the pawn on e2 is hanging, but the bishop is forked, and then he had compensation to make a draw, but he was also under shock with no time, and he went on to lose.
Yeah, I mean, this was a big game of the tournament, and it influences the outcome of the event. And after the game, I had a little feeling that finally Magnus gave a smile to, it's a big relief. Okay, I won this one. I'm on the safe side. So, James?
Thank you very much, Judith and Peter. You're exactly right. Things are heating up here as we're about to move into our 4th round of the day. Let's just take a look at the round scores followed by the group stage standings, because we'll see some players are sitting pretty at the top of the standings, while for others, it's absolutely do or die time. These were our round 3 results. It was a draw between Vincent Keimer and Norbert Abdusattorov. Hans Niemann got it done against Vachier-Lagrave to pick up a full point. It was half a point apiece, of course, between Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana before Magnus Carlsen got it done against Levon Aronian in that last matchup, and the one that we just analyzed. From here, we go to the group stage standings. You can see it's Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, rather, who share the top spot at 2.5 apiece. And rounding out our top 4 currently are Norbert Abdusattorov and Vincent Keimer with 1.5. But that's not to forget the other 2 players with 1.5 to their name in Hans Niemann and Sindarov, who are hot on their heels. Vachier-Lagrave, half a point out of 6th place there with 1 point to his name, and Levon still hunting for that first point of the day. From here, we go to the starting grid for our 4th round of the day, as some of these players are going to need to get wins on the board immediately. We're looking at a Vincent Keimer who goes up against a very strong looking Magnus Carlsen. Fabiano Caruana, he goes up against a wounded Levon Aronian. But for Levon, you've got to put the wins on the board now or you are effectively out. Vachier-Lagrave up against Vachier-Sindarov and Norbert Abdusattorov against Hans Niemann. So a lot of battles at the middle of the table, it appears, in our round number 4. So we could see these standings look very different at the end of this 4th round. With that, the players are ready. Let's dive into the playing hall where Fiona is standing by for the position lottery.
Thank you so much, James. Welcome back, everyone. 3 rounds have been played. We currently have 2 players in the joint lead, Carlsen and Caruana, and I'm here with woman grandmaster and content creator Dina Belenkaya for the next draw. Dina, yesterday was content day. How did it go with the players?
Well, Fiona, as you can hear from my voice, yesterday was a very productive day. We had a very deep discussion with Alexander Kostyuk about the future of women's chess. We also learned that Arjun has absolutely no pop culture knowledge whatsoever, unlike his colleagues Levon and Fabi, who are very opinionated in or about women actresses. And we also learned that Norbert and Vachier are the best friends that one can be in chess.
So a fun day was had. Dina, thank you. I'm going to step behind the table. You can stay in front next to the ball. And let's go. So the next position, oh, I didn't see those, is gonna be position number 770, 770. Thank you so much, Dina. To the players, best of luck, and to everyone watching, have fun.
Ich bin Beweis. Was meinst du?
Yes. Very dangerous. This is the white side, right? White, yes. White side. Can we go before? At some point we'll play knight g3. Yeah. Or g3. Yeah, actually, no, this side knight g3. We can threaten h4 already, no? So, why don't we start with h4? H4, knight f6. Yeah. c5 and h4. Well, h4, knight f6, b3 is still really much right. Even h5? Okay, h5 is like the more unbalanced position becomes, it's better. H5, knight f3. 7 is a bit weak. Ah, but then knight f6. Knight g5, you want to play king e8? Oh wait, actually, now that f7 is weak, we have to change everything, I believe. Yeah? Like then also suddenly c4, knight f6. Ah no, okay, as long as knight is there, is good. Actually, we can do this then. Bishops in the corner, you're not under that much pressure to develop. If we just develop.
But knight g6, they have this type of knight f3 stuff, yeah? It's typical. Yeah. Knight f6, knight g5. Just to force you to bring your king to e8. To lose the right to.
But, okay. This is my typical, but I don't believe it. Okay.
Yeah, knight g5?
I don't know. What?
Okay. You think this is too much white, there's too much time, yeah?
I mean, the queen, all the pieces are naturally placed. I mean, everything is already coordinated. So you know, to knight f3 also, like, f6 also makes some sense, because now knight is... Is that our pieces are on great squares already, so there's not, like, opening pressure, we just have to develop. I mean, when the bishop is well placed, the queen, rook, I mean, once you place, like, all of our pieces, like, bishop is normal. The only issue is the king. Everything else is fine. That's if we're naturally coordinating, there's no short-term pressure unless we don't develop our own.
Теперь. А,
Теперь должно. Это понимаешь чуть-чуть.
Да, понимаешь. Yeah, c5 is okay.
No, c5 is okay. You speak in Russian.
Да, да.
c5. Queen f6. Okay. Okay, let's see a little bit more, yeah. You can switch to Russian if you want. No, it's fine.
And also this kind.
Black has some compensation.
Do you want to play d6 or an
e5 and play
e5
maybe, yeah.
e5?
e5, b3.
Yeah, okay, I think the one that we play that's
Okay, knight g6. So our choices are b4, g3. Both. I mean, also makes a lot of sense. Knight is
g3.
Poorly placed.
Okay, c5.
f4. f4.
Okay, maybe it's not much, but.
Oh, we can play this.
No, like this.
No, like b6, knight f6, e6 was a big deal for black also.
Knight f2.
Yeah.
Like b6.
Yes.
b3.
I mean, we can be slightly better.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel
better.
so ambitious.
Okay, it's not killing black for sure. So the other option was to play b4, right?
b4.
Which is makes sense.
Because now actually we
can we play
h4.
e3?
e3 f4 also makes sense.
Yeah.
I actually think c4, c5 is more serious than we...
c5, f4. This looks nice, actually. Then maybe knight f2, g4.
g4 we don't...
No, I mean, if knight is on f6.
Oh, this looks fine for white. A little bit better.
Okay. So what's the move for black? I think I have one for next.
Some kind of knight f6, I guess.
But knight f6, then you were really kind of pushing.
Yeah, maybe not knight g6. Yeah,
maybe c5.
Maybe maybe c5.
Okay, but I agree. Like e3 is a very safe and nice option.
At least we have that. Okay, so we should evaluate this.
Okay, we are not forced to take that pawn, but probably if we don't.
No, we can play b3 or something else. Then we're also sacking the pawns.
Or g3.
Position 770 for our fourth round of the day, and you heard it right there from Vincent Keimer. E3 maybe looking for a safer position, and I wonder if that speaks to the position he finds himself in the overall standings as I hand things over to Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko at the desk to break down this position 770. Take it away.
Well, it's interesting. Game 4. In previous round also we had the bishop on a1, queen b1, and rook on c1, but the rest of the pieces are pretty much messy and different. What was interesting very much while you, Peter, was telling me your strategy, what you think the best thing is in the game, exactly in that moment we just heard your student saying exactly the same thing. So can you break that down? What is it exactly?
Yes, it's again like with every starting position in freestyle chess. Yeah, we have all these mysterious lines. You have to try to connect the dots, and it's clear that white wants to play c4 because it hits the pawn immediately. And now the most natural move for black is to react with knight g6. So this is what the players were discussing. And then there was this Levon group who Levon mentioned that, but wait a second, against knight g6 there is this very typical knight f3 with the idea of going knight g5 and hitting the weak spot on f7 and h7. And then I believe Hans was saying that no, but this is not the position where I have to worry about it, because my queen and the bishop on b8, a8 are standing nicely. And in fact, computer says that yes, you can allow knight g5 with c5, because knight g5 seemingly is a devilish threat, but black can counter it by hitting himself on h2, and after knight takes f7 check, just walk away with the king. When you look at everything what happened, you realize that actually white's look on g1 is trapped and the game is over. Yeah, so if you want to be too smart, you can actually end up getting into a lot of trouble. And here comes the moment that also Team Fabi discussed this with Vincent, and Fabiano came up with this move. That's what Vincent said, that I like your solid solution very much, that after knight g6, white has this very nice move e3. It's also one of computer's top choices, with the idea that after black plays c5, you play now f2, f4, and you play a strategic game claiming that that knight on g6 is out of the game. White's knight can come to f2, and then slowly you are building up the pressure, and you already, as a Vincent, give me this position, I want to play it. Judith, what's your take? How you feel like how this Fabi and Team Vincent are dealing with the situation?
Well, I think they figured out this very well, and it's a fact that when knight is on g6, we were discussing also that possibly g3, f4 is also an idea, but actually it's the same idea, that the most important thing is to have a pawn on f4, limit the opportunities for the g6 knight. We see Magnus on the screen. He was already earlier at the board, but James, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jude and Peter. Looking at a couple of the lines and the stability that some of these players might be hoping for, again, considering their position in the standings. As we crest the halfway point of the day, that's going to become more and more a factor, I think, in the opening moves that certain players might go for. I think my question becomes whether or not there's really a consensus on a first move here, where we have had consensus across a number of our previous rounds.
Yeah, it definitely feels like maybe more options here, and the fact that the players do need different results, different types of middle games perhaps, is the reason we see the likes of Magnus sitting alone now. Maybe also the fact that Hans was on his team there, both with the black pieces in this round. But yeah, I think this is where they've had enough of the friendly stuff. They know that the crunch rounds are ahead.
I do like the idea of moving the pawn forward, hitting that pawn on 8-7, and I think once again our experts, our deep dive experts, will be proven right with that as the games are about to begin. James, a huge one for Vincent Keimer. He's against Magnus. This was the player he took down in Weissenhaus in 2025. Can he do it again right now?
That's the question. Will he find similar magic to what he found just 1 year ago, coming away with the top spot in the Weissenhaus Grand Slam of 2025, now hunting a world championship against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. He's eyeing his 21st world championship, and getting it done against Vincent Keimer here would set himself up brilliantly in the overall standings. Away we go. We'll start with the 4 board as we see Vincent with an immediate first move, but we're going to track whether or not there is consensus, and I do see one differential. That will be on the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. It's Arjun Erigaisi who decides to go his own way.
That's not the first time anyone said that. I mean, Arjun usually does find the offbeat path. It is the central pawn that he moves 2 steps forward. Everybody else going in with Peter and Judith's suggestion. I think for Vincent, he wants to not only do that, he wants to follow it up with his idea of his mentor with pushing the e-pawn next 1 step ahead, just gaining more squares at the center of the board. E3 coming up by Vincent.
Yeah, we've seen 3 English openings, one to C4, and 1 Sicilian with Arjun and Sindarov. Almost the same idea, just with colors reversed, which is interesting. As we see 2 players now, or actually just Magnus still thinking. Levon eventually made a decision against Fabiano. Magnus wondering what to do next against the most obvious move. The fact that he was sitting alone may be slowing him down slightly. Wonder why or how he didn't guess that one.
What do you make of that response? He's just going to go for symmetry out the gate here, where most of the other players look to develop their knights into that line that was discussed earlier.
Yeah, that is a pawn sacrifice, Tanya. He is dropping a pawn as early as move 1, Magnus, but he's hoping to get his knights out quickly if the pawn is captured. I'm not sure whether it's worth the squeeze there.
Yeah.
Vincent Keimer against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that's the top left board right there. He also opens up his own queen, eyeing that h2 pawn if 8-7 was taken. I think tactics, early tactics in that one, which is why Vincent is now thinking about, does he defend his own h2 pawn? Does he go all out with 8-7? Big decisions in move 2 for Keimer.
Yeah, it feels like it's come as a bit of a surprise to him, and rightfully so. He will take some time to think. And so I think we should go check in on Nurdirbek Abdusatorov and Hans Niemann, 2 guys who find themselves in the middle of the standings. As you can see there, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, 1.5 points to each of them means that they are kind of in a battle on the bubble for the top 4, putting a spotlight on games like this. You want to create separation between yourself and those who are matched with you in the standings. So off we go to Hans Niemann versus Nurdirbek Abdusatorov, just to check in on the development of this game between 2 guys who are tied in the standings.
Yeah, very, very important game, and an unorthodox opening here. It was something that Peter and Judith were mentioning. We'll just do a very quick action replay from the beginning as the white pawn stepped forward to c4, hitting the h7 pawn. Magnus didn't defend it, Hans did, and this e3 move that the white team were talking about. Black copies for now, but it's this connect 3, just blunting any attempts the black knight has to jump into the game. Somehow it just feels uncomfortable. You might get hit a bit later. You definitely can't leap forward. The other black knight improved, but a few moves down the line, Nurdirbek, I was just expecting a 1 pawn push here, but he goes 2 squares forward, and some tension between the 2 armies for the first time. An exchange, and okay, black is ready to castle. White still needs a few more moves. I'm not so sure I like this from Nurdirbek. E3, F4, it feels like you're playing for control. Suddenly, the board opens up. There's also ideas like knight takes pawn. The bishop is staring down this diagonal with some loose pieces. Okay, Hans up on time. It feels like the last 2 moves have gone in his favor after maybe Nurdirbek getting in what he had wanted.
That's actually a big threat that you're pointing out, right? Knight takes pawn right now, so it might actually provoke Nurdirbek to make another pawn moves. He's made quite a few actually so far. We're on move 6. 5 of them have been, or at least 4 have been with just pawn pushes. We might see g3 on the board to give a defense on f4 as well as create some squares for the bishop to come out on.
Feels like our king then struggles to ever find safety on the white side of the board, right? If we're forced to push this g-pawn.
Yeah, you're right. This light squared bishop is such a sniper. Hitting this whole diagonal, the queen can always line up with it. Oh, if I can draw arrows correctly.
That's all right, the intention was there.
The intention was there, something along this long diagonal, but I guess at the very least, white could always try and challenge that bishop on the light squares, and the game goes on. Nope, he brings his knight forward instead.
It's another way to defend that pawn.
Also very lateral, attacking the bishop. But maybe this is the downside. Hans gains a bit of time against the white rook, which is going to have to find itself on a clumsy square. Or you're going to have to trade off your best bishop. The white bishop, the sniper, might have to step in the way. Oh, he does move his rook.
Yeah, just looks to lift the rook, sort of induced, now hitting that bishop. So we're going to see the bishop drop all the way back.
And I think the argument that he's making is that he did lose a tempo in bringing the bishop back, but the rook on c3 comes in the way of its own pieces. And actually that bishop where it is right now is nicely placed right now. So for Notterbeck, he'll have to spend another move, getting that rook out of the way. I'm liking the way Hans has handled this opening so far. Keeps the advantage on the clock as well. Looking good for Niemann.
Yeah, it feels like he's got in the flow a bit more. And yeah, it feels like this position... It's just very easy for black to play. You can castle next move, pretty much against anything. You can strike in the center at will. You can jump your knight into the center. So much choice for Notterbeck, no obvious moves.
So I think now's a good time for us to do a bit of a trip around the world. So first, let's hop over to Sindarov and Erigaisi, where very similarly, you'll see the eval bar is just ever so slightly in favor of the player with the black pieces. But we can see many notable differences. But for me, Sindarov's already committed his king to the right-hand side of the board, still an option for Hans back in his game.
Yeah, Sindarov's committed. He's also sacrificed a pawn just in the last few moves. I'll just take us back 3-4 moves because it looked like a very healthy bind here, something in traditional chess we would call the Maroczy bind, with white's pawns clamping down on all the light squares, white with a beautiful pawn center. But after black castled, maybe not the best move order, white's bishop coming forward. Great energetic move here. Pawn sacrifice, b5, breaking that bind. And after an exchange, first kicking the bishop back, and now surely he's just going to blow open the center, with or without maybe a hit on the white queen. And Sindarov's the one trying to make the magic happen.
It's very dangerous for Arjun, and especially the fact that he still needs one more move for his king to get to safety right now. This could be the tempo that Sindarov needs for that initiative. And we've seen him employ these ideas, right? These Benko Benoni kind of ideas where he sacrifices a flank pawn to open up the lines for his majors, diagonals for his bishops right now. I love the move that you're suggesting. I like rook to c8. I'd also point out one more move here. You could actually make sure that white's king doesn't get to safety on that right side of the board by taking away that square on e1, bishop sliding over to b4, and just making sure that white doesn't get to castle, and you're just playing for long-term initiative then.
Yep, can't castle through check. The rook can move through an attack, but the king cannot. That's a very clever move. Other candidates would be jumping forward with the black knight, maybe to hit this bishop, even using the queen to create a pin. Or Sindarov, I really like his position. It's very similar to Sicilian ideas, just breaking open the center, but maybe there's other options which will force him to slow down.
And also all of this just for a pawn. The piece activity that he has, managing king safety, and in deficit, just one pawn, and that absolutely does not matter with this time control. Playing for the attack is Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, so multiple considerations here for Vachier-Lagrave. So while he thinks about what his best pathway forward is, let's go to another position that I think you'll like. Magnus Carlsen's position up against Vincent Keimer. As we arrive there, once again, it's a player with the black pieces who's found himself a small advantage. Magnus Carlsen yet to commit his king to either side of the board, as we had seen Vachier-Lagrave do in his position. But a bit of a different look here with the G-pawn for the black side starting to eliminate some of those light squares at the center of the board.
Yeah, very interesting. Magnus and Hans have almost copied each other in terms of pawn structure, piece play, and Magnus looking very relaxed right now. Big question for Vincent where the king's going to go. Maybe he's overextended somewhat. There we go. He does kick away the bishop. But the last time we saw this was in the Hans Niemann game. Hans reacted by bringing his bishop to attack the white rook. That looks just as strong here. The bishop could also step back and harass a vulnerable knight.
Yeah, gets the question mark here, though. Implies there's a very solid response for Magnus Carlsen if he can find it.
Also, so much of their approach here is based on the score lines that we're seeing, right? Magnus and Fabi with a 1-point lead at 2.5 out of 3 games. Meanwhile, we've got 5 players with a 1.5. And Vincent Keimer is one of them. With just 4 rounds remaining and a qualification spot for the top 4 to try to fight for that World Championship title, this is extremely important for Vincent to not lose against the world number 1.
And that's the thing. I would argue you should be fighting against the world number 1 for a draw here, right? Don't take too many risks. Don't take too many chances. Look for your wins in the remaining rounds of the day, but already things are starting to look a little scary.
Might be too late for that, David.
Yeah, it's tricky in the middle of a tournament. You want to play principled moves, you want to still go for it. You don't know how hard to push, but sometimes you have to be really sneaky and calculative about these things. Apparently there's a very strong sacrifice in this position, not just the black bishop moving.
Then we got to look at it, because Magnus will find it, at least as an option.
Yeah, he's looking, he's tempted. Apparently the black knight can also jump forward in this position, ignoring the hit on the black bishop. I'll just put this on the board while Magnus thinks. This is my move, not his. If the knight does jump forward, if the bishop is captured, knight takes pawn is not just a check, it also removes the defender of this white knight, and the black queen swoops in on the diagonal with a winning attack. Pawn gain and checkmate possibly incoming. That would be really nasty and force Vincent probably to just give up the castling rights immediately by defending with his king. He goes back instead, Magnus. That's more natural.
More conservative, though, as well, which also might speak to his scoreline, right? 2.5. I don't need to do anything crazy. I can absorb blows. Even if he, at this point, were to put up half a point a game for the remainder of the day, he would likely still end up in the top 4. Of course, we know he'll push for first in a choice of his opponent at dinner tonight.
But what's happened over the last few moves with all the trades, and now once the dust is settled, there is a double attack on both these pawns, and I don't really see a healthy way for white to defend both. Well, there's queen lining up with the bishop, queen to b2, laterally defending f2 and e5. Is that what Vincent has to rely on? But it just doesn't look like a happy move to put your long-range pieces onto defense here. Vincent Keimer, something's gone wrong.
Something's gone wrong. And Magnus, this pawn structure does actually arise from many openings in traditional chess, so he's using that pattern recognition to just create threats, get a very stable base. Black can castle. I don't think Vincent's happy. It's not such a kind of natural position to play with white, especially the white king. We talked about it literally on move 4, move 5. 6, 7 moves later, it's still an issue. He plays the move Tanya mentioned. He had to, but he doesn't look happy about it.
No one would be. It's just coming in the way of its own bishop. Magnus has got beautiful coordination. The other knight can also start jumping in, putting more pressure on those central pawns right now. Magnus up on the clock, and that tells you all you need to know about this position. He's the one who's attacking the pawns. He's the one who's got the clock advantage. Better king. Which is just castled, I believe.
There it is. Yeah, all points in favor of Magnus here in this one, but still chances for Keimer to equalize and scrape away with half a point to his name.
And it gets completely chaotic if more than one person is on that 4th place, tying for that qualification. If you've got players on equal number of points, we're going to see tie breaks. It's a long day of chess ahead of us, especially with 5 people on 1.5. I think that's very likely.
Yeah, guaranteed, of course, the 7 rounds, but possible tiebreakers at the end of the day to decide our top 4 and bottom 4. Reminding everybody at home that, different to our previous events, you must make it to the top 4 out of this round robin to have any chance at winning the whole thing and becoming the first FIDE Freestyle Chess World Champion.
Yeah, Magnus just looks so calm. I don't envy Vincent's position here. I don't envy his situation. The white bishop would love to move out the way to get castled, but that would only drop a pawn. Coming into the center feels like a vulnerable square. I mean, I think this h-pawn push idea was just too slow. It feels disconnected from the rest of the position. This black knight is just impossible to kick out, get rid of. Magnus can change the pace by blowing open this line, by opening up the center if he wants at any point. Vincent decides to move his queen again. Yeah, it's difficult. At least now he is trying to kick the knight out, but it is a pawn sacrifice, Tanya. He is allowing the central pawn to drop, hoping here in return that he would get the dark squares.
Yeah, which is odd because he's technically threatening, right, that d7 pawn, but with the capture, the knight ends up defending.
It's also so dangerous to pick up that pawn when your king is uncastled in this position. And I think I completely agree that you probably want as white that pawn off the board rather than on the board, that e5 pawn, just simply to open up your bishop diagonal. And then you can look at setting up future batteries, which are going to be a lot more powerful against that g7 pawn. Also, maybe throw in 8-6 if that was to happen, and actually justify the Alpha Zero approach with H4, H5 eventually.
Yeah, Magnus isn't a pawn grabber by nature. He would prefer to give up a pawn, especially positional pawn sacrifices. He tends to resist. So I would be shocked, actually, if he took this pawn immediately. He'd more likely wait for a pawn to step forward, kick his knight, and then, when he needs to, go and capture.
Yeah, I don't see Magnus picking up that pawn and just opening up, giving these open lines to Vincent's bishop here.
How to play instead. The other knight can move. That would be maybe the most logical or the most natural move in the position.
Maybe line up your rook on that D line, trying to get a D break in. You know, your king is in the center of the board.
There we go. Makes sense. Okay, using some of his time advantage. Maybe while Magnus thinks, we can check out some other boards, because it looks like...
Fabi versus Levon.
Yeah,
I think we need to go there.
That's the board we haven't checked in on just yet. So let's go over to Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian. Two opposite stories here through the first 3 rounds of the group stage. It's Fabiano Caruana who matches Magnus Carlsen's 2.5 points, and Levon still hunting for his first point, or even half a point. But right now, things are looking dire up against Fabiano.
When it rains, it pours, not just in Weissenhaus off the board, but also on the board. Knight to d7 is a huge threat in that position. It was attacking a pawn, and although he has connected his chain here, black has many problem pieces. The black bishop in the corner stuck. The black knight in the corner still needs a few moves. Feels like there's some tactics in the air, maybe.
And I want to point out that black could not have picked up the c6 pawn, because the e4 pawn at the center of the board was also hanging, which would have resulted in further losses in black's position right now. So very difficult position, having to make that difficult choice of going f5. I think Levon just had to do it against knight d7, against knight takes pawn. And now this gives the time to Fabi to consolidate and defend the c6 pawn. Does he rush in anyway? Is knight d7 incoming?
It looks tempting. For a second, I thought this black rook would struggle to find safe squares. It does have
hanging.
Oh, actually, it does have one then. Tanya, I missed that that pawn was also still hanging here. That's almost checkmate if that pawn had dropped. And there we go. He's trying to open up the other flank now. Oh, so Fabiano today, he's been so strong, so consistently kind of on the front foot. It's been really impressive to watch.
Yeah, we had wondered if the focus on the candidates would pull focus away from an event like this, but he seems to be calm, cool, and collected here on day number 1. Now, David, I am curious how we got here, right? Because we talk about the position of these players in the standings. Did we get here because Levon took an unnecessary risk in trying to make something happen that Fabi capitalized on? Or was it just kind of a maneuvering, play by Fabi to eke out this ultimate advantage?
Yeah, I think a bit of both. I won't go back the whole way, but just to mention the black pawns that pushed forward, he's gained a lot of space in the center. I don't think he would have been so brave taking all that space while his pieces weren't ready, unless he knew that this might be the last chance saloon for him in a must-win situation. I think, if he were happy to be more solid, he would have maybe kept this pawn back a few squares, keep all the pawns defending each other. He's just overextended, and you can see with this black bishop and the black knight that was in the corner. Bad pieces mean that you don't normally want to be that brazen in your advances. Now, though, how to continue the attack, Tanya? It feels like he's trying to, there we go, bring everything forward. He has dropped a pawn, though, Fabiano.
And he does. I love this idea, because now the rook is attacking the pawn on g4, and that knight is headed towards a really nice spot on d4. Attacking that black rook, which needs to stay connected to that central d5 pawn. Sorry, knight c3 as well, putting a double pressure on that d5 central pawn. And I think Fabi calculated this beautiful temporary pawn sacrifice, using that moment to bring his knight to a very active square. Do you go knight c3 anyway?
Yeah, knight c3. That's the direction he was heading in. The other square would have also been maybe even nicer, but that's been stopped. The other temptation would be to take this pawn, but maybe that pawn isn't running away anyway in the near future.
If Lev goes down on this one, he's 0 out of 4, then, I mean, that's just game over for the World Championship.
It's absolutely game over. You're playing spoiler at that point to the rest of the field. Of course, your overall tournament life is not over. Players will be playing for position in the remaining days, but your chances at the World Champion title are done.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's been a strange tournament so far for Levon. I mean, the clock handling, he lost on time in round 1. He's been behind on time in every game we've watched. When he won in South Africa, he was speedy, super confident. Even when he was making mistakes, rare mistakes, he was making them fast and putting his opponents under pressure. today it feels like just things haven't clicked.
Yeah, and we've seen this happen, right? When you have this tragic loss in round one, Levon completely winning against Vachier-Lagrave gets flagged in the end, from a position of strength, makes a blunder, but not even in time. And then from there, it's just been a spiral completely. And now Fabi's going for his win. When you know that your opponent has an X on their back, you just try to crush your way through. He's the one who's at 2.5 with the Magnus, looking at going up 3.5.
Yeah. Fabi, assuming that he concludes this one with a victory and moves up to 3.5, his storyline of the day is now about fighting for first and the opportunity to pick your opponent. It's no longer about qualification. His qualification will nearly be secure, moving up to 3.5. While these two continue to play out this game, I think we should go to Arjun Erigaisi versus Vachier-Lagrave, where you'll note that the advantage has swung even further in favor of the player with the white pieces. That's Arjun Erigaisi, a half a point behind Vachier-Lagrave, but could leapfrog him and some of the other 1.5 point holders with a victory here.
Big moment. White is the exchange up, but White is also facing some threats. Checkmate is the biggest threat right now. Bishop takes knight is also on the radar. There we go, defense against both of them. Bishop takes knight would have hit the white queen, also deflected the rook. He's opened up the diagonal.
This looks like you're just delaying. Now that you've taken control, you're just delaying the inevitable if you're black right now. You're up, exchange. You just bring your queen into the game, fight against queen f3, trade off some pieces, queen d3. Idea with a big checkmating threat on d8 if you're not careful.
Oh, that is nice. Back rank checkmate. He hits the black queen instead. Maybe he'll try the same thing, just with a different order of pieces. Maybe the white queen will slide across. We're still with some threats. Queen exchange, it's game over.
Yeah.
White has not just extra material, but also the 3 versus 1 pawn majority on the queen side.
So for Arjun, it's all about, sorry, for Vachier even, it's all about tricks against the white king right now. Can he combine the knight, queen, and bishop to create some threats? He's trying to do that. The knight moves away, and there'll be checkmate on white's king. Is this the moment that you go with queen d1? Is this the opportunity?
Your queen d3 move looked good as well. Queen trade is forced because of this back rank checkmate. Not just that, but if the black bishop dropped back, you could even take that piece. Any queen check on the back rank will spell the end for the black king. So a queen trade is inevitable. And I think this might be resignation time for Sindarov. It's gone wrong.
I don't see how you keep the queens on the board, and if you don't, like you said, you're down so much material, there's nothing to fight for in this endgame, and this loss really hurts, because Sindarov is on 1.5 points. He's going to stay there right now, while Arjun's making a strong case with this win. Ooh, can he go for this rook d8? Well, now you've got this queen retreating at the end of the line.
Yeah, the black queen will aim to step back, but now she's far away from lending any blows on the white king. White has time, therefore, to bring the knight forward.
Maybe you go on the attack with queen g4. And if there's a check, you bring your rook back to block it.
Yeah, also looks strong. The white rook can hold everything on its own.
Sindarov with the attempt to turtle up and absorb some blows. 15 seconds, though.
By the way, Vincent has taken control of his position against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, we'll make a trip to a couple of the other boards in a moment. Waiting to see if Sindarov will admit defeat in this one, allowing Arjun Erigaisi to leapfrog him in the standings and move up to 2 points through 4 games.
White has too many attacking pieces. Black's queen is offside. This is the moment for Arjun to end it, to strike. Many strong moves here. This check comes to mind. Always look for checks first in these positions. If the pawn captures, then the g-file is open for one of the white pieces to deliver a checkmate.
And this win would come at a much-needed moment for Arjun. I mean, if he needed any chance at going into the top 4, he had to get this win in. He's making a strong case for it. He goes for the tactics that you're pointing out. Can't take the knight, you get checkmated. He can pick up the f7 pawn with a check now.
And then he can come back. He's won a pawn in the process. The black king is really struggling to survive beyond the next few moves.
Arjun doing his due diligence here. Closing it out very cleanly, very methodically.
Beautiful stuff here. You can even bring your queen forward at some point to try and sacrifice the queen and win in style. Rook to the top of the board also looks very effective with some nasty pins. A hit on this bishop.
I mean, this almost looks like a conclusion. He does line up the rook. Now he's threatening bishop takes pawn and the queen sliding to that square. Game over. And I think Sindarov knows that this is all done. He's down material. He's about to go down a king. Knight on g2 hanging.
He will continue to fight, bringing the queen back in defense. One of his last-ditch efforts here. This means we need to bring another attacker into the fray.
Does he centralize his queen, defend the bishop, put more pressure on g7?
Logical, strong. Arjun, it looks like he was calculating something, but queen sacrifice.
Beautiful.
Wow. If the queen is captured, the white knight can just go and check, fork the king and queen, royal fork.
Come on.
We'll see this play out.
That's classy. Oh, that's so classy. And Sindarov has to recognize it. He offers the handshake. Arjun Erigaisi takes the win. He moves up to 2 points out of 4 rounds, and he'll leapfrog some of those 1.5 point holders. As the players discuss, we're going to go over to that Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keimer game where there have been chances here for Vincent down the stretch. We're going to arrive at what appears to be a more even board state. Carlsen has wrestled some of it back. Look at the time, though, for each of our players. 35 seconds to only 7 seconds here for Vincent. He's got to move quick.
Ooh, dramatic stuff happening. Magnus is currently down a pawn, but yeah, threats galore. The rook was hit. Yes, the black knight was also hit, but loose pieces drop off, and both sides have those loose pieces right now. Oh, the nerves must be jangling in there.
Absolutely, everything's hanging. You could also think about just picking up the e4 pawn with your bishop, opening up that line against the white bishop. It's all about the clock now. And again, an endgame with so many minors and pieces hanging, it's anyone's game. Magnus attacks the rook and the bishop at the same time.
Ooh, Vincent saves his rook, hits the black knight now. Nice active defense from both sides.
He's found magic in Weisenhaus once before against Magnus Carlsen. Can he find it again? Look at those heart rates at the bottom of your screen. His heart's about to beat right out of his chest.
Someone call the ambulance. That's 160 for Vincent Keimer.
Oh, and pieces are coming off the board. There was a pin on the c-file. Now, bishop for knight exchange. White is still a pawn up. If he can consolidate now, if he can get his king to a better square off the back rank, where it's almost cut off now, and then he has fantastic winning chances, but not easy. Magnus's pieces are active.
Pawn's looking to fall off. Of course, it is defended by the rook currently.
5 extra seconds every time you make a move is what Vincent's relying on right now as the knight attacks the rook, and every move coming in with a threat by both players. Keimer, is he going to repeat?
Are we looking for a draw? I mean, if you're Keimer, I think you might be happy with that, right? 1.5, you take the half a point against the world #1.
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
He's playing for more.
Okay, he's going to fight. He says, this is my chance. I've done it before. I can do it again.
Oh, but this might be it. The central pawn is attacked. The only way to defend all of your pawns at once is to bring your rook back to the center. But that would be a threefold repetition. Magnus could bring his bishop back and claim the draw. Vincent plays on, drops his knight back to hit the rook.
Forcing the black rook away, Vincent Keimer, relying on that a-pawn, trying to get that to move ahead to get some winning chances in the position. He's given up that e4 pawn.
Oh dear.
Still not clear how he's going to get that push in.
Yep, so gives back the pawn advantage that he had.
How to get the white knight active, though. Anywhere else on the board, and that knight would have been causing some real chaos. But shake of the head from Vincent. He has to watch out. Magnus is also ready to break the other side of the board. Pawn to g5 would break up the white pawn chain. The black king would start coming. The bishop, for now, is probably stronger than the knight, and the black rook is really active, doing so many jobs. And there we go, the pawn break has happened. I've seen Magnus win these so many times. Bishop and rook tend to work quite well against knight and rook, especially when the bishop has a safe square.
g5, fantastic call there by you, David. I think that is Magnus's winning plan. And even if the position is in balance, it's suddenly gotten very dangerous because black does have the making of a passed pawn. e5 is weak as well. And look at that. Vincent's last few moves, just absolutely defensive play now. It's completely shifted now.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like a 2-result game, but it's Magnus playing for the win.
Exactly, and we know what he thinks about those types of blockades, those fortresses. The knight, though, does have finally some good squares to come to. Maybe it can park itself on f4. Any stable dark square would do. The white king still cut off. Magnus looking at the clock.
He's reaching for his bishop, slides it over. Magnus looking to reroute his pieces here. Gets the rook to pin the knight. Only move.
Drops his bishop back. Player's just repeating the position almost. Hard to make progress for black. Magnus will be tempted to play for a win, but a draw would be decent for him in terms of the standings as well. He's moving his bishop back and forth.
He wants to get that king closer to that e-pawn, but Vincent Keimer isn't allowing it. Taking away some key squares with his own knight.
Yeah, it feels like Vincent's stable enough now. I think just impossible to kick away the rook. The white rook holds all the pawns. The white knight Going back and forth, but yeah, just neither side can make progress. What do you think, Tanya? Surely a draw now. Surely.
It's Magnus, it's hard to say. He brings the knight forward. Can you now put your king on f5 closer to the e5 pawn?
Yeah, his goal is to get the king closer, eventually use the rook as well to come and take the pawn, but hard to achieve everything. The knight covers squares. You don't want to blunder a fork. That's why Magnus keeps putting his bishop as far away as possible. His rook, his king, his bishop, they're all far from any checks.
The tension, another repetition being offered here by
Vincent's begging for it now, please.
He's done everything right defensively, Vincent Keimer. Magnus keeps bringing his bishop forward. He's saying, take me, please. But the knight is so important to hold the squares. I don't think you want to risk a rook and pawn endgame transformation here.
And I believe after rook e2, what Magnus wants to do is give a check and then move the bishop away. Trading rooks might favor Vincent in this position.
Mm-hmm. Especially with white's a-pawn running up the board. The black rook is so key.
Okay, stops it.
How many times has that knight moved? I think it's moved like 7 in a row.
Yeah, it's moved 10 out of the last 12 moves.
There you go. That's wild. But again, speaks to the importance of that knight holding down the position.
It's like Vincent's found a fortress and he's just sticking to plan. You know, he's happy shuffling the knight. The rook stays where it is, defending all the pawns on the board and making sure that Magnus's king doesn't get closer to any one of them.
There might have been an opening there for Magnus, just a small one. Didn't find rook c2, and instead brought his king back towards the center of the board.
And it's there again.
It's there again.
Apparently the key idea is to bring the rook back to the 4th rank to stop the white knight using the central square here. That means the black king can enter slightly closer to the white pawn. I have a feeling, though, Magnus has been setting up the idea of bringing his king the whole way around. Wow. Here we go. I was thinking about this one as well. I'm not sure where it's going from there, but a nice idea to change the type of position that Vincent might have to defend.
Yeah, a long journey for this king, but with all that time, Vincent doesn't really have any options. He's going to look to continue to reroute his knight.
Magnus keeping the tension.
And now if you're white, you have to suddenly fight against this blow on the other side with the king coming forward, right? And how do you figure that out in seconds? Because you've been so stuck on your fortress, making sure that it stays the way it is and feeling completely safe, but now you need a completely different mindset. As Magnus is coming on the dark squares.
He's literally moved his knight 17 out of the last 19 moves.
That's what I'm saying. This poor knight, it's got to be so tired.
Oh, that bishop's so strong on so many squares. It's outposted. This check, though, does drive the black king further away from the center.
Now he puts pressure on the d7 pawn, forcing the bishop back.
How many times in the last 12 months have we commentated on Magnus grind this type of position out?
But can you do that with king a5, king a4, get it closer to that a3 pawn, and then attack it with your rook and try to win it?
That looks like his plan.
Mm-hmm.
Magnus he likes to wait, and when the opponent has only a few seconds left, then he sets the trap. Then he gives you a narrow path to survival. The knight is not a comfortable piece.
And kicks the knight away one more time. Now the king finds its way to a5. Soon we're going to be overloading pressure onto that pawn.
But what Vincent's setting up is his knight getting all the way to f6 to hit that g4 pawn as well at the right time. So he stops rook e to check first, making sure that there's no grab of the e5 pawn, and now he's going to find activity with his own knight.
Mm-hmm. A rook trade might not help black here. There we go. Great prediction, Tanya. The knight is coming. Magnus grimaced as he saw that move, realizing his winning attempts might not be so realistic after all.
You can see the frustration in his face in that one. Thought maybe he had found a pathway to victory, but Vincent...
But I mean, full credit to Vincent, right? Surviving this Magnus onslaught here.
This is a stellar performance. I mean, again, you may be thinking back to some earlier points in the game where possibly you could have taken a victory, but you might be happy to scrape away with a draw in the end.
In fact, right now, it's Vincent who's up a pawn, suddenly.
Yeah, he's going back round. How can Magnus steer this towards safety? Maybe just activate his king, continue marching. He walks onto the 5th rank. If he'd gone the other way, there might have been some tactics, knight takes pawn, and some double attacks, some checks. So a big threat now. The king is coming. The white king is in the kill zone, is in a bit of a mating net.
So Vincent looking to activate his rook, king d4. What's his idea? He wants to give a check and start grabbing on g4. So stopped right now from getting in. Attacks it.
Great move from Vincent. Cutting off the black king is so important. If he wants the draw, surely now he can just remove that pawn from the board. There we go. Vincent should be out of danger now, barring anything crazy happening.
Yeah.
Both sides should be out of danger. Should be a draw now. And there we go. It is a handshake after a long, long fight.
Ooh, relief on the face of Vincent Keimer there, it feels like, at the end of that one. As half a point goes to each of these players, Magnus Carlsen will move up to 3 points to his name, Vincent Keimer, 2 to his through 4 rounds of the day. And interestingly, while that game played out to a draw, Levon managed to pull his losing position back to a draw against Fabiano Caruana. Still likely not enough. Felt like he needed the victory there to keep himself in the running for a top 4 spot, but even still, maybe a small glimmer of hope for him for a tie break near the end of the day, reliving some of the highs and lows here through our 4th round. It was Hans Niemann who got the win with the black pieces over Norbek Abdusatorov. It was Javokir Sindarov who fell down to Arjun Erigaisi in their matchup, and then of course the 2 draws between Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and Fabiano and Levon. That's our 4th round of the day, just cresting through the halfway point as we see the handshakes extended. I do want to return to our legends over at the Make.com Deep Dive Desk for their thoughts on how round 4 played out and the field is shaping up. Judith, over to you.
Oh, what a game it was. I almost had to hold Peter right here, because when I saw it was 160, the heartbeat of Vincent, Peter said, mine is higher.
For sure, yes.
For sure. So this is the starting point what we have. So we have a few minutes to dive into the opening part, because it was so exciting after move 1, c4, what to do with black. And a lot of excitement. Not only the game what we had, of course, a lot of ups and downs, but let's dive in, Peter.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to calm down. First, foremost myself, but yeah, it's incredible, because already before the game I started analyzing a very interesting sequence, but we ran out of time. I did not want to get into it, and Magnus played exactly the move c4, c5, a very interesting counter move. If you attack the h7 pawn, I'm gonna do the same to you. And in order to be able to play this move c5, actually Magnus had to anticipate some amazing stuff. Queen takes h7 is the main question. Yeah, you hit the pawn, then knight comes to f6, and the white queen falls back to h3, keeping the pawn on h2 protected. And now the very natural move for black is to activate the knight from h8, threatening with rook h8. But when I analyzed it, I thought like, okay, but what's the problem? Now I can very nicely sidestep with the queen to g3, offering the queen trade, and black has some compensation, but certainly not enough. It's very nice. So this cannot be Magnus's idea. And the key move, the essence of black's concept of going c5 in the first move, is to spot that here you can actually afford to play the quite genius e7, e6 move. Yeah, so clearly Magnus had to anticipate this move, because now whenever white queen moves to g3, there is bishop d6, so there is no safety anymore, and the black knight is coming to g6, and rook h8 will be coming, and black probably has enough compensation. Of course, the position is very sharp. For example, one modern line b3, e3, knight g6, b3, rook h8, queen g3, bishop d6, and after f4 there is this counter of knight e4. The queen is continuously be harassed, and after queen f3 the stylish b5 with perfect compensation. All of black's pieces comes to life. So probably Vincent also felt like, no, this is not the direction I want to go for, but his direction was beautifully countered by Magnus. Yeah, so what we have seen in the game after c4, c5, b4, seemingly a great idea, because if black does queen takes h2, then now white can do the same that black was doing before, and with the extra b4 tempo. Yeah, this would be wonderful news for white. However, Magnus played the absolute first line moves. He played knight g6. Let me get it from the other move order. Yeah, because the game is from here. c4, c5, b4, knight g6, b takes c5, e6, knight g3, bishop takes c5, and he does exactly the same setup that he was so happy with, what they came up with Fabi with this e3, f4, and Magnus was doing it to him, this f5, knight e7 business. And look at this. It's exactly the same pawn chain, and Magnus got the upper hand, and my heart rate was 200. And I thought, like, okay, how could you do this, Vincent? I mean, how? This is such an important game. But to continue with the fascinating line c4, c5, White has here the stunning e2, e3. Okay, you need at least a week if you don't have the engine to understand that now in c4, c5, and the pawns h7, h2 are hanging, you can actually make this beautiful prophylactic move e3. And if black takes on h2, then you play knight f3, and now black has to be very precise to go back with the queen to c7. Forget about trying to hang on to your pawn on h7. White takes on h7, black plays knight f6, and it's a more or less equal kind of position. White probably also falls back to c2, and it goes back and forth. But I really want to highlight that Magnus had sensed this, that c4, c5 is the right way. It was really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. These openings are so amazingly difficult already. We were analyzing now move 2. A pawn sacrifice. Already, a pawn sacrifice on move 1, right? And it's interesting what you're saying, that Magnus should know this, or probably he knew what he's doing exactly, replying queen h7 with knight f6 and that e6.
Yes, and wait a second, because yes, I promised to show one more line, yeah, but I cannot promote the lines, it's very tricky. So yes, here after black falls back, no, it's not here. It was here it is. Yeah, this is, yeah, in fact, yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it's so confusing. The queen just captured the pawn on h2, knight f3, queen c7. Now queen takes h7. No, not queen takes h7. Computer, please play the move b4. Exactly. b4 is the move, because now again white is starting to take on h7, because knight f6 can be always met by bishop takes f6, and then the rook is lost on g8. So after b4, black has to play the move knight g6, when suddenly Levon's idea that, wait a second, sir, if you play knight g6, you weaken the f7 square, you can play the move knight g5, threatening knight takes f7 checkmate, because the queen is now on c7. Now black answers it with queen h2, again the same motive, knight takes f7 check, king c7, and now white has queen take g6 sacrifice, because there we have opened up the bishop already thanks to b4. What a crazy kind of sequence. Now black says, all right, you are a genius, but if you are a genius, I'm a genius myself. Queen take g1, now queen g3 check. The queen is trapped on g1. Sir, what are you doing? Knight d6, please get into this pin. All right, what is my problem? The bishop is hanging, the king has to get into safety, and now we play the move long castle, and after long castle, it seems like white is winning, and computer says, no, calm down, b6, and no, not b5, b6, and black is fine because the g2 pawn is threatened and you cannot trap the queen. Crazy.
I hope everybody could follow it in detail. So over to you, James.
Thank you so very much, Judith and Peter. I mean, again, it speaks to both the importance of the games, but also the precariousness of these games, right? And for each of these players to be able to make this kind of analysis within a 10-minute period of time before diving into battles against the world's best players is just an impressive feat, to say the least. We've crossed the halfway point of the day. Let's refresh on the round results before we take a look at the standings and how things have taken shape. Vincent Keimer, he gets away with a draw against Magnus Carlsen. Fabiano will draw against Levon Aronian. So the first points on the board for Levon in our group stage here. Arjun Erigaisi, he'll undo Vachier Sindarov to put up a decisive victory, and so will Hans Niemann from the black side of the board. That's 4 rounds done. Let's take a look at the overall standings as they begin to take shape. Again, all players are eyeing that top 4 position. So as you can see, it's Fabiano Caruana and Magnus who still share 3 points apiece, 1 and 2 respectively in the overall positions. Hans Niemann, he now has sole possession of third with 2.5 points to his name. And then we have 2 points apiece for Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keimer, the 2 guys on the bubble. On the outside looking in is those players with 1.5 points apiece, Norbek Abdusatorov and Vachier Sindarov, and then Levon Aronian still in the hunt, but looking like he's going to be playing spoiler for the rest of the day. From here, we go to our round 5 matchups. Only 3 more rounds to go. So for each of our players, it's time to get it done. Hans Niemann up against Vincent Keimer, 2 of the guys who are hot in the hunt, but still have a lot on the line. Vachier Sindarov and Norbek Abdusatorov, 2 best friends, now about to be enemies, at least for the next 30 or so minutes. Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi, they'll go head-to-head, and then Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, a battle for first place between these 2 who currently share the possession of that spot. 3 points apiece. Again, it's important to finish in that top spot if you want to have your pick of opponent when it comes to the semifinals and our knockout stage. With that, though, the players are just about ready. I know that the lottery is just about ready. So back over to Fiona we go one more time into the playing hall as we enter round 5 of 7 here on our group stage for the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship.
Thank you so much, James. Welcome back, everyone. We are now more than halfway through this round robin. Things are heating up, and I'm here with Philip, the son of Oleg Skortsov, famous chess philanthropist. And Philip, you just saw the last round. How do you like it here in Weissenhaus?
I like it here really good because I am playing chess since early childhood, and yeah.
And now you are going to decide the next position, so I'm going to go behind the table. Philip, are you ready? So the next position is going to be number 187, 187. Thank you so much, Philip. To the players, good luck, and to the fans at home, have fun.
Okay, no pawn hanging this time.
Four seems obvious.
F4, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, F5.
G4.
6. I mean, do we have... Yeah. G6. Probably some knight b3.
Hmm? Knight b3.
C6. This. We can try.
But you'll never manage it.
Okay, let's. Also, I'm not sure. Maybe I want to do this. I might C7.
But you do have to worry about knight a5.
Yeah. Too solid here for black.
I'm not sure. Just take like d6, bishop d7.
Yeah.
I don't want to give a tempo.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer maybe just g3.
To g5, yeah, also do.
Take d3.
Yeah, I don't.
I want to do this. Friendly position.
You can't play d3, c4 too quickly because they're b5.
Yeah. Knights, I don't know what to do.
Maybe this tempo.
Yes, but even b6, like.
b6 before.
What, you think it's bad?
I don't know. Maybe interesting.
What's the general idea? You want to play this?
Yeah.
Actually, I like
Trading the worst piece.
Yeah.
And if I just go here?
And change?
Maybe this makes more sense, yeah? Or not? Yeah, like this. But this I don't understand what you want. You're developing me, yeah?
Yeah, like we are very lost in the
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous.
to change.
Ridiculous stuff.
Simple plan here.
Okay,
No, but-
well, what we are like really, I mean, we should don't think anything about this condition here. Some space for black here.
I mean, he's
Yeah,
fast. Let's see if
Yeah,
I-
he's very fast. Yeah, also d6 also helps to play this c5.
No, I don't like
Maybe
this.
interesting move in d4.
Yeah,
So I
maybe,
want to fight
yeah.
against this bishop.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
D4. Yeah.
I like this move. And we can castle queen z quickly. Yeah.
Okay, let's
Like
say
levels
go F5.
G4. This I like. No, this I don't like. My it's good. I feel very scared here. This pawn and queen. No, why you are trying to play?
But the thing is, D4 normally shouldn't be ideal with this knight.
Yeah, that's true.
You should generally try for C4, huh?
Yeah.
How about C4 here?
B5.
B5,
No,
C5.
C5. Like, no, it's very bad. No, it's very bad. Should be very bad.
Should be passive.
Yeah, C4. F6.
F5, yeah?
Yeah, D3.
D3, maybe. Yeah, C5. And bishop F7. Yeah, black is fine. Yeah, black is too fast.
Way too fast.
And going G4 makes no sense. G4, F5 you will play RG6.
Why not G5? Maybe H4?
This normally leads to quick liquidation.
But this way we...
What else is here in this position?
I don't think we have like a huge edge anywhere. We have to play normally.
Yeah, F4 we have to do. F4, F5, G3, G6, let's try.
I mean, this... I will ask one more time. No, but okay, this is with bishop h4 and we kill the bishop on e.
Okay, it's kind of against the queen, I guess.
Oh, but you said you tried to play f5. Pointing.
It's position 187 as we head into the 5th round of the day. An all-important round for a number of our players who sit on the bubble and are looking inside of that top 4. Of course, there will be a marquee matchup as well between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, both tied for first and looking to create some separation at the top of the standings. We pulled a caster swap here in the studio. I'll be joined by Peter Lecko and Judah Polgar for the remainder of the day for the live commentary, but that means that Tanya Sachdev and David Howell have moved over to the Make.com deep dive desk for all of the analysis. I'm going to hand it over to them now. What do you make of this position 187, Tanya?
James, I'm going to just start by saying sitting on Judith's chair just now, I feel like I'm 100 rating points stronger already.
Okay, so a Netflix documentary coming soon then.
Yes, and I've got David next to me right now to help out with everything. But looking at the position that we have, 187 right now, again, David, so much about getting those long-range pieces quickly into the game. F4 coming in, the G-pawn moving forward, that's what the players are looking at. Is that what you're expecting as well?
Definitely. We see the heat map here. That means past games, mostly on chess.com, that have started with position 187, mostly do begin with either d4, f4, or pushing the g-pawn. And it felt like, Tanya, all of the players in those pre-game discussions were discussing f4. That was the only consensus. After f4, f5 symmetry, the game might, all of the games might diverge from there.
You know, the one thing I've noticed in this Weissenhaus World Championship, which I haven't seen in the previous slams, is that Magnus very often just choosing to sit by himself at the very start. Usually he's more proactive, he's discussing games. Do you think this has something to do with the fact that there's a World Championship title attached this time here?
Maybe a little bit to do with the fact that Hans Niemann would also be on his his team discussing things. You're right, it feels like historically it hasn't always worked out for the players sitting on their own, but Magnus going his own way. Just to point out that f4, f5, it felt like there was a real 50-50 split between players maybe needing to win, wanting to play g4, and players who wanted to play a bit more solid, just happy to push the pawn forward one square. Tanya, how dangerous do you think this position is for the black side?
I think it'll depend on this move too. If we see g4 for the score, it gets really fun. If we see a more solid strategic approach, we'll know exactly what the players are aiming for, just a long, long grind. You know, we've got Magnus versus Fabi coming up. They're on 3 points, and they're looking good at their race. But everyone else, there's Hans Niemann in the mix, Arjun in the mix, Winston in... From them, I'm expecting a g4.
Yeah, I feel bad for the two Uzbek players, best friends, but they both lost in the previous round. They both really need the win now.
David Howell, didn't you have them at the start of the day as the two making it through?
Yeah, maybe both of them making it through is a bit of a long shot now, but yeah, when business calls, of course, all gloves are off.
Yes, no friendship right now for these two. And as we see, the players are about to get started. James, huge next round coming up for some, more than the others. This is going to be a fun one.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Tanya and David. Things continue to heat up here as we move into the back half of the day. Now, Judith, she took your seat. How did she do in the hot seat over there at our Make.com Deep Dive desk?
She's excellent.
I was glad to say I can hear you, Judith. Be nice.
But now I want to talk about a point that, yeah, I miss y'all too. I want to talk about a point that David brought up, and Tanya brought up, about how the position in the standings might very much push players into different directions when it comes to the opening moves. I think now more than we would have seen in previous directions. So we saw talk around the F pawns, we saw talk around the G pawns. Do you agree that we're going to see different pathways depending on who sits where in the standings?
Well, it's a big problem, yeah, when you are teaming up and there are different ideas, different approaches, different desires, then sometimes I very much agree with Magnus that sitting alone and making your own thoughts, that you create your own strategy without getting all this noise and distraction could be really beneficial.
Well, we'll see if it works out for him as he's about to stare down the other person who shares first place with him, Fabiano Caruana, both at 3 points apiece. The question is, will they play for stability and try to keep matched in those standings, maybe play for a draw and both move to 3.5 and look to get it done against the rest of the field in the final rounds? Or will one of them try to really separate in this moment here, Judith, and take a stab at first place?
Yeah, it's so interesting that, you know, we've seen a few hours ago seeing Magnus at the press conference looking very worried, very much in his thought. It was written on his face, right? And then we've seen the first game and the second game and the third game and the fourth game and how his face is changing. And by now, of course, with 3 points out of 4, obviously, he's not thinking about whether I'm going to be qualifying or not, right? That's not a question anymore. I'm here against Fabi. I have to win because, after all, after round 4, it's time to win more games and just win the tournament, right?
So we've got the 4 board up because we wanted to see which players would go which direction. I can see a few differences, though most of the boards seem to be matching each other. I know that another board we care a lot about is the top left corner of our screens there. Hans Niemann, 2.5 points to his name. Vincent Keimer, 2 points to his name. If he can get it done against Hans here, he will leapfrog him in the standings, go from 5th all the way up to 3rd, just like that.
Yeah, it's a clearly big matchup, but we also see when we look at all the games that F4, F5 and G3, G6 playing the symmetrical kind of game, opening up the bishops for both sides and then going knight B3. It's kind of thematic here, and things are developing a little bit slowly, but we have seen this narrative already before, that sometimes when it looks like at the very beginning nothing really happens, then it heats up all of a sudden, and it's not so easy to get this switch. Yeah, that's seemingly I can afford to do this, I can afford to do that, and all of a sudden it's all about very precise play.
So we'll make sure to spend a fair amount of time on Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, but I actually want to start with Hans Niemann and Vincent Keimer, if you don't mind, because Hans is typically a player who's willing to play very quick out the gate, and I'm wondering if he's going to try to use that kind of time pressure against a player like Vincent Keimer early on. Right now the clocks are fairly matched and we're already developing quite nicely into the game. No real advantages, at least by the computer's evaluation, but what is your assessment here, Peter, in terms of position you would prefer to pilot?
Well, I like your approach, yeah, that you immediately pay attention, that you have already noticed that Hans likes to push the opponents on the clock, and Vincent is a player probably who takes the most time in the early stages, and now Vincent says, no, I'm playing against Hans, I will just copy him, I will just mirror everything what he has done. We have just seen castles to the right side of the board, the traditional short castle, we are calling it. It's a very solid kind of position, but you can never be safe.
Can never be safe, but we have perfect symmetry so far, Judith, and I know that Levon Aronian is, and all of the pros are quite outspoken about looking for that opportunity to break the symmetry. We see a lunge at a break here with E-pawn launching forward on Hans Niemann's side.
Did you see Hans's look?
I didn't, I missed it.
Ooh.
Spicy look? fighting look?
That was a killer one. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he knows it, that he is just there behind Magnus and Fabi, right?
That's
so
right.
It's his chance. He's playing with white. Actually, we can say that maybe in this round, we have the most likely to regular classical game. The knight on c1, it will come to e2, to c3 possibly. The rook from b1 can come to e1. So white has a very healthy position. And I think it's important that he was able to open up the position already first. And in a symmetric position, we can say that it always favors white.
Okay, so if it always favors white, then immediately I'll put you in Vincent's position. How do I wrestle back a little bit of control?
You want to torture a bit, Peter.
Always. That's, yeah. You got to get his heart rate back up early in this round.
Yes, well, it's a situation that if white gets everything what Judith has just mentioned, yeah, that white slowly develops that knight from c1 to e2 and brings the rook. And that's the reason why Vincent now with the move knight b6 to d5 is trying to spice things up. I don't exactly know yet where this knight is heading, but certainly maybe he's hoping to hit that bishop on e4, and then, for example, knight e2 would be kind of natural. Could we keep on hitting that, but does it make sense? I'm not exactly sure what he's up to. I also prefer to have white here, but okay, let's trust Vincent.
He is one of those players that seems to have an intuitive understanding of freestyle positions. We'll go back to that time and time again. When we're lucky enough to have players dive into the confessional booth, I'm always very curious to hear his thought process and how he will very eloquently follow at times the top engine line from move one. Vincent specifically.
No,
he seems to have a very intuitive understanding of freestyle positions.
I think I can say that he is the biggest growth as a player since last year I was sitting here in Weissenhaus, first leg of the Grand Slam, because then he was an underdog.
Exactly.
And now we are expecting him to be in the top 4. Being one of the candidates for the championship, for the title, right?
Absolutely. And maybe you can speak to that, Peter, how he's adjusted to that pressure, because he built that expectation with such an amazing performance 1 year ago, but with that now comes the audience's expectation that he'll always perform that well.
Yes, definitely, but I'm also careful enough, not to try to praise Vincent too much, because as professional players, we know exactly when you praise some player, what it means he will lose. Yeah, the very next game. Yeah, this is very tricky. It's a big fight. I would like to mention that just now, recently in Vaikanzi, Vincent has beaten Hans Niemann with the black pieces, and it was a very unfortunate loss for Hans. It was, I think, also his only loss. So certainly, knowing him, he is burning for revenge, and also for the tournament situation. Yeah, if Hans actually wins, then he will almost make it through. Yeah, then he will get to +2 and we'll have a very comfortable situation.
I was wondering, is there an option for white to go f5, just to go nuts a bit? f5 takes gf5, bishop h6.
And then if bishop g7?
Take bishop g7, bishop d5, knight f4. Or it's too much exaggeration.
Okay, I feel that I'm more or less
Probably
happy.
it is, right?
At least I always tell that if you have control, then unless it's winning, don't complicate matters. That's one of my golden rules. But yes, Judith has her own rules. Yeah, she wants to kill the opponent as quickly as possible. But yes, I think that luckily f5 is not yet devastating.
But a definite moment of consideration here for Hans. It looked like he was reaching possibly for that f-pawn, if I'm to try and read through the camera, but he thinks better of the move. It'll take an extra
Actually,
moment.
after f5, gf, queen g2 might be also possible. I don't know, somehow I just don't like the knight on c8, that it's cutting the connection between the two rooks. It's kind of, maybe it's a momentum.
Yeah, he actually made a move.
Well, there you go. You didn't like the knight on c8.
Knight c3, knight b6. Yeah, everything bleeds out. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen g2. This is the live
Okay, but was it good exchange for white? The e2 and the c8 knights disappeared from the board?
Yeah, things are
I think
heating up.
it made a big relief for black.
Well, at least in your mind, you wanted to connect the rooks. Now the rooks are connected, but how do we deal with the diagonal? Because there is some pressure against the b7 pawn, yeah?
Small details.
We'll figure it out later.
I don't know, two moves ago, I still liked it with white. At this point, I think I'm starting to like it more with black.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the natural bishop c6 runs into knight a5. That's a problem, and if that knight can be traded for the light square bishop, that would be fantastic for Hans.
So can black go knight f6, bishop b7, d5, or I'm giving up too many pawns?
Then already also the c5
yes.
pawn is hanging, yeah. Knight f6, bishop b7. As they say, it's not our pawn, so we can sacrifice it, but yeah, it seems like this is too much. I can just collect.
Yeah, because you're defending and attacking. So maybe bishop e6.
Well, in fact, it seems like it's a very concrete approach that Hans had in mind, yeah? That trading the knights intuitively seems like it's in black's favor, but concretely you have some serious questions too. And he goes knight c7. Wow.
A bit of a peculiar move.
So passive.
Yeah.
Or knight.
The engine doesn't love it. I have to imagine mostly because it's just a retreating knight move after bringing the knight to that square.
Ah, you know why? Because he wants to keep the option after bishop b7, d5, and after knight c5, bishop d4 check.
Yes, this is the idea.
Doesn't want to block the bishop.
Yes. But probably computer finds some problem with this, yeah? But this would be...
Computer always ruins our party.
Yeah, the computer says take it.
And yeah, but knight takes c5, bishop d4 check. This is the idea that Judith highlighted. Then we suddenly win a piece compared to the knight f6 variation where the knight blocked the bishop.
Maybe bishop e3 instead of knight c5?
But okay, let's forget about all of this because Hans has made his mind and made up his mind. He played the move c3 and Vincent reacted with b6. So that's the live action. Yeah, maybe bishop b7 was possible, but it's not a correspondence game after all. The players just have 10 minutes time and Hans wants to keep the pressure on the clock.
Yes, he brings his rook a bit more into the fray here on the semi-open e-file. Could maybe look to retreat his bishop out of the way.
That's where revision did some moves ago. Rook on e1.
Yeah,
now
but...
the b3 knight is a big question for white.
Yes. Yeah, this is now actually looking quite okay for black. I think it also gives us the chance to maybe jump to another game, maybe have the bird's eye view, because this has settled down. It's a strategical game, a lot to play for.
I think you're exactly right. And you know what? No better place to go than our battle between the top two. It's Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. And as we arrive there, folks at home will notice, of course, that the evaluation bar is favoring Magnus Carlsen's position. But I'm going to turn to you two as the experts on the desk. Do you feel the same advantage is felt between these two players that the engine suggests?
I think so, yes, because this is clearly a wonderful position for white, and the main problem that I see is this misplaced knight on e6. It's in front of the pawn on e7. White's pawn structure is c4, d3, e3, f4 pawn structure called also the bathtub has perfect domination over that knight. If we would put that knight on f6, maybe we would be talking about a slight advantage for white, but nothing really serious. But black's pieces are very cramped. That's my feeling, Judith.
Well, I like, of course, a lot the knight on a5, putting a lot of pressure, especially having the pawn on b4. So at one time in later stage, c5 or b5 might show up. And actually, what I want to highlight very much, that it's not an end game. Don't misunderstand it. It's only a queenless middle game. Because there are so many interesting things can happen, even though it's a symmetrical position. Bishop c3, there is a question mark. Of course, bishop c3 is one of the most logical human move. But of course, bishop on h4 could show up also, maybe putting some pressure over the e7 pawn. Black would play probably bishop f6 anyway, exchanging. Somehow it feels that, I'm not surprised that Magnus played bishop c3 because he just wants to press. I mean, you have +2 in the tournament, you're playing with white, you have your space advantage there, you have the g5 for the rook. So this is also very interesting that Fabi played bishop f6, because this is one of the most interesting thing in chess. In what terms you're exchanging the pieces. Like if black would have played captured on c3, knight comes to c3, improves the position of the knight, gets more activity, while after bishop f6, if white would be exchanged, taking on f6, then rook comes up, and already rook is more active. It can go to on the 6th rank, rook h6, attacking the h2. So this is the tension, what is going on in a game. It's a lot of fun in chess.
A bit of a staring contest now between those dark squared bishops. Who's going to blink first becomes the question.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's not so easy to answer because bishop c3 looked natural. Yeah, rook g3, I like this move. And Fabi jumps with the knight immediately on a4. So we see the trade on f6, takes. Black would love to put the rook on g6. This is a typical way of fighting for the open file, because if black is in time to play rook g6, then against rook g1, already we can answer with rook bg8. Yeah, but otherwise we are not able to fight for the g file. So this is now the big question, that does Magnus have the time to put the rook on g1 and then avoid any kind of rook g6? So will black have suddenly the time to jump out with some counterplay?
But you know, Peter, you were complaining about this knight on e6. And I can tell you, I like that knight on e6. It covers the g7 square, which is crucial in this position. Don't you think so?
Well, yes, otherwise if white could enter to g7, and maybe this is also what Magnus is highlighting with the move d4, that, okay, I'm grabbing more space, I might be threatening to kick that knight away with d4, d5, because then where is this knight heading? The knight will have to fall back all the way to f8. And yes, if it reaches g6, it's fine, but you are never guaranteed that you reach g6 stability. So we do see a question mark, but I think we should, just like Tanya said, just eliminate this question mark at all from our system, because it makes perfect sense.
But my question is, what's the idea behind d4? Only gaining space, or he wants to possibly to go d5, pushing away the e6 knight, to bring the knight to d4 and bring the rook to the 7th on g7?
Now, that's a bit of a peculiar move to me. Rook to h6. I would have expected rook to g6, essentially preventing the infiltration of the opposing white rook. He does hit the pawn, but it's a pretty easy slide of one square up. So where's the logic in this?
Yeah, that he might now move the rook back to g6, and he provoked the pawn to h2, which means that whenever there is a trade on g3, white will not have the possibility to improve the pawn structure with h take g3. Yeah? So actually it's a super smart move if it works, and he is in time to play rook g6. Now let's take a look, the body language. What do we make of? Well, Magnus just blocks it. No, guys, you will not get any information.
He heard you. You wanted the facial information. He said, absolutely not. I mean, Fabi's wrestled this back a little bit, right? I mean, again, I'm using the advantage of the having the computer giving me those numbers, but it looks like there's a little bit of life breathed back into this position here for Fabi, and we can see, and now Carlsen is going to eat up a bit of time, or no, rather, sorry, it's Fabi's move, still considering what to do next. G6 seems obvious.
Come on, rook g6, Fabi, do you rook g6? That was your idea. You were a genius provoking h3, and no, he goes knight d8, but this is a panicking move.
Uh-oh.
I don't believe that this is good, not just because of the question mark. I was already alarming myself before the question mark appeared. Judith?
But he thinks that white cannot go so easily rook g7 because of the h6 rook attacks the h3 pawn. So also I'm thinking that he might be playing knight d8, a prophylactical move, because b6 was not so easy to make, because knight c6 might be a simplification which would favor white, I think. If b6, knight c6, takes, d5, and there can be a big problem. d5 takes on e6, and then king b3, trying to catch the other knight.
And also knight d4 tempo, yeah, this is very dangerous.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of problems for black. So that's his plan, I think. That's why he played knight d8. He wants to go b6, push back the knight, and then maybe even go back. King b3, look at that.
b3, wow. Yeah, this is wild, yeah. As Judith said, this is not an endgame. This is a queenless middle game kind of position with so many possibilities. If black retreats with the knight from a4 to b6, then he lends all the advantage to white, yeah? So he don't want to step backwards, but how do you react? Do you have to decide that is c6, c5, for example, a good way to weakening some squares.
Counterattack, please, b6.
Wow.
E6. Ah, just offer knight for knight, and open up your rook in the same moment.
So, and if king takes a4, b takes a5, king
And I
takes
just couldn't
a5.
believe it that your king on a5 is a safe place for you. Maybe it is, but it looks...
Who knows? Yes, the players. How much time does Fabi have? He's under 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes.
This is very difficult spot for him because he might feel that he's tempted to calculate these lines. What happens after b6? Because if I retreat with knight to b6, that's not the position I want to play against Magnus. But will b6 work?
Or c5, maybe.
Huh?
And he retreats. Not a good sign.
No.
But maybe it's a solid move. Sometimes you have to, control your emotions, that it's seemingly it's a little bit passive, but if you think like the active moves are not working,
Knight
then...
c8. No.
Knight c3, bishop e6.
Just feels like he's running out of space to some degree, right? Looking at the amount of the board or the percentage of the board that Magnus controls, and he's going to use this moment to push upon yet again, now up to the 5th rank, threatening that bishop. Fabi elects to just slide it to safety, back onto the 7th rank.
But now this knight on d8 is very sad. However, there is some small idea that eventually some cd, knight c6 would be a game-changing option because of the pin. Of course, clearly after cd you have to calculate some knight b5 check, so I'm just trying to highlight, anticipate that this is something white needs to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, king on b3 is kind of tricky. Is it a well-placed king, or it would be, let's say, standing much better on d3? Going out of all kind of possible tactical things because of the f7 bishop and pins.
Yeah, and also the computer evaluation, if we can believe the evil bar highlighting that this is not bad at all for black. Yeah, seemingly it's awkward, but white has also overextended himself.
Which is wild to me, because I would be wholly uncomfortable if you plopped me into this game on the black side of the board.
And Magnus sidesteps with the king. It cost a tempo, but yeah, he felt like I need to move. But king d7, now black will try to use the c5 with rook c8. And the knight on d8, yes, it's passive, but actually it does a purpose protecting the b7 pawn, and eventually when white goes active, also the bishop on f7 is protected by the knight. Let's try to find some positives for this horrible knight.
Well, you can't say really too much positive to the d8 knight, I believe.
Yeah, I think I used all the possibilities. cd5 happened, and now things are heating up, because how do you recapture? Do you trade pieces, but that should ease normally the defender side, or you try to keep all the tension, but then the rook c8 will hit you with the tempo?
I'd say the biggest positive for Fabiano right now is the fact that the clocks are now equal. Not too long ago, we were looking at 3 minutes to 1.5, near double the time for Magnus Carlsen, and more recently, it's equalized, even Fabi himself having a slight time advantage here.
Time is becoming a very important factor in this game, but what do you think about c5? No, he wanted to go solid.
Yeah, he captures cd, so basically I'm expecting the rook c8 to be blitzed out, but Fabi is hesitating. Yeah, he plays it.
Of course it's there. The question is, if after queen b3, is he planning to go e6, or this your idea knight c6 might? No, king b2.
Yeah, king b2.
Yeah, visually it looked so bad to put the king on b3. At the same time now, knight c4 maybe. Exchange is not so bad.
Do we want to trade those knights? Because the knight on b6 is also kind of a good piece. I don't know, also somewhere rook g6, I would love to, but here he goes with your move, knight c4 takes. Computer doesn't like it. I just wanted to rook g6, some stability there on the other side of the board.
a3.
Well, yeah.
Magnus move.
e4 pawn was hanging, so...
Yeah, rook g6, but what I don't like in this position that suddenly the knight on d8 is really stupid. Before it made sense that it was protecting the pawn on b7, and white's knight on a5 was kind of, compensated, that it wasn't really hurting me so much. But now it's just the worst position. How much worse is the question?
In the meantime, Nodirbek won against Vachier.
Yeah, the battle of best friends.
And he won with the black pieces, no? I think.
There is no best friend over the board.
That is correct. Enemies in that moment, but did win with the black pieces. You're exactly right. So Noterbeck definitely happy to pick up a full point there and move up to 2.5 out of 5.
That's huge. Yeah, very huge victory. But yeah, now all eyes on these players. The heart rates, yeah, Fabi is moving up, 120. He feels the pressure because this is not an easy kind of defense. And now he played the move Bishop E8. He's trying to find a way to rescue his knight. His knight will be perfectly placed on F6, but it requires quite some time to get the knight to F6. Will he have this time?
Well, that's like a journey overseas, it seems, to get to F6.
How many layovers does he have?
Can Rook G1 stop Knight F7 or not really, because you can play Knight F7 anyway? No, Knight E2 wants to regroup the Knight to D4. I thought he was making space for the bishop to D1 and transfer it to A4.
Yeah, that was also interesting.
Feels like this is the time, though, for that knight to get involved. So it leaps forward to F7.
The only problem is that it's the first destination.
Yes, exactly.
It's not the final one, yes. Knight H6, okay. 2 more moves. Knight G8, Knight F6. If that knight lands on F6, then we will also be able to put some pressure on the D5 pawn. Imagine Knight F6, Bishop F7, and black will take over. So white has to be very energetic here.
That's a nice turnover. We are talking how difficult it is for Fabi, and suddenly Peter says, okay, the knight makes the journey to F6 and black is taking over.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing how quickly things can turn on a dime in the game of chess, right? From moments ago saying we absolutely abhor the position to now something that looks like it's moving towards equality.
Exactly. Look at this. Yeah, Magnus plays knight e6. Clearly, you can't take that knight. Bishop takes, d takes, king takes e6, runs into rook takes g6, check, and winning the knight. So forget about that. But the knight is not threatening anything on e6. So this gives black the chance to maybe find the good move here. What is the good move? I see the computer move, and it's played, rook h8. I did not want to highlight this move because it was computer's move, but Fabi plays it, knight g5, blitzed out by Magnus.
Yeah,
is
Magnus
it bishop g8?
Bishop g8, Judith, spot on, first line, and then already knight g4 might be possible on the board.
Knight f7 is also not bad.
Fabi is back.
The h4 pawn is vulnerable. Well, it's quite a funny situation for black, though. Yeah, knight g4, d5 pawn are going to be a problem for white after capturing on g4.
Some incredible defense by Fabi. Amazing. He was patient enough to...
Who is better?
Who is better and why? Okay, probably white is okay with the knight on g5, but white cannot really be better here anymore.
And Magnus has 14 seconds. Not much.
Yeah, both players low on the clock. It's Fabiano's turn to move, +5. He's going to drop the bishop back. Now Magnus is going to centralize his king. All good kings lead from the front.
A5, opening up another front. Tricky, Magnus.
He's not joking. He's playing the whole board. Rook h8, I attack your h4 pawn. I go a5, open up the a file. Then he shows up with his rook on a8 soon.
Yes, knight f3, at least protecting the h4 pawn and also targeting the g6 pawn.
Yes.
Forcing things.
Maybe he'll go counterattack with rook f8.
A flick of the eyes to the clock.
He goes all the way like this, yeah? Wow. The players are blitzing out this position. Yeah, it's very sharp now with the pawn on h4 moving up on the board, but Fabi is trying to get his rook behind. Rook a4, very nice move. And if that rook lands on h3, then this pawn might not become a strong pawn. It can be also vulnerable.
He's the man of A and H files here.
So f5, lovely. Because
he got
Magnus,
king g5 path.
Yeah, Magnus wants to make sure that his king goes on the right side. Because
going forward as opposed to back.
Yeah, and also to support the h-pawn just in case. And also to have these compact pieces, the king on f4, knight to f3. Yeah, there you go. That's what I have expected. And white
E5.
is pressing.
Yeah, good coordination between all of white's pieces.
The question, is he having any chances to win, to squeeze out something, or it's just nice that he has things under control? Rook G7. King has to fall back.
I don't like this for black.
But F6 was a threat.
And F6 may show up anyway at some point.
B5, counterplay. Let's go. Knight G5, trying to set up some mating threat with Rook H8, Knight E6. With few seconds on, this is very spicy.
Fabiano does not have a lot of time. 5 seconds.
5, 4, 3.
King and the panic.
Uh-oh.
Panic move, 96 check.
E7 is hanging, and the king is going to be so active.
Feels like
so close to get...
He walked his king into danger.
And Rook G7 check, very precise according to the computer, and knight capture on E7, and King G5. It's a winning attack. There's hardly any
right?
Yeah, there's hardly any material left, but the pieces are so dominant.
Oh my goodness! Just like that, a single king move goes the wrong direction, and just like that, the position falls to pieces. He's going to continue to fight. But it feels like we can just march our pawn forward at this point, no?
Yeah, James, you're right.
Right? Go for the promotion.
F6. But Magnus wants to be even more careful.
So he's going for the mate. He wants to checkmate with Knight G6 check, King F6, Rook G7 checkmate construction. Yeah, this is what he's playing for, yeah.
Wow. That's classy.
Magnus's endgame magic.
He's inevitable, right? He just feels inevitable at times. All it took was one minor opening handed to him by Fabiano Caruana. The king goes the wrong direction, and Magnus Carlsen will clamp down to get the victory. He moves into sole possession of first place over Fabiano Caruana, 4 points to his name. There's only one board left in play, and it looks like we are in a king and rook versus king and queen endgame between Arjun Erigaisi and Levon Aronian. It's Levon Aronian with the white pieces here. And as we arrive, we'll get the handshake.
Levon is taking down Arjun Erigaisi. A huge win for Levon, but it's already too late. It's kind of impossible. Or who knows, if he wins all his games, it's only 3.5 points that won't make it.
Yeah, we'll keep track of the math down the stretch, but very likely at this point only playing spoiler to those above him, and obviously still positioning himself for the lower bracket, but his chances at a top 4 finish out of the round robin and an ultimate bid for first place and the first ever world championship when it comes to the FIDE Freestyle chess format. It does look like it won't go the way of Levon Aronian. We're reliving some of the highs and lows of this round. It was, of course, Levon Aronian who gets the win over Arjun Erigaisi. It was all decisive wins across 4 boards in this one. Magnus Carlsen gets it done with the white pieces as well over Fabiano Caruana. Norbert Abdusatorov and Vincent Keimer both come away with victories from the black side of the board. And as we come back into the studio, it is going to be our opportunity to hand things over to our Make.com, a deep dive desk with Tanya Sachdev and David Howe. What do you make of this fascinating game here between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano, where it slips right in the final moments out of Fabiano's hands?
It's always this question, right? How does Magnus do it? Again and again and again. Absolutely everything in control, and then suddenly one slip and Magnus is just winning, and he's gone on to 4 points. It's a treat to watch him, and I'll say one thing. David and I, we've had the time just sitting back, ringside, watching Judith and Peter commentate. If you heard any clanging of cutlery, that was us just sitting, eating, enjoying the show. David, what a fight by Magnus, but that wasn't the only one.
Yeah, that wasn't the only one, and we actually wanted to take the opportunity to show some of the finishes in some of the other games, because especially the win by Nodirbek Abdusatorov was extremely instructive, and we're going to jump in here in the middle game. The opening was also fascinating. Sindarov here with the white pieces, Abdusatorov with black, the clash of the friends, but both sides wanting to win. This was already a critical moment. The white rook has just landed on d1, and black, with his last move, has brought his knight forward. Here, Javokir Sindarov with white could have seized the initiative if he had broken his own pawn structure, given a check, gone for some dynamism instead, forcing the black king to decide. Maybe the black bishop should jump out the way. Another idea for white would have been to step forward with the pawn, bring the knight back and in to a nice outpost on d6. But he tried to create chaos on the board here, Sindarov. He played pawn to e4, but he never really got a chance back into the game after this. First, black castled with gain of tempo against the central pawn. White's king now became extremely weak. D5 met by a check. We see some exchanges, and rook takes d4. This wasn't played because Sindarov thought that he was Kasparov back in the day. It was purely desperation, because suddenly, after rook takes d4, rather than taking the material and allow the white queen out into the center, the black pawn steps forward to b6, trapping the white knight. And what happened next was just so glorious. Rook to d1. The black queen came in to threaten some mates. The white rook defended, and I think one of the star moves of the day, another contender for move of the day, rather than taking this knight, allowing the white queen in, for example, g5, pawn to g5, just getting the bishop into the game. And white is pretty much paralyzed, just nothing to do. And queen e3, he realized he could switch up the tactics this time. Take, knight takes pawn due to a pin on the e-pawn. And after queen back to e2, finally he took this knight off the board. And the rest was very straightforward. A nasty check, the white king too far out in the open. And Tanya, he delivered what was about to be a mate. Just a few moves later, white resigned here.
You know, this was absolutely brutal to watch. I think from start to finish, just the way he executed the attack. And we were talking about how you're not friends with someone once the game gets going, no friendship over the board. But David, once such a game happens, I think it's hard to be friends even once the game is over.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go and hide my head here. Sindarov, poor guy, he didn't do much wrong.
No.
Just one bad move, but he was punished so brutally.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. Well, there was this one more moment that I want to bring up, and it's from the Levon-Arjun game. And because this was a huge, huge win for Levon Aronian against Arjun Erigaisi. So, you know, a late surge. We spoke about how he's playing spoilers. And if we can just back up to move 44, because I thought this was incredibly instructive, you know, an end game right here that's happened. And it looks like things are under control. And I checked with the engine. The only move in this position which Lev had to find was actually go behind that white pawn and keep things defended. And it's not that easy, because you see the king comes to b3, you go back with your rook to d2, and the point here is that you actually provoke white to push that a pawn forward. Only once it goes up to a5 do you make the move that was made by Arjun, which is rook to d5, attacking that a5 pawn, giving up your e2 pawn for this one. But even at the top level, how easy it is to go wrong. Arjun, instead of going on that a2 square, David here went back to d5, and here just beautifully converted after this. You know, he gives that g6 pawn, takes that pawn away, picks up the rook on e2, and suddenly the black king is too far away, the white king very close to a4, and was just completely lost with that assist. And I think this just shows how incredibly hard these rook pawn endings are. And if you just back up to that one moment of rook to a2 instead, I just want to show one more line, which I thought was really nice. Rook a2, king b3, rook d2. And I think this is where it gets tricky. The point is that white's king can't actually move up anymore, because king b4 runs into rook d4 check. And thank you very much, you're queening.
Oh, deflection. That would have been a full turnaround. Arjun, that's really tough. That could be, well, a tournament ender for him, potentially, losing to Levon. Spoiler.
It could, right? And that's the thing. When you've kind of lost so many games, and for Levon to just play this for Arjun, he gets a win in the previous round, but goes down to Levon Aronian. It's not what he wanted. Notterbeck getting that win against Vachier. Things are mixing up at the top, but you know, the one man, James, who doesn't surprise us at all, remains at the top with that win against Fabiano Caruana.
That's exactly right, Tanya. Thank you so much to both you and David for the breakdown of the games that we didn't have the opportunity to necessarily focus on in that round, as most of our attention was paid to the top bout between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Let's take a look at those results coming out of round number 5, with only 2 more rounds to go here in our round robin to conclude the group stage day. It is going to be Magnus Carlsen at the bottom there, taking the win over Fabiano and creating some separation at the top of the table, but it's decisive results across the board. Vincent Keimer and Notarbek Abdusatorov get it done on the black side of the board. Levon Aronian finally gets a win, but maybe too little too late against Arjun Erigaisi. From here, we can flip to the overall group stage standings, where things continue to take shape and players are running out of time. Magnus Carlsen, he holds sole possession of first place with 4 points to his name. Vincent Keimer now slots up into a tie for second place alongside Fabiano Caruana, 3 points each. On the bubble is Hans Niemann and Notarbek Abdusatorov with 2.5 to their name. Arjun Erigaisi hot in pursuit, only half a point behind them. Vachier Sindarov and Levon Aronian, they're on the outside looking in at 1.5 points apiece. With 2 rounds to go, let's take a look at our round 6 matchups. Heading into it, let's see who's going up against each other. First, we're going to kick things off with Vincent Keimer and Fabiano Caruana. So from a battle for first place against Magnus Carlsen, now in a battle for second place against Vincent Keimer. Magnus will continue continue to look to push the pace against Arjun Erigaisi before Norbek Abdusatorov and Levan Aronian go at it. Hans Niemann and Javokir Sindarov, that'll round out our 6th round of the day. It's really starting to become do or die time. I think a lot of these matchups in particular too, when you're looking at those 2.5-point holders and those 2-point holders, the guys who are just on the outside looking in, that's going to be the focus of this 6th round and the home stretch here on our group stage day. The players are just about ready, so one more time, we're going back into the playing hall where Fiona is standing by for the position lottery. Take it away.
Thank you so much, James. Welcome back. With 2 rounds to go, the race for the 4 qualifying spots is getting tighter and tighter. And here with me, I have Sabo, content creator from Turkey, who's going to draw the next position. And Sabo, can you tell us a little bit about what your experience in Weissenhaus has been like so far?
Yeah, last year I was here too, and now I'm staying here. So it's very exciting to be here again. And there are a lot of interest from Turkey. And there are 2 Uzbek players playing here. And hopefully next year, Yazgan and Edis will be here as well. So very exciting. Let's see what will happen.
Let's see 2 very exciting prospects indeed from Turkey. And Sabo, are you ready?
Yes.
So the next position is number 255, position number 255. To the players, good luck. To everyone watching, have fun.
That's good. That's good. At least some good things are happening. So knight b6, f5, yeah? I guess.
Yeah, we should avoid that. So f5.
We should avoid that? Yeah, that's bad.
I'm scared of our bishops.
If we can play f5 with impunity, I think we should.
Thanks.
G3.
G3, G6. Knight b3, yeah? Oh, how's it done?
So take knight b6.
Completely safe.
X okay.
This is unlikely, no?
How?
But this is something special?
Yeah, it doesn't look like anything special.
Okay, let's just make a couple of moves.
Also play knight b6 first if we want.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this is okay.
Queen is well placed.
And the knight.
Yeah, take it.
Knight b3,
Yeah, it's
C6.
very peaceful.
Yeah.
Okay, how bad can this be?
Yeah, it doesn't seem that
How expensive?
Well, that's why I could like try d4 in the end and try to get e4.
Yeah, so you get some double stonewall, no?
Yeah, but maybe white gets knight to c5 first. Okay, so we should also consider these things.
b6?
e6.
b6, c5?
White gets e4, g3, d3, e4. Or something.
We're not worried.
Yeah,
C5.
I like b6. You don't like b6?
Yeah.
But why? g6.
Okay, always this stuff also can be g5.
Do you want to play g3?
Take.
Take?
Yeah.
e5?
h4.
That's okay, I mean... Yeah.
We have a slight
not
action
sure.
if we develop. We are slightly better.
also too much, yeah. I mean.
D4? Okay, but
No,
actually,
I don't think anyone will play C5. This?
95.
95?
Yeah, G4. Most like that.
Queen A4?
Yes.
C6. No, I like C4 black. Knight C7.
Yeah,
G6.
I agree.
No, that's not the best.
King B3.
Maybe B3. Yeah, but this. I mean,
Knight F6.
it's hard to evaluate.
C2? No, Knight F6. Bishop D4. You don't want this.
I don't think we want this now. Can we?
We don't have other options first. We really can allow F5? I don't think so.
Huh?
I don't think you can allow
Yeah,
F5.
I think F5 you should play.
I don't think it's necessarily that big a deal, but in like knight b6, knight b3, for instance, like how are we not playing f5 then?
Yeah.
What about d6, c5?
No? B6.
And B6, G3, and D6 here.
So D3? What's the
Like
difference?
D6, D6, C5.
Yeah, but we try and cheat the tempo, no? By doing this. So
this move order, yeah, without F5. Like this,
Yeah.
but then I just think this is.
No. So f5.
Knight B3, Knight B6.
So g3, d6.
Yeah, so what do we gain with this tempo?
Yeah,
C5,
C5.
C4?
And you're
Knight
time for
F4.
97.
Okay, knight a4.
Time for 90, because 94 is 94 scary?
Yeah, Knight D4 I will go C. If it's
Queen A5.
I mean, yeah, Queen A5. Just
Yeah.
see if it's not works. It's fine.
So if
We
this
come
is alright.
first, huh?
I was thinking also like Queen D7, Queen A4 idea.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, so then the question is.
Why doesn't white do the same?
It's going to be position 255 for round 6 out of 7 here in our group stage. But as I quickly hand things over to Tani Sachdev and David Howell, I'll note that Magnus is back in his discussion pod, and he's looking rather comfortable.
And why wouldn't you be, right, James? 4 out of 5 just beat Fabiano Caruana. The only time Magnus Carlsen has been in trouble in Weissenhaus was yesterday against Ella. Today, chess has gone fantastically for him. You can see him in a good mood. And a lot of them looking at this idea of symmetry on the right side of the board, opening up the bishops. The one thing that stands out to me, David, is with the 4 bishops tucked in on the right corners, we're going to see very few trades early on here. No big face-off.
Exactly, no big face-off. Likely some kind of symmetry on half the board, but all of the minor pieces still intact. It's been a trend today. We've seen a lot of positions where f4 is the best move because something hits the a7 pawn, whether it's a bishop, a queen. We've seen it today. And just to get a peek inside the players' minds, f4 seemed to be a unanimous decision, that that was the way to start, hitting an undefended pawn. And rather than just defend with the black knight, for example, when white might be able to save a bit of time guarding against the opposite threat on the a2 pawn. Here, most players were discussing f5 with symmetry, and rather than go into these variations with lots of exchanges early, as we've seen multiple times throughout last year and this year, it looks like pawn to f5 was the way forward, and this is where we were seeing the players discuss, okay, maybe a pawn structure such as this one with the 2 connect 3s. I guess if you can't get 4 in a row, why not 2 sets of 3?
Has this been one of the very rare days where we haven't seen a connect 4 so far? You must be destroyed on the inside. Oh, we did?
saw one briefly, but it was a bad version.
That is rare. Usually connect 4 and David's calling a win on that one.
Exactly. It feels like this is the type of pawn structure they're looking for, and I don't know. It feels like it's going to be a tense one, Tanya, where it's going to be longer games, a lot of nerves in play.
Again, because you don't really see a way to actually trade pieces early on in this. And we also saw the players talk about how the knights were going to jump onto the A file, combine with ideas with the bishop, putting pressure on those B2, B7 squares. It's going to be really fun. And with just 2 rounds remaining, quick prediction here. Will we have tiebreakers for that third, fourth place?
I said before the day started it was 50-50. I still think it's roughly that. I think it's going to come down to the last round. And if there's going to be a tiebreak, just 2. Maybe on 4 points.
Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus is the only one running away with 4 points, right? Handshakes there, Magnus versus Arjun. Can Arjun be the one who puts a stop to that hot streak? I don't know what you think, James, but I would love to have a long day in office today. I'm hoping for those tie breaks to come and take the fight down to the wire.
Well, I couldn't agree more, Tanya. More chess is always a good thing. And as the standings currently sit, I think we might be moving well on our way to a tiebreaker, pending the results from this round in particular, because there's a few matchups that can play key roles in developing tiebreakers. Levon Aronian against Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Levon largely playing spoiler, but he can hold Nodirbek at 2.5 points. The same can happen in the Vachier Sindarov and Hans Niemann game. If Vachier takes the win, they both are at 2.5. So that would immediately be 3 players all sharing 2.5 points right outside the top 4, moving into our final round of the day. So will Levon Aronian be able to play spoiler to the hopes of Nodirbek Abdusatorov? As well, Vincent Keimer, Fabiano Caruana, they're going to be duking it out for sole possession of second place, currently 1 point behind our tournament leader in Magnus Carlsen. Still a lot to be determined here on our first day of group stage play as the players take their seat and we await the signal for play to begin. And the gong has sounded. The hands are outstretched. And away we go into the 4-board bird's eye view, because akin to a number of our starting positions with a cornered bishop, it's almost no surprise that we see all of the players immediately reach for that F4 pawn push.
Wow, but there is a shocking event. F4, F5, C4. And that's kind of a pawn sacrifice. But if you take bishop takes C4, then after B3, hitting the bishop, then bishop takes A7, will collect the exchange. Yeah, that's kind of a... Judith, what do you make of this sensational C4 move?
I'm shocked at first.
So you're both shocked, but what's interesting to me is that all 4 boards, so they're in perfect alignment with each other, the players with the white pieces, that this is something they wanted to take a risk on, perhaps.
Well, I don't know. At first, I thought maybe bishop c4 is possible. And after b3, we just move back and can black sacrifice the exchange, bishop a7. I mean, especially that there is a beautiful h8 bishop opening up. What is that a1 knight is doing there? But of course, at first, everybody will be thinking heavily what to do. And Magnus is one of them, right? What is this c4?
I would like to add one very interesting thing you mentioned, is that Magnus was in very cheerful mood, relaxed, and then we had in this team Levoran Adonyan and Vachier Sindarov, who are both with 1.5 point at the bottom, basically out of the fight, and they were kind of also, you know, in a mixed mood. And Fabi was the only one, the fourth one, who was very tensed. He hardly said anything. He was following the action because he knows that his next game against Vincent, for example, is so important. Yeah. Whoever wins there qualifies, whoever loses will be in this danger zone, and draw is maybe a result that suits both players, but we know that in freestyle you cannot really force any draw. Forget about the draw, because then you lose.
A draw can never be relied on. But it is an interesting point, because Fabi is usually a much more vocal member of those groups. But exactly to Peter's point, speaks to the importance of the matchup and getting it done here and now so that the pressure isn't mounting even greater going into the 7th and final round of the day. I am noticing something on the top left-hand corner of our screens. Vincent Keimer Caruana, I see an X on the board. So perhaps we dive into that game a little bit more specifically, because Fabiano's response at the very least, the computer is not a fan here.
Yeah, not a fan. It's kind of a surprising decision that Fabi decided to use these drastic measures, because it really weakens all the light squares around black's king. The knight is cornered on a8. That it simply means that the move knight b6, which was played in many other games, I believe, or it definitely happened. After d3, he was just not happy to be slightly worse. long-term slightly worse, and he decides that maybe b6 at the moment it's not so good, but if I get c6, knight c7 out, then long terms I will have more potential with my position. Judith, what do you make of this?
Well, when there is a knight on a8, I'm not really a fan of b6 generally. And at the same time, when you play knight b6 against c4, it's also not much fun because you get b3 or d3. I guess d3 would be the move. And it's also not much fun with having the knight on b6. So interesting enough that, that Magnus was thinking the longest, how to react on c4. It looks like a bit passive for black, though interesting that Vincent, I see that he likes to bring his queen pretty often. In some of the other game, it was like f4 and queen g3, move 3. Now it's move 4, queen a4. Somehow he likes to ask questions and straightforward bringing out the queen. Do I see it right?
Probably, but it also makes sense in a rapid game to ask some questions in the beginning. Please burn some time that puts pressure on you, yeah? And Fabi, I think, is not happy to be faced with such questions because all of those questions are connected with what do I do with the hanging pawn on a7, which white just attacked.
You defend, queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7, but the knight was supposed to be going to c7, yeah, that's how you feel. On the other hand, with queen c7, you might be slowly preparing some kind of castles. Maybe the best would be try to castle all the way to the king side, but do you have time? That's another big
Why not?
question.
Queen c7, then knight f6, or knight d6, and only I have to move my bishop.
Okay, white will play g3, I have to protect the pawn on f4. And then how could it continue?
Okay, let's say I just continue knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah, this is your this is your
I mean, maybe I have other plans like going e5 and break the center, or somehow g5, open the long diagonal bishop on h8.
Yeah, this is always typical, yeah, but if you play g6, then at least the plan that you had in mind to castle as quickly as possible will probably not materialize.
But I will still want to castle short.
Yes. That's for sure, yeah.
Maybe
all the way,
more time.
All the way, yeah. Evacuate the king. It's always such a big pleasure, yeah, to go on the other side of the board from where the action is.
Evacuating sounds like I'm having trouble.
Well, with pawn b6, c6, and Fabi spent some time, took his time, and played the move queen c7. James, what do you make of this? How do you feel?
Well, what's interesting to me is going back to what we heard Magnus say multiple times in the group discussion. We heard him reference multiple times in his comfortable state. This is okay for us, right? We're not worried about this. He seemed very, laissez-faire about a number of the situations. I have the perspective of all four boards here. All 5 players with white are advantaged in some way, shape, or form. So I wonder if Magnus missed something overall about the uncomfortability of the position here for black.
No, I don't think that this is also the psychological state of the situation, yeah, that when you feel already comfortable, you feel like, yeah, I'm qualifying, then you take it easily. Yeah, that, okay, but this is fine, this is fine. If things are going in the wrong direction, then you are always more pessimistic. You see dangers everywhere. Yeah, I think it's very much connected. And I have also heard this from other players that sometimes they were complaining that Magnus, when he's in cheerful mood, he's, tossing out ideas, directions that otherwise, if he would really mean business, he would not be thinking about it. So then how much do you get affected by what Magnus says? Who knows what he's talking about usually? Yeah, it's a very tricky kind of spot.
His confidence breeds creativity, but sometimes that creativity can bite you back.
Can we go for a short time to Erigaisi Magnus?
Let's go.
We absolutely
I think
can.
it's so engaging that basically Erigaisi Arjun did not make a single move with his pieces, only pawns.
Now see, this
It's like a pawn war.
is the most freestyle position I've ever seen. I feel like in freestyle more than in standard chess, pawn moves can be extraordinarily effective because of the placement of minor pieces, right? I can effectively develop a piece by moving a pawn, whereas in standard chess, I might be forced to move a minor piece in order to develop it rather effectively.
Yeah, now the big
A7
question.
pawn is there, it's hanging, I can take it, right?
Yeah, you can take it. You can also maybe include CD. Yeah, this is, I think, the big question, that what do we do with this tension and with the hanging pawn on A7? How do we combine? Do we make the most out of it? Because certainly it looks promising, but if you take on A7, that might not work. Let's just quickly get this out of our system. Why computer thinks that this is a wrong idea? Well, he says that, okay, just rook A8 hitting the bishop falls back, for example, to F2, and then black captures the pawn back on C4. Let's not forget, black's bishops are also there, eyeing white structure. So once we understand this, that this is good for black, then the question appears, what happens if we include CD5 first?
That's true. Probably CD5 is better. It's just, I think it's the first time we see a game like that after move 6 or 7, that basically someone did not play with the heavy piece.
Only one piece in the whole game is off the back rank.
Yeah. CD5.
And CD5 on the board. This is on the board. And just very quickly to understand how we got here, because things heated up. F4, F5, C4, knight B6, D3, and finally then white was using this A4, A5 idea, which I was really worried about. Yes, B4, E5, Magnus tries to break in the center, and then A4, D5, A5, knight D7. I always like to feel the logic, how we got here, because then we understand better how the players are thinking about the position.
And I gotta wonder if Magnus is feeling as comfortable as he was 10 minutes ago in the analysis segment, because with Arjun in a slightly advantaged position, I'll remind everybody that a decisive win between Fabi and Vincent, if Magnus is to drop this game here, puts him back into a tie for sole possession of first place. So all of a sudden, he's fighting again for that opportunity to choose his opponent going into the knockout rounds. A question mark given to his most recent recapture here in the center of the board.
By the way, yeah?
Yeah, by the way, actually, Arjun continues playing first line engine. F takes E5, also best move, including this move, so that black will not be able to push some E5, E4 probably for long-term compensation, burying out that bishop on H1. And talking about all these qualification spots, if Arjun beats Magnus Carlsen, he's very much back in the mix.
That's right.
Yeah, then suddenly Fabi Vincent will also feel the heat before going to the last round.
Absolutely. Now my question is, finally, there is going to be a move from anyone on the first rank, Bishop A7.
I was told by the Indians that actually Arjun loves to grab material.
Yeah.
And because I knew that he's an aggressive player, I was thinking like he likes to sacrifice. And I thought, no. He actually likes to take. And I played with him in the World Cup. I got knocked out by him in the tie breaks. He grabbed my pawn. And I thought, oh my, I forgot about this, that he is ready to grab my pawn if I give it.
A tough way to learn that lesson.
Yes.
Well, right now, he's got the world #1 on the back foot.
Check on C2. No, he comes back.
I think he wants to put a knight on C2 and knight on F3 and then occupy the D4 square. Wouldn't it lovely coordination if white, let me just even highlight it with arrows, and then visit on the D4 square. That looks beautiful.
It looks very dangerous for black. I mean, black has to play in the next 3-4 moves to show something, how to get some play.
Yeah, how to get play, because it's not just a pawn. Black is also strategically having a compromised position with this isolated pawn and the weakness on D4. Let me just very quickly highlight that why it was so essential to include this FE, because probably Magnus was banking on this idea that if white grabs the pawn, for example, like this, then there is always this E5, E4, and you see black has a lovely pawn structure. Suddenly the bishop is out of the game, and black can potentially long-term play for compensation. But after FE, bishop E5, bishop A7, rook A8, bishop E3, long terms, we are also seeing big runes in black's structure.
Okay, so maybe we go back for Vincent game?
Or something, maybe bird's eye view, just to get a feel where the most action is happening.
So first out to the bird's eye, as requested by Peter Lecko here, just to take stock of the whole field again, as the pressure is mounting for all 8 players. I'm noticing a pretty even board state there for Sindarov and Niemann in the bottom right of your screen. Niemann at 2.5 points to Sindarov's 1.5. Of course, Vincent Keimer and Caruana, the board we will end up going to, but as well, Abdusatorov here up against Aronian. We talked about how Aronian could play spoiler, but right now it looks like the young Uzbek player is looking to move up to 3.5 by the end of the day.
Yeah, maybe we can even visit that game first, because if Nodirbek wins that game, then he's really very much also back fighting for the qualification spot.
Yeah, we've got a pack of players at 2 and 2.5 points, all chasing those with 3 and above. Nodirbek, one of those. As we dive into his matchup against Levon Aronian, of course, we get there right as the engine gives a small question mark to this most recent pawn move.
But it's the most aggressive one. Judith, take it away. B4, what's happening?
Yeah, B4, like opening up the B file because the king is on B8. It's kind of logical. At the same time, actually, I'm very surprised on E5, though, of course, one day White must have the idea to play E5 and open up the diagonal for the H1 bishop. So it's also understandable that Levon said, no way that that bishop will come into the attack. No way. And after B4, at first it seems dangerous, but on C5, nothing really happens because BC knight takes C5 would be the case. So my question is, what happens if can White go B5, even possibly close, and after queen B6, A4, and somehow to push very fast? Is the queen going to get in trouble, or?
Yeah, maybe I will have to go to A4 instead, yeah?
Yeah, but at first I thought it's scary.
Yeah, probably I will have to. And I'm now maybe threatening some knight b6. The pawn on d6 is hanging, then all hell gets loose here. Queen takes d6, e takes f4, but it feels like all this craziness, all the complications would be in black's favor because we were afraid to be black, but if things heat up and gets out of control, that's
but
good news.
But he went f5, not b5.
F5.
Of course, it's not no temptation to close the position with b5. You want to keep the tension. F5 is the logical reaction on E5. Knight B6, attacking the pawn on C4.
Yes, also very important to highlight that now with this E5, F5 construction, what White achieved is that black's bishop on H8 is out of the game, yeah, because this structure is fixed, and it will be always very difficult for black to decide on capture on F5, because then you will also open up the light squared bishop for White, yeah, that is actually waiting to be opened up with all this tremendous pressure on the B7 pawn with rook on B1 also lining up. But at the moment, how does White react? Because the pawn on C4 is hanging at the moment.
I was wondering, can White go rook FD1, trying to take advantage of the pin on the rook on D8?
You have time, yes? Yeah, just rook FD1 and setting up...
I don't know if I have time, but I have plans.
Yes, you have plans.
You found the top engine line, so you definitely have time.
Yeah, and what do we do? What does Levon have in mind?
I would like to be playing it with black.
Is maybe knight takes c4, knight c4, bishop c4, bc d5 an idea?
No, you should take d takes c5 and we can show that it's...
okay, let's do that.
That's my plan.
Exactly.
We've seen one checkmate today, who knows?
Yes, so that's why my plan was to counter it with something like d5, and I hope to bring that bishop into life. It's Levonish. This is the Levon style. Yeah, he doesn't want to be passive.
I don't know. Queen B2. You're not afraid?
Well, my feeling, if you want to know my feeling, if I don't lose on the spot, I might be okay. Yeah, but it's very far from clear if I'm not losing yet. But yeah, let's take a look, because Nodirbek is taking his time. What other options does he have? This look at the is a very logical kind of reaction. James, what do you make of the player's body language?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, the body language.
The body language, of course.
I mean, honestly, I don't feel like Abdusatorov is too uncomfortable. He was flipping a piece there for a little bit. But I do think he recognizes that this is a fairly critical moment in the game, which is why he's taking the time. He's down to 3 minutes on his clock. He still has a minute to give before he matches Levon Aronian.
And what do you make of his heart rate? 122, going up, 24, 25?
I feel like that's about where I would expect it to be. Again, given that he is right now playing for a stab back into the top 4 overall. And so there definitely is pressure in the moment that he's feeling, but he doesn't necessarily, you know, I think the time isn't getting to him just yet. I would expect him to match the 160 of Vincent in not too long.
Yes, actually b takes c5 was the other top engine move, so bc5, dc5. I was kind of imagining in my mind from distance when this knight b6 happened that Levon, as an Armenian, rook d4, the position actually sacrifice from Tigran Petrosyan is very much in the cards. Put that rook on d4, invite white to grab that rook, and then you take ed4, open up, you get structural benefits, is something that might actually happen. The big question is, where does white place his queen?
Yeah, that's the odd thing to me, is that he kind of opened up that file with the threat already existing on the queen. Of course, he has the opportunity to move it, and he does choose queen to c3. I guess maybe looking to trade off one of those rooks with the knight capturing back on d1.
Well, rook d4, there you go. There you go, but right now it's not even a sacrifice because you can't take it. But it was clear that as an Armenian, it's in your DNA that in such positions you bang rook d4 out. Yeah, it has to be played.
Instantly.
Instantly, yes.
Instantly, very important. Knight d5.
Quick response, though. He's going to look to cage that rook in. Does get the...
What?
Double question mark, a blunder.
Because it's not a blunder. Probably there was some winning move or something.
No, not winning, but something definitely better. But yeah, it's. I hate to see these double question marks because it makes sense. The move is good. Don't do this to us and to our dear audience, yeah? Because okay, everybody gets a heart attack, knight d5, big blunder. No, it's just a good move.
Right. Yeah. Instead, the engine wanted knight back to. Let me see here. Back to...
Of course, thank you very much. Back to, exactly, we don't know where.
I want a knight to d2.
Yeah, no, okay, ignore it, forget it. It's just a computer. If computer plays against computer, let them figure that out. No.
We'll see this unfold, this game. Still a lot of things happening. In the meantime, I think Magnus is in huge trouble. I don't think he can save this game anymore.
Oh my goodness. Then we must go. As Arjun Ergaisi looks poised to take down Magnus Carlsen.
Look at this.
This would shoot him up the standings from 2 points to 3 and keep Magnus Carlsen within reach of multiple players.
I mean, this is the position which you don't even want to get in your nightmares.
Yeah, you don't even wish to your biggest enemy because this is now the king on c8 and all the dark squares and the d4 control. This is horror.
These are the positions when you say, I mean, you just want to make a good move and you resign because you don't want to suffer longer.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the c1. James, would you win it against Magnus?
No, I would not. I would find a way to lose this. But Arjun Ergaisi, he will not.
Yeah, this is a golden opportunity. Let's take a look at the clock situations also up on the clock.
It's not much better.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, Magnus. And by the way, if Magnus loses, then he looks so comfortable. And when I said the players are fighting for some spot, no, spots, a lot of spots to be grabbed. Yeah, actually, who knows what the results will be in this round, but it will be a crazy last round.
Well, Hans is also getting in trouble. So there are a lot of change of seats happening.
That's right. Yeah, Vachier Sindarov, a full point behind Hans, would pull himself into a tie if he takes him down. Again, Magnus Carlsen, if he takes the loss here, remains at 4, which gives Fabi or Vincent the opportunity to tie him if either of them come away with a decisive victory in their game against each other. Looks like Vincent has a small advantage on that board. All of the players across all 4 boards, though, now moving into time trouble and time scrambles.
Yeah, king h1, the final little touch. The king moves out of the pin, so now the white knight will be mobile for any kind of tactical shots. And yeah, look at Magnus's body line. He knows that this is horrible. This is in very bad position. There are no good moves, yeah, and this is a very bad one. Rook a8.
Yeah, head in hand.
Total frustration.
But king h1 was a killer silent move.
Is
just going out of the pin.
And now he's going for direct kill.
King
yeah.
shows up on g7.
Well, yes, wait a second. Queen G7 checkmate. No, King D6.
Knight D4.
Oof, when the king is the most active piece. No, 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 no. This can't be right. No, it's all over. I mean, Knight D4 is there. On Knight D4 there is Knight E8. No, I can't believe that there is still any defense. Then I have Queen F8 check.
Well, the dilemma is big for white. Knight B4, maybe that's the...
But the Knight D4 is so aesthetical, yeah, just get that knight, the horsey, back to D4. Enjoy to the maximum.
Beautiful square for her to land on, hitting the rook currently. Magnus is going to defend, doubling his rooks here on the e-file.
Now, do we win the queen with rook C6 or not?
No, no, no.
Yeah, exactly. We rook B4 on the board and designs. Because it's checkmate. Let's just put it on the board. Rook B4, queen takes B4, rook C6.
What a game by
checkmate.
Eric Gaisi.
Phenomenal. I mean, just control from beginning to end, right, against the world #1 there. So showing us why Arjun Erigaisi should be feared in a format like this. He's an aggressive player. He's an attacking player. He's not afraid to pick up material, and he does just that against the world #1. He moves up to 3 points and is now in a solid striking position for a top 4 spot and a bid into our upper bracket. We still have 3 boards in play. I think we should jump over to Vachier-Lagrave and Hans Niemann just for a brief moment. We might have to make a trip from one board to the next as the results come flying in. But as we get there, you'll see Vachier-Lagrave, the only player with the black pieces to have found a way into a winning position.
Yeah, he's having a dominating position. Also, strategically speaking, this should be a win. He's also up material, probably. He's pawn up. Well, there is no chance here for Hans to survive this. But for Vachier, on the other hand, it's already too late to win. Yeah, because he 2.5 points. Okay, he needs, but no, what does he need? Yeah. Let's go to Fabi against Vincent, because that's the critical one.
For Sindarov, he needs to win 2-0 and then look around. That's what he has to do.
Yeah, there's a possibility we end up with a massive 4 or 5-way tie. That gives some people new life. But I like where your head's at going to Vincent Keimer and Fabiano Caruana. Since Magnus Carlsen took that loss, it looks like Vincent Keimer is on the verge of tying it up at the top of the standings, looking to undo Fabiano Caruana, who had a brilliant start to his day, but has slowed down just a little bit on the back half.
Well, he lost to Magnus and he might lose again. And is he safe at all? Yes.
He's in danger zone, suddenly.
And he resigns. Vincent Keimer wins, and basically with this he secures kind of probably with +2, sharing first place with Magnus Carlsen.
And look, Vincent again had 160.
Of course, because this win kind of guarantees qualification.
But now you were safe.
I was safe, yeah, we were not following the game.
Wow, so Vincent is tying first with Magnus.
That's right. With that win, 3 players with the white pieces take home a victory and a full point for themselves. This leaves only Vachier-Lagrave and Hans Niemann in play. And as we return...
Because Nodirbek won as well.
That's right.
In the meantime, so he's 3.5. Suddenly he's on...
Yeah, Nodirbek and Arjun both 3.5. And Fabi just 3.
Arjun at 3, not 3.5.
3. Okay.
But again, how Fabi just went from second place,
where shared first,
to a
shared first,
that's true, to a tie for 4th currently.
Wow.
So right on the bubble and at risk of losing his upper bracket bid. Still waiting for Vachier to put the finishing touches on this one and push us into our 7th and final round, barring any tiebreakers at the end of the day. Magnus taking a moment to drink it in as well.
Yeah, there's Bishop C7. Bishop C7 wins on the spot, no? And then Bishop A5 check. Okay, Knight B4 also good, but... No, this is terrible for white. Nothing moves.
In this position, it's like there are good moves and even better ones.
A dream position.
So he will go, he will go back. No, he goes Knight D3. Well, Bishop C7 would have been easier.
Yeah, he just wants to be systematic. He enjoys King E6. He wants to go King D5.
And how does he enjoy after A6?
He wants to give checkmate.
What about D5?
Judith, you are the master of checkmate.
What was on D5?
Okay.
Silence.
Rook D5. Rook D5.
After D5.
I mean, Rook D5.
D4.
And then King D7.
And?
Okay, I'm just shocked because it looks like black is completely winning, but why is he not winning it?
Knight A1. Look at that.
Just win.
Yeah, he gave white the chance to activate himself. He was completely pegged.
Yeah.
I call it Paketovic. Yeah, you just can't move it, move anything, and now comes bishop c7 when it's not winning. Knight b3. Hans is coming back. Clock situation.
Wow. From dead lost to having an opportunity.
Yeah, he can even win this. Of course, black should be still doing fine, but knowing what happened before.
Good poker faces on all of these super GMs here, watching this game perhaps slip away from Vachier-Lagrave. I've got to wonder what all of them would have preferred to that b5 move.
Bishop a5, setting up bishop b6 check against bishop takes g3. Yeah, that's the idea.
And it's a crucial game.
It's a crucial game
for the qualification spots. So, bishop d6.
Oh, but now black with king on a7, but he goes pawn hunting with rook g1. Why do you do that?
Uh-oh, d5.
And for the first time ever in the endgame here, all of a sudden we're at dead zeros.
No, but now it's forget about zeros. It's very risky for black. Bishop d4 check is coming. Black's king will be in a mating net. Just watch out for knight before fork.
Rook c2.
No, knight before check. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, that's... You have to move the king.
About only my plans.
King e6, just hide that king somewhere.
Both players working with very little time on their clock.
Rook b1.
At least now with rook b1, black is back to safety.
Yeah, but a draw is not enough for Sindarov.
Yeah, but also for Hans, draw is nothing.
Well,
keeps him
more than
keeps him in the fight.
nothing.
He moves to 3 points, right?
Yes.
So he'll be in a three-way tie at that point for third alongside Fabiano and Vachier-Lagrave and giving himself chances going into the final round. For Vachier, if he wants any chance, even though mathematically unlikely, it has to be a win here. So he has to keep pushing.
Yeah, but now he's doing very well because he has an idea to put that bishop. He just goes, so he's not afraid of any checks on the back rank because he covers it with the rook and the bishop a7 played. Clever. Putting some pressure. Wait a second. Javo here blundered a7. Rook c8 check is a winning threat.
Rook b5 check. Isn't it on the move?
But it's a total shock. He could have played rook b8 instead of... Wow, what? Hans is winning.
Stunned faces in the studio in this moment. And for good reason, just like that.
No, but not takes. Keep the rook.
Wow, Hans, he's going to just look to escape for the draw in the end here.
Okay, but what the game he was suffering all the things before.
He should be very thankful if he survives, but now, okay.
But he will not be thankful. No, it's...
It should be a draw now.
It's a moment he'll look back on if he doesn't make it into the top 4.
But why is it a draw, by the way?
Well, the king gets to d3 in time, and then with h2, when you go bishop f4,
King
h2.
f6, king d5,
Yes.
bishop f4, king c4, king g6, king d3.
That's exactly right.
King f5, h2, draw. Finally, we know what's happening, because before things were out of control. Yeah.
Figured it out just in time. My goodness. Looks like the players themselves have also recognized that this one is going to fizzle to a draw, so you can see a couple of them.
Yeah, it's already ended.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Draw offered. The players are talking about it, and for good reason.
It's crazy, no? Two unhappy people there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, one can just claim as much that I was winning than the other one, because there were moments.
Yeah, of the two, I would imagine Sindarov maybe slightly more unhappy because he is now officially out of contention for a top 4 spot, only adding half a point to his overall scoreline. Hans Niemann is at least still in the hunt, so he can kind of rest on that, knowing that now the pressure really mounts towards our 7th and final round of the day.
But Hans, you saw, he had a smile.
Yeah.
Noticing the other results.
Ooh, he took a quick peek up to the top, and he saw that Magnus Carlsen fell down to Vachier-Lagrave, and you can see their head and hands. So that's going to hurt, as now all of a sudden his top spot is threatened by the likes of multiple other competitors heading into our 7th round of the day. We have Vincent Keimer and, of course, Fabiano Caruana. They were duking it out in that battle for 2nd place. and it was Vincent Keimer who came out on top. So he is showing more magic here in Waisenhaus as he did just 12 months ago when he came away with the Grand Slam victory. We'll see if he can keep it up as he heads into the 7th round, but for now, we're going to throw things back over to our deep dive Make.com desk with Tanya Sachdev and David Howe. What do you make of that round?
I don't know what to make anymore. I mean, magic is in Waisenhaus. We're going into the last round, and this is a script you could not have written. It is a tournament wide open. Who are the 4 players who make it through? It's going to be a fantastic final round. I mean, big upsets, right? Arjun Aragaisi's had 6 decisive games so far. David, 3 losses, 3 wins, takes down Magnus Carlsen. Vincent Keimer takes down Fabiano Caruana, and suddenly it's absolute chaos.
It is crazy. We could have picked out 20 different key moments from that last round. So many twists and turns, really topsy-turvy stuff. Tanya.
It was the hardest picking out a moment to show. I mean, this round, while you guys were analyzing, while we had Judith and Peter on the call there, David and I were really struggling. But you found some golden moments, David Howell.
We were literally writing down to each other like which moments to choose, but let's jump in and highlight Vincent Keimer, who now looks safe. Looks like he'll be a semi-finalist here at the World Championship at the very least. I just wanted to highlight this moment. It's 2 bishops versus 2 knights, but Black's knight has some threats, hitting a rook, hitting a pawn. The central pawn also under fire. Really instructive stuff here from Vincent. He pushed his pawn to e6. That pawn was probably doomed anyway. He's trying to wreck the black pawn structure. If this pawn were captured, then white could, at the very minimum, take on c6, bring another bishop to life, and it looks like a big advantage. But what happened next? Knight to e5, capture anyway, leaving the rook on b1 to fall, happily giving up the exchange here because he had realized that after some exchanges, it was the white bishops just too strong and the passed A and B pawns. Tanya, I was so impressed by this whole sequence, maintaining the advantage, and these 2 pawns ended up telling the tale, ended up winning the game for him. Just to show a few twists and turns here, but when the dust settled, it was the bishop and the pawns. And here, nothing to do. Fabiano had to resign since B and A would promote.
This is amazing to watch Vincent do this, right? It was Waisenhaus 2025 finals between Vincent and Fabi, and he took down Fabi and won the tournament. And this one, just a flawless convert in the end game, down this exchange with the pawns doing a beautiful job. And David, also what Arjun did against Magnus. I want to point out the first 9 moves played by a pawn. The 10th move, picking up Magnus's pawn and then going on to crush him. And you mentioned this in one of these sheets here. It feels like Arjun has Magnus's number in these round robins.
He seems to always beat him in the round robin. It always seems to be towards the end when Magnus is, already qualified or not quite at his best. In the knockouts, though, Magnus seems to turn it on against Arjun. So great result, though. Keeps this tournament alive. And everything rests now on this final game. Tanya, there was one key moment, though, I wanted you to show. One key tactic that could have ended things in Sindarov's favor, kept his tournament chances alive.
Let's do it, because we heard James say it at the end, right, that with the result as it went on, it meant an end to Sindarov's dream. But David, let's bring up that moment as it was. We saw this huge double question mark appear, and just a few moves ahead of this.
That was here. After pawn to h3, actually even double question mark slightly before this, allowing the move a7. I'll whiz ahead. There we go.
And right here, we saw the check happen. And this was beautiful because there's only one winning move, a winning idea that white has here, and it's around a zigzag. You simply bring your king in to e6 and say you provoke the move h2, and only once the black pawn steps forward to this non-desirable square, you trade everything, give a check, win that pawn, thank you very much, and suddenly this endgame is winning, but instead it ended in a draw. This one did end off chances for Sindarov, this is, but we've got 1 round remaining, a big one coming up. It is the final clash. It's a field wide open. Vincent Keimer at the top along with Magnus Carlsen. James, what's going to happen?
Ooh, I don't know what's going to happen, but I can at least walk you through a few of the scenarios. Actually, Peter and I were just doing some of the math, and there is a possibility of a 4-way tie between players looking to get into the top 4. And believe it or not, that 4-way tie could involve the 2 guys who currently sit in first place, which would be be Vincent Keimer and Magnus Carlsen, if you can believe it. Both guys still have a pathway to fall out of the top 4. Let's look at the round results, though, first to see how things broke down in round number 6. Vincent Keimer got it done against Fabiano Caruana in that battle between second-place finishers. He now moves up to a tie with Magnus Carlsen, who fell down to Arjun Erigaisi in that most recent round. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, he gets the win against Levon Aronian, and then half a point apiece to Vachier Sindarov and Hans Niemann, as Hans scraped away with a draw in that one to move up to 3 points to his name. So as you can see here, 2 players share first place with 4 points to their name, Vincent and Magnus. Then we've got 3.5 to Nodirbek Abdusatorov, who sits squarely in third. Then we have 3 players sharing 4th place with 3 points to their names. And as we pull up the matchups for this next round, this is where I'll break it down for you when it comes to who needs to win in order for that 4-way tie to take place. If Vachier Sindarov plays spoiler to Vincent and gets a win over him, if Levon falls down to Hans here, Hans moves to 4. If Nodirbek beats Magnus, Magnus stays at 4, and Nodirbek moves to 4.5, taking sole possession of first place. And it is irrelevant which of those players wins. If either of those players in our final matchup, Fabi versus Arjun, gets a decisive victory, that is 4 players at 4 points, all behind Nodirbek Abdusatorov, and therefore those 4 players will be fighting for the final 3 spots in our top 4. So there is a lot on the line across all 4 of our boards. Even those who are out of the top 4 can still play spoiler to those who are looking to make it into the upper bracket. We've got nothing left to do but to find the position that these players will be doing battle on for our 7th round of the day. So into the playing hall and onto the stage with Fiona we go for that position draw.
The future belongs to those who make it happen. That's why we built Make, a visual-first AI and automation platform for change makers. It's never been quicker to start building, visually and without code, to automate everyday tasks and free your time and energy for bigger, better things. As your ambitions grow, you can accelerate progress with AI agents to create customized and agentic workflows, ones that handle complex, business-critical tasks while keeping you in control. And for leaders scaling business, you can see your entire AI and automation landscape in real time to orchestrate change and show progress in motion. Make automation and AI put to work for business, for teams, for you. Make it happen at make.com.
Welcome back. This is it, the last round of the round robin, and 6 players are still fighting to make it into the semi-finals. And to draw the last position, I'm delighted to be joined by Zach Sane, aka the chess nerd, content creator from Canada. And Zach, yesterday you got to play with a lot of our players. How was that? How was Content Day?
Content Day was excellent. I learned that Levon has the richest musical taste out of anyone I've ever met in my life. Vincent is the most honest person I've interviewed in my career. And Vachier over there is a massive football fan, which I didn't know. So very, very nice. I also lost my voice. I'm completely done. Very, very jam-packed day, but super excited.
Looks like a lot of our influencers lost their voice yesterday. And Zach, I'm gonna move behind the table. Are you ready? Okay, let's go. And the position is number 277. To the players, one last time, best of luck, and to the fans, have fun.
Ich gehe jetzt auf Weiß. Ich bin auf Weiß, Clemens, gehört? Danke.
Although maybe it's not, yeah, d4, maybe it doesn't. Knight b3.
Actually, and we can decide later. G3 is
Okay, what if we put e5? e7. Knight g3. What? Still playable.
Even h4, queen e4, hg, bishop e4.
Yeah. No, that's destructive.
Okay, but why don't we go here first?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no downside to this, right? Knight b6, knight b6.
Knight b6, e4. Why are we not better here? Yeah.
Take bishop e6 maybe.
Yeah.
Trying to do something.
Knight b3.
Yeah, knight e3. Yeah. It's very hard to develop this. Like, okay, so then maybe d5 is d5 is maybe. Yeah. But what? g5. G5.
G5. 3.
Yeah.
No, I mean d5, g4. I don't see why.
Yeah, it doesn't change.
That has changed a whole lot. Okay. Let's.
Wow.
Or it just loses that queen e4.
Yeah. Okay. So what about if they play c6 like Caro Constructor with g5? We don't have e5 because they have h6 yet.
Yeah, but we. So this. e4.
Knight b6.
Knight b6. Knight b3.
Some e6, knight g6.
Maybe black should have done this with the pawn.
Yeah, maybe knight on e3 is not fantastic.
Also, knight g3 looks reasonable.
Yes, bishop c7 I was planning to play. Then, I don't know, knight e6, knight
I think
e4.
we should put pressure on d5.
Yeah, we should need to push to
Knight e6.
Knight e6? This looks very suspicious to me.
g6?
Yeah, knight b3.
e5? We're getting central.
Yeah.
No, let's go play.
Yeah,
Maybe not g4, so maybe g3.
But I know Levon likes
g4.
h4, g4. I'm sure he'll play like that.
Okay, what about g3?
Knight b6.
e4? e5.
Actually, we completely forgot about those weeks, yeah? Like any order like b4 and bishop b2.
b4?
Yeah, okay, with this.
b3?
I don't know, I'm not sure which one.
b5. Bishop b2, knight g6.
Knight g6.
Knight g6. And I know you have to play for a win, but this is...
Okay, if I
Okay, now let's do this.
Okay.
b4?
It's better.
b5. Bishop b2, d6. Knight b6.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks fine. Man.
This, yeah.
g5. Clear through. Take. Oh, that looks.
With g2, f4
yeah.
is also bad shutter? Or, I mean, it's not.
Yeah, g3 is also.
Because the idea was to play f4 and then after takes on e4.
Mm-hmm.
But then maybe c6, e4, takes g6.
Yes, and I was thinking this knight e3, something like f4.
Also knight b3.
But also c6, e4, g6 immediately.
I mean, knight b3.
Yeah, but knight b3.
This is also
Okay,
very good.
Yes.
Yeah, here might should be better.
Yeah.
I can see. So we play d4, right? d5, g3.
kind of non-gambit.
Possibility of a four-way tie for second place going into our 7th round of the day. It's position 277, and as I turn to Tony Sachdev and David Howell, it's a much different and more focused-looking Magnus Carlsen around the board as he sits on the precipice of falling into that four-way tie and possibly losing his top spot. What do you make of this position? Is it one that lends itself to decisive victories and a possibility of that four-way tie?
Nobody's safe right now. It all comes down to right now, right here, what happens in this final round. Even for Magnus and Vincent, at 4 points, they need at least a draw to secure their top 4 qualification. This final round of round robin, someone tell Levon Aronian it's too early to fall asleep right now.
Yeah, I think the yawns, sometimes that comes out when you're kind of nervous. For Levon, maybe less at stake now than some of the other players. But Tanya, the side with the white pieces, they all look locked in, very energetic. Magnus taking the lead. It looks like the side with white want to play d4. I thought this was quite a rich position, a fun one. I was eavesdropping on Judith. She said maybe it's a boring one. So we'll see. Pawn to d4. Looks like what the white players are doing. The black team seem to be analyzing b4, g4, releasing, for example, the queen on the diagonal, opening up squares for the rook. Maybe b4 would allow the white knight out or white bishop out. But they will be surprised, the black team, if they do see in this position the pawn push to d4, which seems to be what's about to happen.
That makes a lot of sense, right? You take control of the central square, you open up your bishops, and Magnus is actually discussing about getting his queen active really quickly. If there was a Dutch response to this position with f5, g4, breaking open the rook and the queen, getting that activity going right now. But it all comes down to this moment, this final round, right? And I'm going to also mention, by the way, a lot of our Twitch audience lost a lot of money in the last round.
Oh, no.
They were betting on Magnus winning and securing that spot.
Oh, never bet against Arjun, especially when he's kind of got his back against the wall. I think, yeah, for Magnus and Fabi, who started so strong, it has been a bit of a shock, a bit of a return down to earth, and both of them now need results.
And there's a lot on the line, because if you finish first in the top 4, David, you also get to pick your opponent in the semifinals. And with what's at stake, the World Championship title, that is massive incentive.
It is huge. It's a big advantage, but I think at this point, anyone would just want to qualify top 4, any means possible, even if they have to drag themselves through a long playoff. And I think for Magnus, for Vincent, just needing the draws, they'll be playing it a bit safer. For the rest, nothing less than a win will do.
And the big question is, how much does this position lend itself to that safe, cautious approach with the queen tucked in the corner, the rook ready to open up the G line, moves like d4, g4 being analyzed. I think it's going to be a thriller of a last round.
Bring it on. I can't wait. Everything at stake. And especially when so many players feel like they have to go for it. That's when the blood is spilled.
I'm going to say, David and I, we have our eye out on our Twitch chat. So send us, who do you think will make it to top 4? Who are the players who will qualify? 1 round remaining, 1 minute to start. We're going to throw it over to James, Judith, and Peter to take it away. Guys, this is where it's at.
That's right. It all comes down to this, a possibility of a 4-way tie for second place and a big tie break at the end of the day. But for folks like Vincent and Magnus, if they want to avoid that, all they need is a draw or better, and they lock up with their spot in the upper bracket. That man on your screen right there, Levon Aronian, he has the opportunity to play spoiler to the likes of a Hans and Niemann as he goes up against him in this next round. Fabiano and Arjun, they're locked in battle, tied in their scoreline, so either of them coming away with a decisive victory will slot them up into a top 4 finish as well. There's still a lot in play for all of our players. The question is, who has it in them to finish strong here at the end of our 7-round day? The gong has sounded, the handshakes are extended, and away we go. Off to the bird's eye view.
And already I see 3 games starting with d4. Magnus is not yet at the board. So this is something of a surprise. d4, d5, g3 seems to be the thematic. Is this a Catalan? Is this a decisive round Catalan thematic match, or what's happening? Yeah, there is the handshake.
So where is the h1 queen going to be? Wow, look at that. e4. Levon is playing. Very very solid. It can be a very solid game.
Well, and now Nodirbek is taking his time, and also Arjun, because if black plays knight b6 and white plays e4, we might be seeing a thematic match between not players, but by team white versus team black.
Yeah. And Magnus also has the same position, 2g3.
I gotta wonder how much pressure Nodirbek Abdusattorov is feeling while he sits very solidly in the standings. The idea that you could take down Magnus Carlsen just like Arjun Erigaisi did, and out of nowhere jump up to first place. That's got to be quite the amount of pressure to be feeling in this moment for your last round of the day.
But I think they like these challenges. I mean, he's very young. He's, what, 21, 22? And, I mean, what a chance it is.
Mm-hmm.
No? I mean, let's face it, it's the World Championship of Freestyle. And you have a chance to win the round-robin portion.
Yeah, but forget about winning. You also, like David said, I think the players want to qualify, yeah, because they are in danger zone. Yeah, for example, Nodirbek, if he loses, he's out.
It's true.
Yeah, and this is now also kind of a question that he knows that draw is good for Magnus. So what is then his kind of strategy? Because he's playing with the black pieces. Yeah, but we know exactly that if you play solidly against Magnus and you give him a comfortable game, then you will not get a draw.
Well,
yeah?
then I have a two-part question. If I was to put you in his coaching corner, what would you be encouraging him to do, number one? And number two, in freestyle chess, is it really an acceptable game plan to try and play for a draw, since it's such unknown territory?
You can't play for a draw. Besides that, there is no draw offer, I think.
Yes, there is no draw offer, and there is no safety.
How can you make a draw? You're blinking to your opponent, and then you make a repetition of moves. What will be repetition of moves?
I guess it would just be...
Queen f6, queen h1, queen h8? What are you going to be doing?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily know the recipe for that. I would suppose that you would look to liquidate, pieces.
I mean, look at Magnus. He's just looking. He's so much in the zone, looking in the. I mean, they can't even look in each other's eyes. He's so focused. He knows one thing. He's not going to be losing. He's going to be qualifying, and then with all his anger, he continues the event.
Yeah, for example, we can maybe visit Sindel versus Vincent Keimer, because if we look at the evil bar, then we see that according to the engine, white has some huge advantage, and Vincent, according to computer, is in trouble. We don't know exactly how the players feel about it. But wait a second.
Well, the queen. The queen is the problem.
The queen is stuck. But Vincent is trying to castle as quickly as possible.
But he's not going to castle. I'm sorry. I go bishop h6.
Bishop h6. That's very annoying.
Forget about castle.
Yeah, that's very annoying. Yeah,
You're
bishop
happy
h6.
if you can get out with your queen, and then after bishop h6, possibly knight e3 also.
And if I try to play g5, can I go berserk with trying to trap this bishop with rook g6? You have some bishop h5, but bishop h5, knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah.
Yes.
I was thinking of playing h4. But maybe also knight f6, and then I go back queen h1.
Wow. Really?
I belong there, it seems, in this game.
Keeping the structure, yeah, it's very important for you to keep the structure, right? Because gh you want to capture with the queen, and then...
It's insane, no? Go queen e4 and queen h1. But if I show up on h4, thank you.
Yeah, but bishop h6 is very principled because actually the whole plan that Vincent has set up for was that, yes, I understand white grabs the space, but if I'm fast enough to castle and I'm able to set up the breaking e7, e5, then white's king will get into danger.
I even have another question.
Yes?
Isn't bishop g5 also at least as good?
Bishop g5 castles?
Oh, castles.
Castles.
That you can
immediately. I have calculated the bishop g5 was on my horizon.
Yeah, okay. Knight e3 still.
I'm only afraid of bishop h6, and I think this is a very critical moment, because if bishop h6 is not played, then Vincent will be happy. But after bishop h6, the move bishop h6 might be a total shock.
Yeah, but you found bishop h6 so quickly. What would be giving Vachier any pause here?
Well, because I'm just a kibitzer, I'm a fan that I want to go bishop h6, and if something wrong happens, nothing happens with me. If for him something goes wrong, it's costly.
I see. I see.
And he opted for f4.
I don't like f4, by the way.
Yeah, but f4, he at least makes sure that there won't be any break in the center. Yeah, he wants to solidify the position and just squeeze, because after all, yes, bishop h6 was a very tempting option, looked good, but this is strategical. It's very much like Magnus' style. If Magnus has this position, then he's very happy. But okay, at least Vincent king will be safe, but what about the queen?
The queen, queen, that's a big question. But still, I don't like f4. I don't like this.
Okay, because you already spotted the beautiful bishop h6.
No, the thing is that I don't like that it blocks my bishop for later. And also it exposes my king on e1. I understand that I have a problem with my queen on h8, but I think there are a lot of things can happen to white also. Though knight on c5 is show up.
Bishop e6. Yeah, he wants
Maybe
to get the...
move.
Yeah, but Vincent wants to activate that bishop, not to get stuck there with it on c8.
The d8 bishop is kind of has a long journey until it can activate itself.
Yeah, it will be c6, bishop c7. Yeah, this
There
is
is still not very active.
Yeah.
Sorry, but you made a move with it.
Okay, but if you're trying to bring your light squared bishop, I just jumped my knight forward. Yep, prophylaxis.
Knight e3, yeah, making sure that black is not able to get to d5, because trading the knight versus the light squared bishop would be strategically kind of winning for white,
And
because then
white
you are stuck.
Why can't black go to d5? Knight e3 doesn't stop me of playing knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5, yes. But which one? Knight f6, probably knight f.
F.
No, in order to try to open up
with the queen.
Yes, knight f d5, and also that this knight maybe is heading towards the c4 square. If for example there is some trade on e3, then knight c3 can hop in with the tempo, hitting the bishop and the pawn on b2.
He went for it, right?
He went for it, yeah, knight f d5. There is some stability. The engine says that white is better, but I believe that Vincent is much more confident at the moment than 2 moves ago. Certainly he was very much worried of bishop h6.
Yeah.
It's already a strategical game, which gives us the chance to move around. James, did you spot anything else?
Well, then let's just go to the other two all-important boards when it comes to the possible four-way tie. So first, let's go to Nordebek Abdusattorov and Magnus Carlsen. Let's see what an angry Magnus Carlsen has crafted here from perhaps being too comfortable in the previous round and letting that game slip away. We'll see how he's faring against Nordebek Abdusattorov. This time around, Magnus is piloting the white pieces. Just a reminder to those at home, as we make our way to that board, that all he needs is a draw here to lock up his spot and avoid that possible four-way tie. For Abdusattorov, same thing. A draw will clinch a top spot. A win could even push him all the way up to first.
But look at Magnus. He's looking around what's going on. So this is also part of a last round situation for a chess player, that you're just keep in mind who is what's going on, just to make sure that I'm under control, understanding where it's all heading.
Yeah, now things are heating up, because this move f7, f5 is strategically a losing move, but the reason why Nordebek is doing it, because he knows that otherwise he will be squeezed, and he is hoping for bishop f7, long castles, and then e7, e5 break. Yeah, question mark, ignore it, because it was the part of the plan. And trying to castle and break the structure with e5 based on this pin along the d file, and white has not yet castled. So the big question, do you have time to castle? Because let me even put it on the board. Castles, black castles, we are hitting the pawn, so suddenly the queen hits the pawn, and if white plays c3 cemento, then suddenly maybe we will be able to push e5. F5, bishop takes e5 at least.
Knight f5.
Knight f5, yeah, that hurts. That hurts. So exactly, yeah, I wanted to illustrate. Yeah, I wanted to illustrate, but yes, the chess is not just about illustrating. It's about move per move calculation as well. So wait a second, but then it's very unpleasant, because if black is not able to break out, okay, I have knight f8 to d7, trading the knights.
At some point, maybe g5 will come.
Yes, also. All right, but let's go back to the live action. Bishop f7 on the board. Magnus is thinking 5 minutes 20 versus 6. This is trademark Nodirbek. He always pushes the clock. He always has more time. That's why he's also so extremely dangerous, a part of being a brilliant player.
Can I go with white bishop f3 for prophylactical reasons? No.
You could have. It was the second engine line.
I just thought that long castle, bishop c6.
Yes.
Now, believe it or not, that was the top engine line, b4.
I believe it.
Yeah. Because it's already a prophylactic that he gets ready to attack black's king if he castles. This is one of the things. And with white, you don't want to castle so quickly because, as Judith highlighted, there is this g6, g5 break as well, not just e5. So what do we do with black? The problem, you would love to play g5, but you have to reckon with the hanging pawn on f5. But maybe at some point we have to forget about it. Just trying to open up the structure is the key to the position.
I mean, Magnus feels so comfortable. He's not a guy who chickens out when he was leading the whole tournament. Okay, he lost the game, but the way he lost it, he's not losing that very often.
No, without a doubt.
And also the opening this sequence with the queen on h1 and then being able to play in this d4, d5 structure, this e4, d, queen e4, I think it's trademark Magnus. I remember commentating in the FIDE World Fischer Random Championship in 2022 in Reykjavik. He was already doing this. Queen takes e4, queen back to e2 and winning. Yeah, this is his beloved structure.
I mean, his body language tells that all that. I mean, I feel comfortable. I'm going to win the tournament.
All right, well, if he's comfortable, then let's go over to Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi to see how comfortable either of those players are feeling. Because, once again, Fabiano Caruana is one of the players. Actually, both of these players could end up in that four-way tie with the decisive victory one way or the other, moving up to 4 points.
That queen is still on h8.
Yeah, all the games featured the same exact variation. Just very quickly to highlight for our audience who had missed the action, that it all came from here, and white grabs the initiative, white gets the control in the center. g6, knight b3, knight d7. Again, the move bishop h6 could have been played, but was not played by Fabiano. Instead, he opted for bishop f4, castles, knight fd2, and that's how he got this lovely position. Just shows that the opening somehow was very critical.
Yeah. Interestingly, the bishop eventually found its way to h6, but not in the critical moment to stop the castle from happening. So the king has castle.
That's a big difference.
A massive difference.
It's a massive difference, though. Look at this, how aggressive suddenly Fabi became for the last round. g4, push back the bishop. c4, push away the knight. So what's next?
That's the big question, because if the plan works, we will be praising that, wow, this was the right attitude, but he's also a little bit too aggressive. Let's not forget that the knight cannot really move from b3 because the queen from h8 would hit the d4 pawn. Yeah, this should not be missed.
I want to get my light squared bishop involved in the game. Right now it feels like it's not doing anything.
So to f3? Oh.
That's probably the most natural place. It hits the pawn, lines up with the queen. Nice little queen bishop battery.
Probably I play c6.
Then maybe I bring my knight on d2 forward.
Well, then the pawn on c4 is hanging. Yeah, you have to watch out.
Okay.
Yes. You can even kick that knight all the way back to a6. Yeah, it's very promising, and this is what I think.
But let's go back to the game because Fabi's just started to a knight chase.
Oh wow!
Yes, a3, knight c6, d5.
So he just put his foot on the gas.
Yeah, he just says, "Okay, I'm just attacking, and something I will take on the way."
And it's retreat here for Arjun Erigaisi. He's playing on a total of 3 ranks, while Fabi's playing on 6 of the 8.
Wow, it's a very special position because the thematic move would be knight e5, hitting the pawn on c4 with a tempo. And I believe the key point is the quiet little bishop d1, e2. Like you also felt you wanted to develop that bishop, and then f2, f4 is a huge threat, trapping the knight in the center of the board.
Are you sure he wants to go bishop e2 and not c5? Pushing the other knight?
Yeah, but if c5, then I get to jump to c4.
Can you?
Can I? Should I?
F4 is too much?
Yeah, F4. Okay, everything looks so tempting, so good for white. What is Arjun doing? How is he handling the situation? Heart rate? No, this heart rate cannot be right. No. This is impossible.
Yeah, normally I expect Arjun's heart rate to be quite low, but 45 is...
It's too much.
That's resting for an Olympic athlete, so...
This is just impossible.
But after knight e5, knight c5 is also quite unpleasant, I believe.
Yeah, knight e5 played. So now we will figure out, we will see what Fabi has in store for. Bishop e2.
Bishop e2.
The professional move. The squeezing, yeah, with f2, f4, there is so much at stake, and you feel like you already played many aggressive moves. Yeah, you finally want to make also one stabilizing one. Yeah,
But sorry, what can you do with black?
I don't know.
Go bishop c8 after f4 to go back with the knight.
It's a total horror, or you speculate about some piece sacrifice with c6, f4, and knight
this is how we call
ec4.
it. Peace sacrifice.
Yes, a sad necessity. Instead of resigning, we prolong the game. Yeah, but what's happening?
Wow,
Yeah,
F5.
F5. But wait a second. Now after c5, where is that? It's not only about the knight, but also this diagonal might be opening up. If black's king gets a check, it will be all over.
It's just devastating.
Mm-hmm. But it speaks to the precariousness of Arjun's overall standings position here. Because if he falls down decisively to Caruana here, he's out. If he manages to force a draw, and Hans Niemann also ended up with a draw, then we would have a three-way tie for fourth place. So there's still a possibility if he can kind of weasel his way back into this one and find equality down the line.
Yeah, but it's also this craziness of freestyle, yeah, because just in the previous game, he crushed Magnus in a fantastic game, and then he might be thinking that, what did I do in this game that I got such a bad position right after 4-5 moves, yeah? I believe that somehow Black's team didn't do good enough job. Yeah, they just ended all of them ended up in this big trouble.
All right, some more retreating moves here for Arjun as Fabi continues to clamp down on the position. 3 minutes to his name, 149 to Arjun Erigaisi, and all the pieces have gone to the back rank. We're going to flip back over to Magnus Carlsen and Norbek Abdusatorov, where Magnus continues to press forward. And akin to the board we just came from, it's a retreating knight move for the black player as the most recent to be played.
Well, it looks horrible for black. I mean, the first thing I was thinking about, knight b7, c5. The very classical way of killing it.
Yeah, let's not forget, black has not yet castled. He had no time to castle, and Magnus opens up the position.
Well, if you're talking about it already, let's castle along.
You can?
Can't I?
Can you? But even bishop f6, ef c5, and I'm getting some incredible structure, but probably I have something better. But long castle should be played, I believe. It's on the board, yeah.
Okay.
It had to be played. There was no other move.
I didn't like knight d7 so much. Maybe it's also good. But
actually, there is maybe bishop a4. There is this pin. This could be also quite unpleasant because
that's annoying.
That's quite annoying. Yeah, bishop a4. And where do we go?
Queen e8.
Oof. Yeah, it's so sad. Because we know that all these players are hoping, they are fighting for qualification, and then for all the players who are having this terrible position, you can't not sympathize. And Magnus goes for the very thematic that I kind of highlighted immediately. Bishop f6, ef c5, it's possible, it's a safe advantage, but maybe it also eases black's task a bit.
Yeah, maybe not the most accurate way to press forward.
But he knows that draw is actually good, so anything that he's better at pushing, risk-free advantage, is a dream scenario for his tournament situation.
And a draw is a dream for Abdusatorov. If he gets away with the draw here and moves up to 4 points, he's extremely happy. If he doesn't manage to get half a point here, he is no longer in control of his own destiny. He could be surpassed by the likes of Hans Niemann and either Fabi or Arjun.
Which brings us that also Levon against Hans Niemann is a super important game.
It's amazing how all four of our boards here in round 7 are actually impactful to the top 4 and the overall upper bracket heading into our weekend.
So let's see where they are heading to, because c takes d5 was played.
Yes, CD, knight d5, king b8, queen c3, bishop d5 happened. Black had to give up the light square bishop. This is a big heartache, because now he's stuck with this horrible bishop on c7, which is controlled by the pawns f4, g3, h2. Yeah, it's a beautiful coordination, while the light square bishop on b3 is a monster.
Yeah, but I think black has the best position in this game so far.
Yeah, queen c6, rook gd1. Magnus, down to a minute. Rook gd1. Maybe just rook e8. Just get out of this horrible pin.
Well, actually, there is no threat, but that's the most logical move.
Yeah, I don't see any other move.
And it's there.
And it's there, yeah, Magnus. Okay, Magnus does not want to risk, and this is good news for Nodirbek.
Absolutely. Absolutely good news for Nodirbek. And perfectly fine news for Magnus, as we've mentioned. If he moves up to 4.5, he's at least locked a top 4 spot, position to be determined based on the other results.
And he can still even squeeze a bit. But, okay, queen, bishop versus queen, bishop, opposite colored, should be also very good drawing chances for Nodirbek, yeah.
All right, well, with this one, maybe some time to play as both players make their way to a draw offer in this moment.
Well, exchange of queens is a draw first.
Yeah, g5, yeah, now a handshake is coming.
Here we go, yeah, pawns and bishops. So we'll stay here for just a moment then. Expecting this one to end ever so shortly. And in doing so, booking both of their tickets into the top 4 here.
Well, Nodirbek is not yet guaranteed. He has 4 points, but if the results go wrongly, then it will be a big tie.
No, he is guaranteed top 4 because the only other people who can get 4...
Draw agreed.
Hans, Fabi, Arjun, only 2 of those 3, which would lock up the top spots. So just like that, we have a draw between these two. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen moving to 4.5. He's 100% locked in. We'll wait for the mathematicians behind the screens to let us know about Nodirbek's situation as we move from here to Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi, both of them sharing 3 points apiece. Caruana, though, has Erigaisi on the ropes here, looking to move himself up to 4 points in total, matching the likes of Nodirbek.
Yeah, he's up a piece. And Black's queen is still stuck on h8, this monster bishop on d4, controlling everything. Now finally that queen moves out, but wait a second, bishop takes, bishop e5, rook e5, bishop c4 check, there is knight d5. So it's not a resignation yet, but yeah, knight c4 clinches it. It's all over. Knight d7, if you have to even retreat, and you are piece done, and white has all the fun in the position, then we know that rook e4. Bishop c4 check.
I was just
That's
wondering.
It.
I'm sitting distance from the screen. I'm saying, where is the third piece? Where is the third piece? I'm just looking, searching for Black's third piece. And there is no.
There is rook f6 coming. And resignation.
Resignation from Arjun Erigaisi means he remains at 3 points and unfortunately will not make the upper bracket. Fabiano Caruana, he slots up to 4 points to his name, tying Nodirbek Abdusatorov and awaiting the results of our final 2 boards. Hans Niemann up against Levon Aronian and Vincent Keimer up against Vachier-Lagrave. Taking a quick look at these games, it looks like from a clock perspective, Vincent Keimer and Vachier-Lagrave are more advanced. So that's where I'd like to go, hoping we can catch the final moments of this game.
Absolutely, because it's a lot of interesting things that's happened.
Yeah, Black is very solid, but still with this knight on c6, bishop f6 construction, while he's hoping to put some pressure. Black relies on the c5 square, so he wants to sit, rook b1. a4, a5 will be happening. And Vincent, down to few seconds, he made a move with 2 seconds on the clock, knight e8. A very shaky move, very nervous move, computer hates it. a5 played, bishop c5, rook b5.
Chasing the bishop.
Bishop e3.
Knight d6. coming up.
This is now very critical, and Sindarov has a lot of time compared to Vincent. Yeah, he's still more than 20 seconds. But how does he find the rook e5, chasing the bishop? Where is this bishop hiding? The pawn on a7 is hanging. Yeah, Vincent is shocked. He missed rook e5. Bishop d2 played with second on the clock, or few seconds on the clock. Only move. Knight takes a7 allows rook takes c4, then black activates the rook. a6.
Dangerous pawn.
Very dangerous. Knight d6, trying to break out. There is only active defense can save Vincent. Create problems, and also Sindarov is down to 6 seconds. Dramatic, c5. Knight b5.
Vincent has to make a move, 2 seconds.
He does.
Wow, with 1 second on the clock. With 1 second on the clock.
We've seen one game lost on time today. Vincent going to do his best not to have a second one lost.
But he's fighting very good, but there is still a lot of danger with few seconds on the clock.
It's very tricky. Being the bishop on c3 looks it's active, but actually the knight on c6 is just covering all the important squares.
Yeah, and rook b3 is kind of a very unpleasant problem. And rook b7.
Whoa.
Super move. Incredible move by Sindarov.
Trade of rooks not accepted because it would advance the pawn.
Yeah, Vincent is putting up incredible defense. Takes c6. And then bishop b6. The rook takes b6 wins. So you cannot cement the position with bishop b6 due to rook takes b6 sacrifice.
And now the king wants to get involved.
But does he have time
Was it the only move?
Does he have time?
In this moment, I can reveal that we did have a draw occur on the other board between Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann. So Hans will move up to 3.5 points, which unfortunately puts him outside of the top 4. No chances there, since Vincent is guaranteed to finish with at least 4 points to his name. Just a moment ago, that handshake extended, and you can see Hans immediately checking in with the rest of the boards to see if he had done enough, but unfortunately, that won't be the case this time around.
No, and he also looks that, wow, but Vincent is in a trouble. Yeah, actually, if Vincent loses, is he still in?
No, if Vincent finishes on 4, actually our top 4 is determined, with Magnus taking the top spot and 3 players behind him at 4 points apiece.
So it will be a big tie.
A big tie for second place behind Magnus in first. That's, of course, if Vincent doesn't manage to turn this round and either manage a draw or a win.
Dramatic. Yeah, rook d8 trying to cut the king off. Very logical. The problem is that white can just gain time. Yeah, now rook c8, now bishop g2 back. Why not king d3, rook d8? So
because he wants to gain time.
Yeah, he wants to gain time. Yeah. It's all about time. The players don't have enough time to think about the position, how to break the fortress. King d3, finally the king is coming. King c4.
Both players feeling the pressure of the moment. Once again, Vincent Keimer's heart rate rising, playing on intuition and instinct alone here in the final seconds.
Yeah, king b5. This feels like the winning method for white.
Well, if white to move c7, king c6, game over.
Yeah, so rook c8, c7, king d7, but then, yeah, this is the only way to defend. Yeah, rook c8 played.
Now it's a zugzwang for black, so...
Okay, bishop f2, but f5, I'm afraid of f5 break, yeah. No, he played g5, very strange. Why g5, why not f5? Now he breaks with f5.
He wants to do it the painful way.
Yeah, and it's winning.
Bishop d5.
Yeah.
Beautiful technique by Sindarov, actually.
Yes. No, okay, that's when you are completely pegged. These superstars will always find a way to...
Bishop f7 and then bishop e6.
And that's it.
What a performance.
Yeah, and you see how difficult it is for Vincent to digest this new scenario.
Yeah, definitely a tough one to stomach. But while it is a tough loss at the end of your round robin, at the very least, Vincent did enough throughout the earlier portions of the day to remain on 4 points and ultimately secure a top 4 spot. For Vachier-Lagrave, it'll be a sweet and sour finish to his round robin day as he gets the win, but unfortunately it's not enough to push him up into the upper bracket.
So now we will have to wait, yeah, because it will be playoff time.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the mathematicians behind me determine what any playoff scenarios might need to occur. Of course, we're reliving these final moments here from round number 7, as there was plenty of pressure on many of our pros who were staring down the barrel of a 4-way tie. That did not come to light, though, as Magnus Carlsen would get his draw up against Norbert Abdusatorov, each of them finishing at 4.5 and 4 points, respectively. Vincent Keimer, 4 points as well, and Fabiano, with a decisive victory over Arjun Erigaisi, also sits at 4 points. Those will be the 4 players that sit in the top 4, with the rest just slightly behind them. Hans Niemann, the first of the pack in the lower bracket at 3.5 points to his name. So, with our top and bottom brackets determined, the question is whether or not anybody has to play for placing. We'll come back and let you know if any of that needs to take place. But before we do so, we'd be remiss not to get the thoughts of Tanya Sachdev and David Howell over at our Make.com deep dive desk. Take it away.
Well, we've got news for you guys. Nobody's playing for placing here. We've got our top 4 bracket, the ones who'll be fighting for the World Championship title and those who'll be fighting for the 5th place right now. Vincent Keimer, you saw him at the end of the match there, David. Though he lost, there was relief when he looked at the standings.
Yeah, results went in his favor. It could have been so different. We could have had a massive pile up on the same score, but somehow we avoided it. Somehow Magnus always emerges out on top. He saved his best for last there with a nice finish. Fabiano also saved his best for that final game.
But that's interesting what you say, because usually we've seen Magnus in the round robin stages. You know, he takes so many risks and is usually full of flair, and then somewhere even struggles to get in. But this one, he did it very convincingly.
Exactly. It always looked like they were in control. I think that's where experience pays off. Magnus taking things calmly towards a draw. I want to highlight the opening, Tanya, because it seemed to go wrong for the team on the black side. For all of the black players, they were finding themselves clearly worse after just a few moves. And at this game, I've picked Fabiano Caruana against Arjun Erigaisi. And this ended up being very one-sided, but it could have been different if Arjun had found the right moment to strike. This opening position, Black's queen, we'll talk about that later, passive. The bishop, unable to move. Just traffic jam. It's a backlog here of passive pieces, but instead of lashing out, breaking out, which is what you need to do in these situations, even at the cost of a pawn, e5 was necessary. White shouldn't even take here because suddenly the black pieces flood out. The bishop would start hitting the queen. Even if white plays a move like this and the pawn drops, at least black will be able to breathe. But just to show how one-sided it became, knight to f6, a mistake. No pawn breaks, therefore no break in relentless play here from Fabi. He just started pushing things back. First, pushing the bishop, tempo play. Next, hitting the knight, another tempo. Then, hitting the knight again, and hitting the knight again. One consolidation move. And as Peter, Judah, and James were saying earlier, this was just torture. And I wanted to show the final tactic, the way he won a piece. It was this position. After f4, a piece was given up due to the pin as retreating. The only real safe square, or one of the two. Check this out, trapped queen.
Oh.
Fabi just too good in this game.
I mean, that queen never made a single move for Arjun. Queen h8, and that's where it sort of called it a day and died. And with that, Fabi went through. David, that means that I know you're heartbroken that we don't get any tie breaks. There are a lot of reinforcements on this table, getting ready for those matchups. None of that coming up. But are you slightly disappointed to see one of the 4 players from the bottom not making it? Is there someone you were really hoping to get up there?
Yeah, somehow I predicted beforehand Sindarov. I thought it was his time. He started with a win, but a shaky middle patch, losing a couple of games in a row. That checkmate he dropped against Magnus ended up costing him.
Speaking of checkmates, I think you've got the move of the day ready for us as well, which we will be bringing up later for you guys. We'll come back with that, so you got to stay on with us right now. Lot of action today. 7 rounds, and in the end, you've got Magnus, Vincent, Fabi, Norderbeck going through. No tie breaks needed. James, what a day of chess. We've had the hits, misses, the brilliancies, the blunders, the flagging, all of that. How much fun was this?
An absolutely brilliant day of chess, and that was a 2800 rated bait right there on the move of the day, if I do say so myself. We'll be back over to David Howell and Tanya in just a bit to get that move of the day, but first we need to reflect reflect on the results of that final round and our overall group stage standing. So let's dive into it now. In round 7, again, we teased it. There was the possibility of a 4-way tie to make it into that upper bracket. Because of these results, though, that 4-way tie was not to be. Vachier-Lagrave undoes Vincent Keimer, but Vincent will still move into the upper bracket because of the work he did earlier in the day. Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann, they'll tie it up at half a point apiece. Magnus Carlsen, and Norbert Abdusatorov will do the same. A draw between them. Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. They both entered this round with 3 points to their name, but it was Fabiano who got it done decisively, moves himself up into that top 4. So here's the picture at the end of the group stage. Magnus Carlsen, he takes sole possession of first place at 4.5. Only for a moment did it feel precarious, but he grabs it back. From there, he's got 3 players hot on his heels, each garnering 4 points to their name. Vincent Keimer, Fabiano Caruana, and Norbert Abdusatorov. They, of course, are chased by the lower bracket contenders in Hans Niemann, Arjun Erigaisi, Vachier-Lagrave, and Levon Aronian. But from 8 down to 4 already in our battle for the top spot and the first ever world champion in the FIDE Freestyle Chess event. We've got to talk about the #1 finisher, though. He's the #1 in the world for a reason. Magnus Carlsen, what a day he had with just one maybe misstep there very late in the day against Arjun Erigaisi. What a showing he had.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he delivered. It was the first game. It was kind of shaky. I think for psychological reasons also he didn't feel comfortable to start out the tournament against Hans. But after that we saw very convincing victories. 2 victories and then draw with Vincent. Okay, against Arjun it was a problematic game, which probably it will come up in his nightmares. But when at the end he has to deliver just a draw or a win, okay, he got serious again. He said, okay, let's make a professional draw, and I'm winning the event.
Yeah, for a moment too comfortable, but just like that, he flips the switch and he shows us again why he is the man to be feared in this field of 8.
Yeah, and I think he showed how to play, how to approach a game when you only need a draw. You don't play for a draw. You put pressure on your opponent so that your opponent is hoping and begging for that draw. And then, yeah, he did not play the critical move. We had that with bishop a4. Instead, went for this trade on f6, c5, and liquidated into opposite colored endgame, which he knew that he is slightly better. If he wants, he can play for a win, but sort of like there is no need. And I believe that right now, everybody's kind of curious that because he got the top spot, he has the right to choose, and whom will he pick as his opponent in the semifinals.
It can't be an easy choice, right? You'd normally be hoping to look at, oh, here's the person who's clearly not in as good a form as the rest, but when everybody's tied, it's not an easy choice to make. I also know that it's not the easiest choice to make picking a move of the day. A couple contenders were thrown out throughout our broadcast, so I'll turn it back to Tanya Sachdev and David Howe. What do you have for us when it comes to the best move across 7 rounds?
Well, it was not easy. This pick wasn't easy, and you've been speaking about Magnus's brilliance throughout the day, David, and it started very early on today.
It did indeed, and you put this idea in my head. You mentioned it wasn't just one move, it was a kind of sequence, and the next move sets up the move of the day. This rook endgame should be drawn with best play, Magnus with the white pieces, Sindarov with the black pieces. This could have caused so much shake-up in the tournament if Magnus hadn't won, but here, if he'd raced forward with his king, the black king would have crept in. It looked like Magnus was trying to stop the black king from moving forward. He played the move pawn to b3. This sets it up, covers the black king's squares, sets the trap. Pawn to d4 played. We see a double question mark appear, Tanya. Such a natural move. If pawn takes pawn, the black king does get in, but move of the day was giving up white's pass pawn. The promotion, you could actually promote to several pieces here, but a queen, the most emphatic, and black resigned since taking this queen off the board would lead to a sudden, unexpected checkmate.
Beautiful. And this is the first win that Magnus has had against Sindarov in the round-robin portions of freestyle chess, and just the way he did it. And the thing is, had Sindarov fought against this idea and just spotted it, easy miss though, easy to say that, you know, after the game in retrospect, you should have stopped it, but an easy miss. But had he done it, we might have seen a completely different table at the end of the day. I mean, any move, b6, c5, a5, just get an escape for your king, and you're a happy camper.
Exactly. Fine margins, tight things at the top level here, and that ended up defining the tournament.
You know, for me, the philosophical question in chess and these kind of things is always the move of the day. Is it the winning move or is it the assist? Is it about the goal or is it about that B3 that actually made the black king go into a kill zone?
Oh, it's tough, right? Because B3, still objectively a draw, but G8, that finished it.
So there we have it. Just at the very beginning, Magnus getting the job done, getting that first win. And you know, sometimes you've seen him pretty shaky at the start of the day, but that was not the story today for Magnus Carlsen.
No, exactly. The shakiness was towards the end, but he still got the job done.
But that means, David, that means, chat, that Magnus will have the pick at dinner tonight. You know, he's got his options there. What do you think is going on in his mind? What's your prediction there? You know him best.
I'm not sure what I'm looking forward to more, the food or Magnus's pick. I have a feeling it's going to be Nodebek. He always seems to play Nodebek in the knockouts. He always seems to get the better of him, even if the matches are tight. I think he's going to choose someone he knows. I can't see him choosing Vincent Keimer. So many people have made that mistake before.
So I think it's going to be between Fabi and Nodebek, the pick.
Yes.
So you think, yeah, I would go with that. I mean, if it's between Fabi and Nodebek, the kind of result that he's had against Nodebek as well in the knockouts throughout the Grand Slams, Magnus might go for him. So this is going to be a fun one to watch. Of course, breaking news coming in on that dinner table. We'll also find 4 other players who will probably be joining us at the bar. They'll be fighting for the 5th spot from tomorrow. But the World Championship run continues, James, for our top 4.
That's exactly right. And I've got good news for you, David. You don't have to pick between dinner and watching the show. You can enjoy the food while observing who it is Magnus Carlsen targets as his opponent in that upper bracket. We'll close out the day in just a moment with our thoughts, but we want to go quickly to an interview with Levon Aronian. Not the hottest start to his tournament, but a man that we're always happy to hear from at the end of a day. Take a look.
Position was overwhelming, and then I just blundered this bishop of 6, and it has been a nightmare of a start. And then the second game I was just trying to come back. It was a terrible game by me, and also the third game I was winning against Magnus and just blundered. Yeah, it's been a day of blundering.
Do you think it's something about the very quick games where you have to find rhythm so fast and it becomes too important to be on from the first second?
I'm just out of practice. I haven't played for 2 months, and this is the result.
How much motivation is it for the last 2 days now?
It doesn't matter for me. I love the game. I love playing. I don't care. I mean, if I'm playing for winning or playing for the 5th place, it doesn't matter.
That's why we love you. Thank you, Levon.
Thank you.
I will absolutely echo that sentiment there, Sveta. That is why we love Levon, because regardless of whether or not the tournament is going his way, he's going to show up and he's going to fight tomorrow. That fight, it was on display today. Unfortunately, the results did not go his way. So a disappointing finish to his group stage, but even still, this is a man to be respected on the freestyle stage. A reminder that he won the last 2 of the Grand Slams in 2025.
The year season, no question about it. And well, this is what it is, right? When it comes to short time control, you have a bad start, you have a bad day, you have a bad pairing. He started out with 2 black games, and it was very unfortunate for him, and then he couldn't bounce back. I mean, that game in round 3, that was the killer.
Yeah, chess is an unforgiving game, to say the least. But I want to turn to you, Peter, now that we have our top and bottom bracket set the same way that Tanya and David were talking about it. Was, in the end, do you feel shocked by any of the results? Was there an expectation that was not met by a player or somebody that exceeded your expectations coming into the day?
No, it was clear that all 8 players have chances to qualify. Yeah, one could argue that it was obvious that Magnus has the biggest chances, yeah, because he's just so experienced and so good. Everyone else, I believe, had more or less equal chances. Maybe one could say that Fabiano, thanks to his consistency, he has tremendous amount of experience in freestyle, was maybe a kind of candidate. All the youngsters, we know them that they are incredible fighters. They give them all. They are also super fast, super good in all this time control. So that was crazy. crazy kind of mix that who will make it. And I perfectly echo what Tanya has highlighted, that move of the day move, this B3 G8 sequence that Magnus knocked Sindarov out of his comfort, and stopped him at the beginning, had a dramatic effect, because we know exactly when Sindarov gets this confidence as he starts winning, and then he's kind of in unstoppable mood. There he got stopped. Levon had this horrible start with the 2 black pieces, losing those games. Then he almost bounced back against Magnus Carlsen. Then if Levon wins that game against Magnus, then again the tournament could have been completely crazy. Talking about Vincent, he lost the first game to Arjun Erigaisi, and then actually making this comeback, winning 3 games to be quite in a comfortable situation. It just shows that what an incredible tournament we witnessed.
Absolutely spectacular tournament, and only 1 day in, 2 days to go. Final question to you, Judith, is what Tanya was asking. Magnus gets the benefit of picking his opponent. You're picking between 3 players that all finished at 4 points, though, so it doesn't feel like the easiest of decisions. But do you lean the direction they did, that he maybe goes for one of the youngsters in Noterbeck, maybe avoids Vincent, as others have fallen down by making that mistake in the knockout stages in the past?
Well, I think it goes that way by elimination. He's not going to pick Vincent. He did that mistake before.
And I don't see a world where he picks Fabi.
He's not going.
I think in his mind, Fabi and him are now destined to meet in the finals, in a sense.
Yeah, so we're going to see the youth generation versus the older one, the experienced one.
Well, that's at least what we think, but of course the players will have something to say about that tonight at dinner. Speaking of which, it's time for us to head to that dinner, enjoy the beautiful food, and watch the show to see who will pick who when it comes to our upper bracket and lower bracket bouts tomorrow. That concludes our group stage day here for the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't miss it, because the knockout stages begin, and we are very quickly determining who will take home the first ever World Championship title for FIDE Freestyle Chess. We'll see you there. Good night.
So many possibilities. No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to pull my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
The future belongs to those who make it happen. That's why we built Make, a visual-first AI and automation platform for changemakers. It's never been quicker to start building, visually and without code, to automate everyday tasks and free your time and energy for bigger, better things. As your ambitions grow, you can accelerate progress with AI agents, to create customized and agentic workflows, ones that handle complex, business-critical tasks while keeping you in control. And for leaders scaling business, you can see your entire AI and automation landscape in real time to orchestrate change and show progress in motion. Make automation and AI put to work for business, for teams, for you. Make it happen at make.com.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to